That's the Gilmore slide.
Welcome to the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show presented by Age Rejuvenation, live here at Walk-Ons in Midtown, Tampa. I'm JC Allen. Joined with me today is Pewter Reporter's own Bailey Adams. Guys, we've got a big show for you. So obviously, this is a huge rematch of the Super Bowl. Big show for you today. We'll be joined by former Bucs tight end John Gilmore, as always, as we are every week. He's going to provide us with, as he does usually, the pregame game day analysis all season long. So we'll have John Gilmore in here. Guys knows the X's and O's. He played the position. He played in the NFL 10 years, and he played on the Bucs. So we'll have John Gilmore on here as well, talking a little bit X's and O's and taking a deep dive into some of these matchups like we do every single week. But we're live here at Walk-Ons in Midtown Tampa. Great food, TVs galore. They've got to have at least 100 TVs at this location. There's everywhere. Great game day spot for sure, definitely. I mean, if you're going to catch a game, whether you're catching a Bucs game, a late game, or the Bucs off season week, off week this season, definitely come by a Walk-Ons for sure. They've got the best specials here. The appetizers are off the chain. Miller Lite pints for $3.99 and 22 ounces for $5.49. Blue Moon pints for $5, 22 ounces for $7. So the prices are great. The food is great. The atmosphere is great. The one down here in Midtown is a little bit different than the one in Wesley Chapel. Wesley Chapel's more of a destination spot. You go there, you eat your food, watch your games, drink your beers, and then you kind of go home. There's so much going on in the Walk-Ons Midtown location. It's a lot of fun down here for sure. There's other places, shopping in different hotels, different things like that. You're right down the street from the stadium too. So definitely check out this location. But we're going to be live here until 3:45 before we throw it to Matera and Queipo for the final half hour to get their thoughts prior to kickoff. So make sure you're following us on YouTube TV, our YouTube TV channel at Pewter Report TV. So definitely check that out. Like, subscribe, turn the little notification bell on. That way, every time we go live, you guys will be notified. But let's start the show with the injury report. Quite a few storylines, obviously. The Bucs might have gotten some good news this week.
Yeah.
So let's dive into it. Bailey, what do we got going on in the injury report this week?
A lot better this week. Last week we talked, I think, for about a good 10, 15 minutes about guys that weren't going to play. We'll talk a little bit more tonight about guys that are more likely to play.
Thank goodness.
Oh, let's start with the guys that aren't. Let's keep it consistent. Akeem Hicks, of course, is out with the foot injury. He'll be out for a couple more weeks. Rachaad Perriman's doubtful. He's been dealing with a couple of injuries.
Starting to stack up on them.
Yeah, it is. And it's every wide receiver, it seems like at some point this season is bound to deal with something.
That's why they stocked up in the position, right? And they didn't even stop. Now they got Cole Beasley on the practice squad. So
yeah, but the rest of the good news, a lot of the good news comes at that wide receiver position. Russell Gage, of course, comes in questionable, but he's expected to play with his hamstring. He's been dealing with that hamstring since training camp, but played through it, did a good job last week. The big news, Chris Godwin and Julio Jones come in questionable, but the reports came out this morning that they're expected to play. They're going to be tested out pregame and make sure that they're good to go. We'll get the inactives here shortly, but it looks like they're trending in the right direction, which is a huge boost to the Bucs offense.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they've been out Julio Jones since the first game of the season after he made some amazing diving catches, highlight catches. But then obviously, we find out last week that it's a partially torn PCL that he's been recovering from. So he tried it out last week, couldn't go. So they're slated to play. He's slated to play, but again, it's all going to depend on warm-ups, how that goes. If warm-ups go good, I expect to see Julio Jones out there. And Chris Godwin hasn't played since week 1, too, since that hammy. And we know we know that this team suffers from hamstring injuries. It almost seems like every week someone's getting a hammy injury. So the fact that he's going to be able to go out there and test it, huge news for this offense, for Tom Brady, because, man, the offense hasn't looked pretty without their key players.
It sure hasn't. And another big loss for the offense since week 1 was Donovan Smith at left
Huge.
tackle. And he's another one who reports came out today, expected to play. Of course, I'm sure he's gonna go out there pregame and test his elbow out. He's been dealing with that. It's been said since the beginning it's a pain management thing. We know how tough Donovan Smith is, and you know how much it's killed him to miss the last couple of games. So to get those 3 receivers, to those 2 receivers especially back, to get Donovan Smith back, you've got to love the Bucs' potential to have kind of put it together offensively tonight.
Yeah.
For the first time this season, really.
Right. And I think that's a huge part. Donovan Smith, huge part. You mean you look at past week, the rest of that Cowboys game. I mean, they went to Josh Wells. Then week 2, Josh Wells gets injured. Brandon Walton steps in, plays lights out. Amazing, actually. He played really well, graded out really high in pass protection. Fast forward to week 3, not so much. Not so much. He definitely had some holes in his game. And as you said, Donovan Smith's one of the toughest players on the Buccaneers. It's been a pain management situation. There's no way he could have injured it. So if it was that sincerely that bad that he couldn't go the last 2 games, the fact that he is going to be playing this week is a huge sigh of relief. First of all, you can do a lot more things now on that left side. If he is close to 100%, you don't need to leave the tight ends as much there and can get them more involved, which they really haven't been involved
Not at all.
in the passing game. So Donovan Smith's injury coming back is so significant for this team, for this offense, to get them going in the right direction, because they've started slow, if they've started at all, and they haven't been able to get to go. Protection's been part of it. Running the ball to that side's been an issue. And, buying Tom Brady enough time, even though he's got one of the quickest releases, but buying him enough time to get rid of the ball and let some of those plays develop has been an issue. So Donovan Smith coming back along with those wide receivers, huge for this Bucs offense.
You do wonder what it can open up as far as, getting him out in space and being able to use the tight ends a little more, opening it up for them, getting, some of your running backs a little bit more involved in the passing game. Whatever it can open up. I mean, there's just a massive difference. Having a guy like Donovan Smith at left tackle, fully healthy, or as healthy as he can be, over a third string guy. And again, Brandon Walton stepped in against the Saints, did a very admirable job. Struggled a little bit last week. It's a tough matchup, but he's your third string tackle. I mean, so you come back this week against the Chiefs with your starting left tackle and Donovan Smith, a guy who I don't think has gotten enough due around the league throughout the last couple of years. He's just stepped his game up to an unbelievable level. So to get him back, to get those receivers back, you got to feel good about it, because it's been off. Something's been weird about the Bucs offense.
It has.
And you can attribute it to some of the play calling. You can attribute it to some of the other things, but it's so much of it is those injuries. And when you have those key guys out, it's tough. It's going to be tough to do anything.
Yeah, it is. There's also another guy who might be playing too, and less impact because the defense has been playing lights out and everyone's healthy in the secondary. But Zion McCollum, Bull said, if there's a role for him this week, they'll find a role for him. Potentially special teams utilize that speed, that athleticism. So maybe Zion McCollum could see his first game action as a Buccaneer since going down with a hip injury.
It would be cool to see him. Let's go to the Chiefs side of things. Not nearly as much to talk about.
No.
The Chiefs have been relatively healthy this year. Mike Dana, defensive end, is with a calf injury, is out. And their kicker, Harrison Butker, is out with.
That's a big one, though.
He is. He's been dealing with an ankle injury. They've signed Matthew Wright, who was formerly with the Steelers, formerly with the Jaguars, went to my alma mater, UCF. A huge star there. But yeah, he's signed to the practice squad and elevated for today's game because Butker can't go due to that ankle injury. And it could come into play. I mean, I think Matthew Wright's a good kicker. It's just much less experience and much less experience than Butker, a guy you can rely on.
Right, and you remember Greg Zuerlein, the struggles he had early in September in the opener last year for the Bucs, missing those field goals. If this guy can't find his confidence, we know the south end zone. It's a little different with the cruise nest in there, but still, it can still be a hard place to kick. As Bucs fans know that this can be a hard stadium.
All too well, they know
this is a hard stadium to kick. So. That could be a big potential loss for them. Maybe even if it just comes at the loss of a missed extra point, that could sway things. But as always, we are presented every Pewter Report podcast is presented here by Celsius, guys. If you're not on the Celsius bandwagon yet, I don't know what you're doing. We've been promoting it here for a couple of years now. It's changed my life. Bailey, I know it's changed your life. We were used to drinking those other energy drinks and always finding the crash. You know, even if it was sugar-free, still the crash would come at some point. With Celsius, that's not an issue. As you can see right there, 7 essential vitamins to give you that boost, to give you that energy to last throughout the day. And the flavors, Bailey. The flavors are amazing. You can see the vibes right there. Tropical vibe, Arctic vibe, peach vibe. My favorite, strawberry lemonade. Which one's your favorite?
I'm a peach vibe guy.
Yeah, strawberry lemonade is my favorite. It's hard to get. You know, you can just find it at some gas stations or, as Matt would say, bodegas. But once you find, you know, the flavor that you like or the flavors that you like, definitely go on Amazon. Do the subscribe and save. It will come right to your door every single month. You can do the variety pack, mix and match your flavors, because flavor is the spice of life, as Matthew would also say. Quick shout out to Matt. Matt produces this whole thing from behind the scenes. So
Great job, as always.
He does an amazing job. But Celsius energy drinks, guys, they're a presenting sponsor for all of our podcasts. One of our presenting sponsors for the Pewter Tailgate and the Pewter GameDay. So definitely shout out to them. Thank you for them for everything they do for us and giving us the energy, because it's going to be a late one tonight. I'll be having a Celsius or two for sure.
Going to be needed, especially tomorrow, coming back after a late night, heading to work tomorrow, and got to get up early. Got to get in with that Celsius. But reminder here, we're at Walk-Ons in Midtown Tampa, where we have Celsius on hand, some free samples, great food at Walk-Ons. As JC mentioned earlier, so many TVs, so much great food. We got some great specials, great place to be. Miller Lite pints for $3.99 and 22 ounces for $5.49. Blue Moon pints for $5 and 22 ounces for $7. Just a great spot to be. I mean, you can come down here and hang out. You can come 11 a.m. where they open 11 a.m. You can come here and spend all day here, all day for a football Sunday. Great place to be. Great place to be. It's just great food, everything here, man. I can't say enough about it. It's been great.
Right, they got cornhole out there, some yard games. They got like a little lawn over here at Midtown, and a bunch of stuff going on. Nice family atmosphere as well. So the Midtown, they both have their own unique situations to them. Right across the street from the one in Wesley Chapel, you have the Wesley Chapel outlets. So if you want to do some shopping there, and they also have their own beer stations where you sit in the booth and you have your own draft beer and you can pour your own draft beer at will instead of having to wait for the bartender. So Wesley Chapel's got some cool stuff. Midtown's got some cool stuff. And I've got some cool stuff for you guys right now. As I mentioned at the top of the show, we'll be joined with former Bucs tight end John Gilmore for his analysis all season long. We're going to bring John on right now, introduce him to the PR fans. If you guys have been watching the show, you know who he is. If you're new to the show, get ready to know this guy. He knows his stuff inside and out. I think he's undefeated this season.
I let one go last week.
Let one go last week.
Yep.
But he's been lights out on predictions, analysis. He played 10 years in the NFL with the Buccaneers, starting with the Bears, though. From 2008 to 2010, he replaced Anthony Beck as the team's blocking tight end, opposite of Jeremy Stevens and Kellen Winslow Jr. Gilmore blocked for Jeff Garcia, Byron Leftwich, the offensive coordinator now, Josh Freeman, Ernest Graham, Cadillac Williams. It goes on and on. He was recruited in free agency by John Gruden, and he played here 2 years for Raheem Morris. John, talk to us about the start right now. 3-1, dropped one last week to the Packers in a game I think they could have won. I think they should have won. I think if they had certain pieces on offense, they would have won. Talk to me about what your thoughts are now this week.
Go back and look at that tape, man. You saw a well-executed side of the ball on the Green Bay Packers side. It's Aaron Rodgers. You can't afford to make any mistakes against Aaron Rodgers. We let a couple mistakes go. I think, and this has pretty much been par for the course for the season. The Bucs haven't really gotten in any type of rhythm yet offensively. They only have 3 touchdowns on the season offensively. And that's a problem. So they got to get that kicking on the offensive side of the ball. Defensively, again, I think we played them as well as we could possibly play them.
Right.
Letting it go 14-12. I think the defense did what they had to do. Aaron Rodgers is a tough one to bring down, but the pressure was there. We did a decent job stopping the run. But at the end of the day, man, when you make the mistakes and you're playing somebody like Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers, you're going to get what you deserve.
Right, and you look at it, the defense has been doing their thing. 27 points total in the first 3 games, coming away with turnovers, setting up good field position with the special teams. So, 2 out of 3, and of course we could see some more returns out of Jalen Darden and set up the offensive better field position. But as far as the punting units, the defense themselves, they've been kind of carrying the load so far. As an offensive player, does that transfer over to the locker room at all? I mean, I'm sure there's times in your career where the defense was doing more, especially with the Bears and stuff, and with the Bucs, some of their defense, where the defense was doing more than the offense at that time. Have you been a part of that? And what was the feeling, consensus on the offensive side of the ball and from the defensive side of the ball towards the offense?
Well, in 2006, JC, I went to the Super Bowl with the Chicago Bears. Rex Grossman was at the helm, and I don't know if you remember that year we played the Indianapolis Colts in the Super Bowl in Miami. And they say defense wins championships. The defense definitely got us there. One of the best defenses in Chicago Bear history. That being said, man, it's all about how the tables have turned, right? In years past, the offense has been a big part of this ball club, obviously, since the arrival of Tom Brady. And right now we have, just some chemistry issues. We don't have a lot of guys healthy at the wide receiver position. The preseason nowadays in the NFL is a lot different than it has been in years past. I feel like
training camp is different.
It's all different. Right? So I still feel like we're in that early stage of the season where everybody's getting their feet up underneath them. They're trying to figure some things out, dealing with injuries on top of that. That just wasn't the Tom Brady team that we've seen over the past couple of years. They struggled to push the ball down the field, a lot of intermediate routes, and they just haven't had their big playmakers. So hopefully we can get a couple of those guys back today. Right,
and when the Bucs have the ball offensively, we'll jump into that, because that's been such the slow start, the injuries. They're going up against Chiefs team that, while I think there's pieces, I don't know if it's a complete unit all over the field. I think there's a few pieces in the secondary. Linebackers still got question. I like Nick Bolton as a young guy, but he's still got some work to do. And that defensive line's got some real players on it as well. But up front, it starts with the offensive line. Donovan Smith could be back. If he's back, how do they handle that front seven, that Chris Jones, that Carlos Dunlap, Frank Clark, George Karlaftis? What do they need to do? How do they handle those guys up front?
And I'll slide in another one, number 91, Derek Nottie.
Okay.
This guy's an immovable force, man. He's a big man to reckon with. So they're going to have their hands full on the inside, Hainsey and Gedeke. Looking back at the tape last week, our guys weren't terrible up front. We gave up 4 sacks. Was it 3 or 4 sacks last week? We gave up
3 sacks.
3 sacks last week. So they gave up sacks, but when you went back and looked at the tape, I think Tom Brady would own a couple of those. They started out a little slow. I thought maybe this would have been a long day for Gedeke last week, but he got his feet up underneath him, JC. And all in all, I think he fared out well versus a good defensive front. They got a stout defensive front this week that they're going to have to deal with. They have a couple players at the defensive end position. You mentioned Carlos Dunlap. They have a couple DBs that I like. They put their defensive backs in interesting positions, JC. They come inside. They don't have a problem playing 7 or 8 men in the box because they know these guys can defend the run, and they're physical players. May not be the best in coverage at times, but these guys are very physical players that rally to the football.
Right. I think when you look at what Chris Jones was able to do, he's a disruptor. I mean, whether it's in the pass, whether it's in the run, he's just like Kenny Clark. He's another one of these big guys who can, he's definitely better than Onyemata, but same type of player who can be disruptive in both the running game and the passing game. I think they're really going to need to make sure that they don't let Jones beat you. Don't let him penetrate. Slow down the run game. Slow down the pass game by getting to the quarterback. There's multiple things that they've got to look for. On the outside, as long as Trisha Wirfs on the right, as man in the right tackle position, I don't care. Throw anybody by there. Trisha Wirfs by 30. I think he's just that good of a player. Will he get beat maybe once and recover it probably mid-rep because he's that good. But I think Donovan Smith's going to be the biggest thing. Donovan Smith, I think, gives so much more to this offensive line. He's been castrated by Bucs fans over the past couple of years, but you look at what he was last year. He was the 6th best left tackle out of any tackles who played over 900 snaps. He's that good. He was miffed on a Pro Bowl. He feels like he was miffed on a Pro Bowl, and I think his presence there, just his presence alone, makes Gedeke a better player on the line.
Well, I don't disagree, man. Having one of your starters back is crucial to that chemistry along the offensive line up front. Donovan Smith, that's been a love-hate relationship with me. And I've been very critical of Donovan over the years, and I'm a Penn Stater, right? So it hits close to home. But I will say this about D. Smith. He has improved year in and year out. And we've seen his best football since the arrival of Tom Brady.
Right.
I'm not going to let Tom Brady take credit for Donovan Smith's improvement, but he could make an argument last year that he could have been up for a Pro Bowl. I understand that, and I would agree with that. That argument could be made. But, having him back is going to be crucial. being that we're kind of depleted along that offensive line, to have one guy back would be great. But again, I don't see any Tampa Bay killers at that defensive end position for the Kansas City Chiefs. I like Frank Clark, number 55. He shows up on tape. He's an athletic guy. He can move pretty well. But for the most part, I don't see any of these guys that are getting off the ball that we should be too concerned about.
Right. I don't see anyone that's like, I don't see anybody at the edge position that you're game planning for this week. But, the addition of Donovan Smith, having him back, it allows so much for not just the passing game, but for the running game too. Brandon Walton, younger guys are usually better as run blockers than pass blockers. Brandon Walton was a better pass blocker than a run blocker, which was crazy. But having Donovan Smith back, that can open up certain looks and certain things that they can do to move the ball with Leonard Fournette, with guys like Rachaad White, Keyshawn Vaughn. Over the past couple of weeks, Leonard Fournette's been asked to stay in a lot and block. He's been, because of the injury to Donovan Smith, he's been asked to take those chips, to work in pass protection a little bit more. And you've heard the praise up and down from Todd Bowles to Byron Leftwich, the little things that he's been doing. And you see him on tape and watching the game, the little things he's been doing has been great. He's also been playing a lot. Last week, he played 91% of the game. Yeah. That can't happen, especially with dealing with a hamstring. So have they overused Leonard Fournette these first couple of games? Have they used him properly, do you think, or has it been a necessity with the offensive line injuries?
Well, we talked about it last week. I expected to see a little bit more of the rookie Rachaad White, and we didn't see much of him at all. And I do think with the hamstring injury, going back and looking at that tape, they are asking a lot of Leonard Fournette. And all the praise that he's getting is well-deserved, JC, rightfully so. This guy's a very unselfish player. He gets his hands dirty when it comes to pass protection. He's a downhill runner. Catches the ball well out of the backfield. Right. To your point, 91% of the snap counts. That's a lot of football that he played last week.
It was,
especially on a banged up hamstring. So we got guys, that can come in there and spell him. I'm not sure. I'm sure the Buccaneers took a look back at that tape and said, "Hey, we got to do better." And I'm sure we'll see a little different mix here coming up tonight.
Yeah, I think so too. And even Leonard Fournette said, "Hey, I gotta stay fresh. I'm trying to prolong my career. We got to get these guys more involved. Rachaad White, we got to get Keyshawn Vaughn. We got to get both of these guys more involved." And even Todd Bowles said it the same thing after last week's loss to the Packers in the post-game press conference. We got to get these guys more involved. So I expect to see them both in the game at multiple times. They have both in such a short time for Rachaad White. He's come a long way. His pass protection, I think we saw a lot of it in the preseason that made us feel comfortable with it. We know how he is catching the ball, his patience and vision as a runner. But Keyshawn Vaughn, really, going into his third year, they drafted another running back in the third round, re-signed Leonard Fournette to a 3-year deal, kind of putting a roadblock on what he can be with this team. Nothing more than probably a number 2, at least definitely for this year. We already see he's lost that out, but he's improved tremendously. His pass blocking, his receiving skills, his running. We saw a glimpse of it last year in that Carolina game where he took it 50-something yards for the touchdown. So I expect to see both of these guys in there. And I don't know about you, but I don't expect to see a huge drop-off.
No, that's what we would expect as spectators, right? But they have a certain insight on their guys internally, right? And we haven't seen Keyshawn Vaughn yet. And in fact, I think last week was the first week he got a hat due to some injuries to Giovanni Bernard. So that tells me that the brass and the coaching staff there at Tampa Bay, or I should say at One Buck, or is it the Advent Health?
Advent Health. It's still One Buck technically, but it's
One
the
Buck to us.
Advent Health training facility.
The guys over at One Buck, for me, it's a trust issue, right? They don't trust him enough to get him in there in the mix. And when we saw the amount of reps and the workload that Leonard Fournette took last week, that says a lot.
Right.
So I don't know. I think there's something going on there with Keyshawn Vaughn where they just don't trust him in certain situations. And I fully anticipated seeing him or Rachaad White last week, and we didn't. So hopefully they can get these guys in the mix this week.
Yeah, I definitely think we'll see it. I don't know. Let's not call it a split workload, but maybe something like 66-33.
Give my man a break.
Give him a breather, which is what you're not going to want to hear if you're a fantasy owner of Leonard Fournette. But hey, if you're a Bucs fan, you want to see them preserve those legs. He's been injured the last 2 years. Keep him healthy. Keep him upright. And speaking of keeping him upright, some of those blockers, our tight ends. Some of those guys have been opening holes for him because Donovan Smith's been out, have been the tight ends, and they're getting Cade Otton back this week after, of course, tragically his mother passed away last week. What does that mean for Kyle Rudolph? What does that mean for Brady, for Keith, and what are your general thoughts on Otten moving forward this week? We know sometimes, I mean, everyone remembers the Brett Favre game, obviously that was right after his father left, but, what do you expect from Cade Otten coming back to the lineup this week?
Well, first of all, our condolences go out to Cade Otten and his family, man. Obviously, that's a terrible loss, having to mourn the passing of your mother. Nobody wants to deal with that. But I don't know. It depends on what type of headspace he's in. I think that's an individual type of thing.
All right.
Kyle Rudolph obviously got a helmet last week. It was nice to see him out there running around. He got on the board with a nice little catch. He looks like he can still play the game, JC. So that's good to know. I don't know how impactful he really was in the run game. That's
Right.
I think where he's at in his career, that's not why they brought him in the Tampa Bay. But it'll be interesting to see if they can get Otten back in the mix. O'Keefe, obviously, he's been that go-to guy as far as a point of attack, run blocking tight end. He can block in line. He can get in the backfield and serve as that lead fullback blocker. There's a lot of different things that this guy can do. Eventually, I think you'll see him more involved in the red zone because when he comes in the game, he kind of puts defenses to sleep.
Right.
Like, here we go, it's run again. And he's a nice way to just mix things up.
Right, yeah, I think all these guys are going to have certain roles and, aspects. You look at Brady, he's more of your traditional receiving tight end, He's been working on his blocking for years. I think we say that every year.
Yeah.
He's been working on his blocking. Keith is your ground and pound versatile player. You can utilize him at H-back, fullback, tight end. I've even seen him split out some before, too, which is not a strong suit, I'll say. But
They say the more you can do.
The more you can do, right. And then Cade Otten's more of your versatile. Why? He's your traditional tight end who's going to line up. He's going to give you some blocking ability. He's going to give you some receiving ability. And I think that he could have a sneaky game this week, especially, potentially finding the red zone, the end zone and the red zone at one point when you've got guys like Evans and Jones that are commanding that. You just slide him underneath on a little in route like that. He's just sitting there one-on-one. Maybe finds a soft spot between the linebackers. I could see him making a touchdown grab this week, and I kind of said that. But I definitely expect some touchdown grabs from some of the wide receivers. And Chris Godwin and Julio Jones are two of those wide receivers that will, in fact, be active today.
Yes.
So him, Jones, Godwin, and Donovan Smith all tested out pregame warmups, and they feel good. They're going to start. The inactives will be Kyle Trask, as always. Akeem Hicks was always already ruled out. Rachaad Perriman, who's we were talked about earlier, dealing with that hamstring and knee injury. Kyle Rudolph, who, again, Cade Otten back. He loses his hat. Yep. Zion McCollum, who me and Bailey talked about a little bit. Could he see his first game action? And I think one of the guys that we need to talk about here, and especially with Cole Beasley coming on and being elevated, Scotty Miller's inactive again for the second game this year. Is that it? Are we spelling the doom for Scotty Miller, or are we spelling it maybe in a week, 2 weeks, once Cole Beasley's exhausted his practice squad elevations?
Well, he didn't help his case last week.
No.
There was a few plays there where I was a little upset with Scotty Miller. He didn't come up with a nice little catch,
Right.
in the slot. It was a physical catch, the one that I'm thinking of specifically that he didn't come up with. But he's the type of guy that we've talked about in the past, over the past couple of weeks. He's been here a couple of years, a speedster, a guy that can take the top off of coverages, but hasn't really stepped into his own. Cole Beasley goes in there and he runs that little four-yard speed out
Right.
to get in the game and make a name for himself as soon as he got in there. He's only been on the roster now a couple of weeks. So that was nice to see, man. I like Cole Beasley. I like what I saw out of him in the limited reps that he got last week. Scotty Miller didn't do anything to help his case, JC.
I don't think so either. He's been trying to diversify his game, be known more than just that deep threat option. Routes over the middle, utilizing end arounds out of the backfield. I just don't think it's there. I think Scotty's the best at what Scotty does, and that's run deep. That's take the top off the offense. And I just don't know if there's anything else that he can be really comfortably and trustfully utilized for in this offense. But
we just got done talking about the more you can do.
Right.
The more you can do.
But we got to do it well. And so far, the execution hasn't been there.
Shots fired.
The execution has been there, though, when all these guys are on the field. And I'm talking about Mike Evans, Chris Godwin.
Oh.
The execution between these two guys and Tom Brady have been stellar throughout the last 2 years. Evans not only breaking his touchdown record in back-to-back years, Godwin posting over 1,000 yards, almost 100 catches last year. Those are his go-to guys. And then you add in a guy like Julio Jones, who really impressed me, to the nth degree, in that first game against the Cowboys, one of the fastest players in the NFL that week, having this full complement of weapons again against this defensive backfield and secondary that's pretty different from what we've seen, especially from the Super Bowl with the Chiefs, I think that they have a really good shot of putting up some really good yards against this Chiefs secondary. These wide receivers do.
No, look, man, I can't tell you how ecstatic I am to have him back in the mix. Obviously, not having Mike Evans in the lineup last week was hurtful. And I'm sure it was tearing him up not to be a part of this over the dumb decision that he made. But it's good to have him back in the mix. Obviously, that's one of Tom Brady's go-to guys, one of my favorite players on the team in number 13. If we can have Chris Godwin back in the mix, I can't even tell you how crucial that is to this ball club.
Huge.
And obviously, Julio Jones, it sounds like he still has something left in the tank. We saw a glimpse during the Dallas Cowboys game. But all these guys are dealing with these soft tissue type injuries right now.
Right.
And these are nagging injuries that will last the entire season. You know, hopefully they can find a way to get the mix right as far as rep counts to keep these guys in it for the long haul. And now we got Brashard Perriman down with a soft tissue injury.
Right.
You know, it's going to be, going to that stable of wide receivers, kind of like going to the bullpen throughout the season. Next man up, who can go in there and service us this week.
Right. Yeah, I definitely think, hopefully the injuries are done and out of the way early this season and they don't linger throughout the season. Hopefully everyone gets their bumps and bruises now, because last year it probably cost them a shot at a Super Bowl. Let's be honest here. That Rams game, you always come back to that Rams game. They're having Cam Brady out there playing wide receiver because they were just down so many bodies. And I think if they had some of those wide receivers out there, you're talking about a different game. They're home the next week against the 49ers, which could have been, potentially a winnable game. And now you're going to LA and playing the Bengals in the Super Bowl in a game which I think with that pass rush they could have done. But you have these wide receivers back. They all offer different things that can, Chris Godwin is that consummate guy out of the slot. He can do it all.
He can do it all.
Mike Evans is he's such a rare breed, because everyone wants to talk about him as his deep ball contested catch, but he can do so much for this offense. We've seen him utilized in the slot more as well the last few years in his career. Julio Jones, he was running end arounds. Like there's so much more creativity I think Byron Leftwich can do with these guys on the field with the talent that they possess. I think that they could all have really strong games this week against the Chiefs, contributing and ultimately leading to a Bucs win.
Well, it goes back to that soundbite that you dropped on us earlier today. Todd Bowles saying we got to find a way to get these guys involved. When you have that many weapons and they haven't been consistently in the lineup, JC,
right
now having them back, Byron Leftwich has his hands full trying to figure out how to game plan against the Kansas City Chiefs and utilizing all of his weapons. It's not easy to do in a week's time. So obviously these guys are professionals. There's going to be limited reps just due to the fact that they're dealing with these nagging injuries. And I'll tell you what, man, these soft tissue injuries, I'm still dealing with a hamstring injury from 2004, buddy. And that's no joke. I've pulled my hamstring twice my entire life, and they never go away.
Yeah, hamstring injuries are no good. I've been dealing with an MCL injury. I injured it a couple of years ago. I've been wearing a knee brace the last couple of days because it's been bothering me. And, one way you can potentially go and figure out how to figure out, how to improve your body, improve your health, is by going to Age Rejuvenation, which happens to be our presenting sponsor of the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show, our good friends at Age Rejuvenation. And we'll talk about them and what the impact they've had on John's life here right after this.
As we age, our hormones decrease, both for men and women.
I was tired all the time, had no sex drive.
I was groggy.
I felt like I was 80 years old because everything hurt.
I came to Age Rejuvenation because I was tired all the time.
Bioidentical hormones has really made such an impact in people's lives.
I actually enjoy shopping now.
Got all my energy back.
Mind is sharp.
I feel like I'm 18 again.
It was perfect for me.
Get with Age Rejuvenation. Do it now. Don't wait.
Call Age Rejuvenation today.
Now, Age Rejuvenation, we're happy to have them as one of our presenting sponsors here for the Pewter Report Tailgate Show. John, you are an Age Rejuvenation customer here. You and Scott are clients. Can you just talk about everything that you've gone through with Age Rejuvenation and what it's meant to you throughout your process as coming out of the football, out of the NFL?
I love Age Rejuvenation, also known as AR. But I love AR. I've been going to Age Rejuvenation now for almost a year, JC, and I'm probably overdue, man, just going back and seeing them for a treatment. I just took on a head coaching job up there at Sun Lake High School, buddy, and, I just feel like I'm starting to hit that wall again, right? And if we go back, I'll probably check with my wellness advisor, and they'll draw my blood, and they'll see that my levels are probably starting to come down. But I'll tell you what, man, until I learned more about what goes on internally in your body. I was completely ignorant just based on my experience in the NFL, right? Testosterone, things like testosterone are bad words. Peptides, I didn't even know what a peptide was, JC. And a lot of these things are harmful or harmless, I should say, if they're administered correctly. And I just got back on the right track, man. I'm not living in that head fog anymore. I'm not hitting that 2 p.m. wall like I used to. My juice is up at work. I'm that clarity of focus. Everything's right on point, buddy.
That's perfect. And I signed up for a consultation. I was going to have it last week. The Hurricane Ian, which, again, we haven't even brought this up, and that's my fault. But anyone who's dealing with that right now, our thoughts and prayers are out with you. We hope that, if there's anything that here at Pewter Report we can do to help console you, and we try to do that with, escaping through football, but just something I didn't want to kind of, I didn't want to draw attention to it because this is an escape for a lot of people, especially people who have been dealing with it. But, our thoughts and prayers are with anyone who's dealing with it. And if there's anything that we can do, reach out. Don't hesitate. My DMs are open personally. But, you hit the nail on the head. Feeling better, getting better is important to maintain your life, your lifestyle, especially as you get older. And if you want to get better, you definitely have to check out Age Rejuvenation. We'll have someone here on site every week to sign you up. I did it last week while we were in Wesley Chapel. You want to lose weight, feel great, have better sex. You might have seen Age Rejuvenation as a new sponsor here. SR's Fab 5 column at pewterreport.com. He's a customer. John's a customer. So.
That's true.
True. Feeling great.
Wellness, have great sex. It's all good.
Right.
Casey.
And if you had low testosterone, which is something that Scott has, something that I feel like I have, most men in their 40s, 50s, it's natural. Just go to agerejuvenation.com, sign up for a free consultation. There's 5 different locations in Tampa Bay that better serve you. So definitely check them out. I'm excited for my appointment to kind of see what's going on because I got the head fog. I'm falling asleep here at 2 o'clock on the couch. So
get that consultation, buddy.
Right.
Tell them Gilly sent you. You might get that Gilly discount if you drop that Gilly nugget.
Get that Gilly discount. Speaking of nuggets, we're going to jump onto the defensive side of the ball here now and talk about what to expect when the Bucs are on defense against this against this Kansas City Chiefs offense, which looks a heck of a lot different than it did a few years ago in the Super Bowl. Some of the players have said it. Some of the coaches. Jamel Dean was on with Richard Sherman the other day. He goes, "This is a lot different than what we faced." And Tyreek Hill's one of the main reasons. Right. They lost Tyreek Hill this offseason, but the Bucs run defense, it was okay last week. It wasn't great. But they've still been good overall this season. I mean, they haven't been terrible. When you look at where they're ranked right now, their rush defense is number 5 in the league. So they're still holding it down. They're only letting teams run for about.
How spoiled have we gotten?
79.
Right?
Really? I know.
Now they dropped the number 5.
Right. But going up against the Chiefs rush offense, it's not good either. It's 22nd in the league. Only about 93 yards per rush. So. What do the Bucs need to do to improve that area? They struggled there, especially early off in the games.
Well, look, obviously, Akeem Hicks is down. He didn't play last week, but Nacho, Rakeem Nacho Nunez Roches, Nacho.
Yeah,
man, I like him.
He's good.
I mean, it's not a big fall off when Hicks isn't in there. I can tell you that much, man. He knows how to set the point. So it was good to see him in the mix. It wasn't a huge fall off. This defense hasn't been as stout up front so far this year as they have been in years past. Right. I do agree with you on that. But man, I think they've held teams to like basically 260 yards so far in rushing this year, I think, which is great. They're in the top 5 Russian defense. That's saying a lot. These guys are still getting it done, JC, and they have guys along that line. What is it? Sneed, Senate, number 5,
Senat. Yeah.
Oh man. He made a few plays last week as well.
Yes, he looked really good.
So we have depth at that position up front versus the defensive line. I think today, you got to see Clyde Edwards-Helaire. He's a shifty running back, not necessarily your downhill guy between the tackles. That's not really what he's built to do.
Right.
He can catch the ball well out of the backfield. I don't think we're going to see a juggernaut when it comes to rushing today versus what we have seen over the past couple of weeks. I think Mark Ingram had a good game against the Bucs when we saw them down there in New Orleans.
Still fumbled though.
Still
fumbled the ball though.
We'll check for the Bucs. For the Bucs.
But no, he did run. He did run well.
But he ran well. He's more that downhill between the tackle type of runner. I just don't see these guys having too much production in the run game today. And as far as on the back end, man, to Jamel Dean's point, they're just not the same team at the wide receiver position that they saw in years past.
Yeah, no, I think you hit the nail on the head there. As far as running the ball, it's something that surprisingly the Chiefs did have a little bit success back in 2020 in that Super Bowl. And it looked like they just kind of went away from it. I think that's something this Bucs team does very well. Look at, they're ranked 5th overall, only let up 79. This Chiefs is only rushing the ball 93. I don't see a big running attack from them. I think the Bucs will be able to slow this rushing attack down, make them more one-dimensional, make them throw the ball, which plays right into the Bucs' hand because we just mentioned the wide receivers haven't been as nearly as on par as what they were in the past. And if you want to talk about the outside linebackers, Shaq Barrett said himself, this offensive line isn't too much different than what it was before. He's licking his chops to try to get after Patrick Mahomes. And I think that the Bucs will effectively be able to shut this run defense down for the most part to where they can, focus on just stopping Mahomes because he's a special player.
Oh, special indeed. I think that may be the understatement of the show. They didn't get home. The Colts didn't get home too much last week, but they kept this guy on the move. He was constantly on the move, having to step up in the pocket. Obviously, he's a special player that can make plays on the run. He can do things a little different than, say, a Tom Brady that, he's accustomed to sitting in the pocket and delivering that football. Man, when I look at these wide receivers, man, obviously, and I know there's been a lot of speculation and a lot of debate on whether Tyreek Hill made a big difference on this ball club, and I'm gonna have to say he does, JC.
Yeah.
Because it just doesn't look like the same type of offense. You take Travis Kelce out of the equation, and these guys just aren't as scary. Juju Smith-Schuster, he showed up on tape last week, but nothing. The Indianapolis Colts were not intimidated, right? Marquez Valdez-Scantling, he showed up on tape last week, but you can see the Indianapolis Colts were not intimidated. Travis Kelce, you got to have a plan for that guy.
Have to. I think that's who you're looking at right there is your game planning for Travis Kelce. He's the only guy in that offense. Oh, Patrick Mahomes as well, but the only weapon on that offense, I should say, that you're like, we need to make sure we have him locked down at all times. And the Bucs did a heck of a job doing that in the Super Bowl early on. Now he still got his because there was no one else reliable enough to catch the ball. The clamp was put on Tyreek Hill that whole game, and they can clamp a Tyreek Hill. The last time they played each other, I think they can clamp an MVS or a Juju Smith-Schuster or Mecole Hardman. Those guys they're not intimidating. So I think when you look at it, the Bucs take away the run effectively, which I think they can.
Yep.
It's going to be a very difficult night for Mahomes to get his to get the ball out of his hands to his playmakers in the passing game with the way this Bucs defense has been covering and the way that this Bucs pass rush has been able to get after quarterbacks. 11 sacks, 3rd in the league. And, they're just improving. Logan Hall got his first sack last week of his career. And you look at, what they've been able to do from different levels, right? We talked about that last week, different levels, the edge, interior, the middle linebacker, the safety spot. I'm just waiting for them to send a cornerback in there and get a sack too. And with the way that Mahomes runs around, I wouldn't be shocked to see what happened tonight.
Well, you mentioned the way Mahomes runs around. That's something obviously the Bucs have to account for, man. I think we can do a good job getting pressure on Mahomes with 4 or 5 man rushes, play a little zone on the back end, keep Mahomes in front of you, right? So you're not locked up in man and turning your back to somebody like that. But I think we can do a good enough job. The offensive line for the Kansas City Chiefs just didn't look like they were on the same. They looked like they had their struggles last week. I'm sure you went back and looked at the all-22s. They looked like they had their hands full last week with the Indianapolis Colts. So when I looked at that film, I said, boy, they're in for a rude awakening this week. So I think our guys will do a good job applying that pressure to Patrick Mahomes. But to your point, man, he's one of the best in the game. That pressure, John Gruden used to have a quote, you feel no pressure, apply it. Right. And Patrick Mahomes is a great sentiment to that. He's not going to feel the pressure. He's going to apply it.
Right. And I think, you look at what the struggles, you talked about the struggles of that offensive line. Orlando Brown has been struggling a little bit. Joe Thuney, the guard that they signed in the free agency last season after that Super Bowl, hasn't looked like the Joe Thuney from New England. I think there's some definite question marks on that offensive line right now. You look at the right tackle position too. I don't think they're necessarily scared by Andrew Wiley. I think that, and I know because Shaq Barrett said it in his press conference. He thinks they're going to be able to get after these guys and get to Mahomes. So the pass rush is going to be huge. I'm very excited to see
when the pass rushers start calling that out, JC.
Right.
That's a big deal, man.
Right.
They're looking at the tape a lot more than we are, and they're licking their chops, man. That's a good thing.
Right, exactly. I mean, when you have someone of Shaq Barrett's caliber saying what he said, and I'll try to pull it up right now, see if I can find it for you, because man, he held nothing back. He was legitimate about it, saying,
I'm gonna eat tonight.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's like, I remember what we did. Damn near chased Patrick Mahomes for 500 yards in that Super Bowl. Was able to just get after him all over the place. So I think JTS has been one of those guys too that we've seen that has been improving.
Yes, he's been consistent
and has been consistent. And I think when you pair those two together against an offensive line that has had some shortcomings and some downfalls, and haven't been playing their best game, if they don't play their best game, they're going to get after him, and they're going to get after him quick, fast, and aggressive, and they're going to be after him all night.
And this could be a big one for JTS. He hasn't really shown up in that sack column like we would have liked. Granted, it's only game number 4, but he's done a great job setting that edge, forcing everything back inside. He's been a force off the edge. The pressures are there. He just hasn't gotten home yet, JC, but this could be a big night for him.
Right, yeah, I definitely think so too. I mean, if you look, I can't find the quote, but it was good. Go back and listen to Wednesday's press conference. It was good. But yeah, I think they certainly have the ability to continue his play and really, I think, take advantage of the matchup that he's got this week, and get after Mahomes. I mean, Mahomes is a guy who likes to break containment a lot. He's not going to stay in the pocket when he feels pressure, and he's going to move around. And with his size, his speed, athleticism, I think JTS can kind of track him down potentially. Something that we didn't see out of a JPP or out of a Shaq Barrett in that Super Bowl game, because they just didn't have the speed. JTS has the speed, and he can get after him and really kind of bring him down. So, and of course, if they're playing amazing in the pass rush game, we know what that does for the coverage.
These guys already have the blueprint for how to beat the Kansas City Chiefs.
Right, exactly.
Right? We've been there, done that. And yes, some of their skill players have changed, but that's not going to work out in Kansas City's favor. So, up front, I think these guys will have a good game plan on how to get after Patrick Mahomes, just based on what we've seen in years past. I think the Kansas City Chiefs have to prepare to get that ball out of their hand quick. Travis Kelce, a lot of intermediate routes, shallow crosses, little curls and hitches, things of that nature. I don't see them pushing the ball down the field like they did last week versus the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah, I just don't see how they have the time, how Mahomes has the time. And with the coverage being so good as it's been the last couple of weeks, I mean, if you look at a guy like Jamel Dean, who's been playing absolutely lights out, one of the best cornerbacks in the game right now. If you look up, his coverage stats, and then you got Carlton Davis as a shutdown cornerback. Then you're saying, okay, take down Juju Smith-Schuster and Maldez Valdez. I can't even say the guy's name.
Marquez
Valdez-Scantling, or even Mecole Hardman. I think that is just, they have the ability to do that. Then Lavonte David is covering Travis Kelce. It's one of these things where,
well, you're going to have somebody over top of that.
Right,
you're
of course.
Have somebody bracketing that over top.
Right, of course.
So you're not going to leave him out there hanging.
No, you'll have Logan Ryan or Mike Edwards. Probably Logan Ryan doing that. Let Mike Edwards kind of play.
Mike Edwards, man. The way that they're playing Mike Edwards and the situational football that he finds himself in, he'll be down there in a 7-man box playing right there along the linebackers, playing the run.
That's so good.
I love that guy.
He's been so good. He's been playing out of his mind. Last week he led the team in tackles, 13 tackles from a safety. Hasn't been done since, I think, 2017. Like, he's been playing out of his mind all over the place. And Bowles loves that, having those 3 safeties back there, all being so versatile. Yeah. They've all played, they can all play different spots. Corner, safety, strong safety, free safety, outside corner if you need them. And they're all coming down with picks.
Right.
5 interceptions on the season. Obviously, Jamel Dean had 2 of them. The other one came from Winfield, Edwards, and Logan Ryan.
Mike Edwards is a safety /linebacker/corner. He does it all.
He does it all. And remember, in the Super Bowl, 2 picks. I mean, who can forget that iconic deuces up sign by
Magic Mike.
Antoine Winfield Jr. And then the one to close it out by Devin White. So I really think if the pass rush and the pass coverage, they just work so symbiotically in this defense. And what Bowles has put together with the personnel, we talked about it the last couple of weeks, with the personnel that he's always kind of wanted and envisioned this defense having, those athletic, speedy guys up front, the guys who can cover versus the versatility in the back end have just led to amazing results. And I think they continue here. And if you want amazing results, you guys can check out Immunity Financial, because they provide great insurance for your money.
At Amuni Financial, we help you live in the now.
Congratulations. We're so happy for you.
Thank you.
And even though the now may feel very different, you still need to plan for the future.
How's retirement treating you?
Oh, just fantastic.
I know I say it all the time, but you really got to come up to Colorado.
Let's do it.
All right.
Yeah.
We can help you develop that plan to keep you on track, so you can still prepare for tomorrow, today. Amuni Financial. Plan ahead, stay ahead.
Managing your family's wealth means more to Immunity Financial than simply allocating your assets. It means legacy planning, brokerage and advisory services, retirement accounts, college savings accounts, and insurance services. With 40 years of experience, let Immunity Financial help you plan ahead and stay ahead. Call Immunity Financial at 800-868-6864. That's 800-868-6864, or visit Immunity.com today. John, how's it going, man?
If I was any better, I'd be you, Bailey. Let's go, baby.
All right.
Prime time spot, baby. How else
Midtown.
am I supposed to feel?
Walk-ons at Midtown. They've got us with the food. I mean, how can we not be doing well? They've got us with the mozzarella sticks. They've got us with the boneless wings.
You called me smacking, man. I was in the middle of one of those boneless chicken tenders.
I think I did that to you last week, too. I got to work on that.
It's all right, man. These appetizers, every time we come here, it's the highlight of the show.
You ready to get into some matchups?
Let's do it.
Matchups courtesy of SR's Fab 5, which you can find on pewterreport.com every Friday. We will start on the offensive side of the ball for the Bucs. He's got wide receiver Russell Gage and Chris Godwin. It's kind of a two-parter matchup against nickel corner L'Jarius Sneed. I think this was the one that he wrote more about Russell Gage, because he gives the edge to Sneed. I think if it's Chris Godwin in that slot, I like Chris Godwin in that matchup.
I'm gonna go with you on that. I like Chris Godwin on that matchup. Sneed, a little long, getting up there a little bit in age. I like the rookie they have over there, Jalen Watson. You know, that's a guy that I'm sure Tom Brady's going to stay away from. He's a young player, but I like what I saw on tape. But Sneed, I'm going to go ahead and give the edge to Chris Godwin on that one.
Yeah, Watson has their only interception this year. The only interception the Chiefs have is
looking
Watson.
Player.
Looks good so far. Yeah, I mean, I think Chris Godwin is a little bit more of that bigger slot. I think Sneed has a little bit of a size advantage on Russell Gage, so he could use that to his advantage. Chris Godwin's just a little bit bigger of a guy, and I think him coming back from an injury, I don't know whether he'll be on a pitch count or not, but just him being back is so huge for this offense. I like him in this matchup. All due respect to Sneed, I think it's probably going to be a good matchup, but I like Chris Godwin to get his today. We can move on to the second one, and that's left guard Luke Gedeke against Chris Jones, Chris Jones, that's a tough one.
I mean, that's a no-brainer for me, man. I'm going to have to give the edge to Chris Jones on that. You know, multiple Pro Bowls. He's been around the block. This guy, he's still an impactful player. You put on the tape, and he stands out. Gedeke, I think, is a guy, obviously, he's still trying to figure out the game. He's a young player trying to get his feet underneath him. So I'm definitely going to have to give the edge to Chris Jones.
Yeah, and I think Jones is a guy who you're not gonna take many guys over Chris Jones, I think. So it's really nothing against Luke Gedeke. He's a guy who's kind of figuring it out a little bit. I think struggled a little bit last week against the Packers.
He struggled early.
Yeah, against
Kenny
Clark. Kenny Clark's another one who he's going to get his matchup and win it. But yeah, I think we're seeing a little bit of a growth, trial by fire with Luke Gedeke, and it's kind of by necessity. But it'll be another tough test for him on Sunday night again with Chris Jones. Talking about a guy who, so you won't take a lot of guys over Chris Jones. I don't think you take a lot of guys over Tristan Wirfs. Tristan Wirfs matching up with Carlos Dunlap, a good veteran edge rusher. It's going to be a good matchup, but Tristan Wirfs, I don't think you take many guys over him.
I'm taking Tristan Wirfs all day. I think Carlos has 13 years in the league or something like that. He's been in a while, Bailey. So Tristan Wirfs, he's as good as they come at right tackle. We have one of the best in the game here in Tampa Bay. So you're not going to catch many matchups where I'm going to go against.
The way I'm looking at it is, I think Dunlap's experienced, but Wirfs is elite. Yeah, Wirfs is an elite right tackle, and there's not a lot of guys that are going to beat him, very handily. I don't think, maybe once in his career has he been beaten. And that was the one that everyone seems to talk about, that one with Khalil Mack his rookie season. But ever since then, nothing.
Let's just say Dunlop, he's serviceable, but he's not going to be impactful.
Yeah, okay. That's a good one. We'll get on to the fourth one, which is Leonard Fournette, who, man, that guy's been used a lot this year.
Yeah.
Up against middle linebacker, inside linebacker Nick Bolton. SR gives this one a push. What are you seeing out of Fournette and Nick Bolton?
Well, Nick Bolton's a guy that he's been showing up, man. He had two sacks last week. He popped out on film last week. I think he wears number 32, I believe. Their linebackers are kind of funky, but he's a good player. I like what Leonard obviously has been doing for us so far this year. He does it all: pass pro, gets out of the backfield, catches the ball well. I'm gonna go ahead and give this one a push, only because I like what I've seen out of Nick Bolton. But Leonard Fournette, man, I can't take anything away from him. He's been that utility knife for us, and I wouldn't count him out.
Bolton's an interesting one because, like you said, he's that guy that he'll blitz on the interior, and he has a couple sacks this year. And I think this year or this week you heard Todd Bowles talk about, we want to use Keyshawn Vaughn more, we want to use Rachaad White more, but it's a little bit tougher to do that when you've got going up against a guy who is a threat to blitz like Bolton, where you've got to have somebody that you can rely on in pass protection, and that guy's Leonard Fournette. So it's kind of going to be interesting to see if they pick their spots with Vaughn and with Rachaad White. But I think Leonard Fournette might be in for another week where he's leading the team in snaps and getting that most of that share of snaps in the backfield.
Hey, when you trust somebody, Bailey, it's tough to pull them.
Yeah, they talked about that all offseason with him. Was he developed himself into a 3-down back to where it's hard to pull him off the field. Yeah. So it's one of those things where you haven't invested a ton in anybody behind him, and you got a 3rd-round pick in Rachaad White and a guy you drafted a few years ago in Vaughn, and then you re-signed Gio Bernard. But you're coming into the season with the contract that you gave Leonard Fournette. He's going to be your featured 3-down guy. So we'll see what comes out with that matchup. I think the SR giving that a push. You got to give Bolton his respect, and I think a push in that matchup probably makes a lot of sense. One that I think has a clear winner, and this is our fifth and final one on the offensive side of the ball. It's wide receiver Mike Evans making his return from suspension up against Rashad Fenton on the outside for the Chiefs. I don't think I need to ask you who you're going with.
You already know, man.
Okay.
You already know. I'm going with number 13. I'm glad he's back in the mix. I think he's going to have a big game tonight. I don't care who they line up on him. I think he's a guy that's going to stand out on tape. Obviously he's probably chomping at the bit after sitting out last week. There's that sense of urgency there. I suspect that he has a big part of this game plan here today.
Sitting out last week in a game that was decided by 2 points too.
Yeah,
just down there, it's a tough one to lose. And sitting on the sideline or sitting up where he was watching that game, it had to be very, very tough for him. So I think he comes back. I think he finds the end zone maybe twice. I think he's a matchup nightmare for the Chiefs. You look at this matchup in particular, the size differentials. And Mike Evans 6'5", 225. Fenton's 5'11", 193. So not only is he 5 or 6 inches taller, but he's just got that much more mass on him. And I like the Bucs to take advantage of that matchup. And if you want to take advantage of your football knowledge, your picks, you got to head over to MyBookie. MyBookie, football, and you pick winners all the time. So why not get paid for them at MyBookie? Bet single game spreads, money lines, or parlay multiple together to increase your payouts. Low contest entry fees and over $500,000 to be won. Make it so that you don't have to be a pro gambler to have fun. Getting started is super easy. Just visit mybookie.ag and use promo code Pewter, 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 on your first deposit to secure a double deposit bonus. That's Pewter, Pewter, to get your first deposit matched dollar for dollar all the way up to $1,000. MyBookie is a proven sports book that makes it simple to bet and win. So make this your winning season exclusively at MyBookie. And now we'll move on to the defensive matchups here from SR's Fab 5. Again, you can find that on pewterreport.com every Friday. There's a lot of ones here where you like the Bucs in this matchup. It's a Chiefs offense that looks very, very different, as you and JC discussed, from that Super Bowl team a couple years ago. We'll start here with one that SR gives a push, he actually gives this one to Devin White. It's Devin White against running back Clyde Edwards-Helaire, 2 LSU guys.
I'm not going to go against Devin White too often this year, Bailey. Yeah. So I'm going to have to give that one to Devin White. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, he's a good running back. He's a shifty running back. I wouldn't say he's a premier running back. That we're not the best running back we're going to see all year. Devin White, man, he's playing lights out. We have two of the best inside linebackers in the game right now. It's hard to bet against him, man. The way he moves sideline to sideline, It's tough for anybody to keep up, man. I got to go Devin White.
It is. Devin White has been a guy, I think, in the last couple of years where his coverage has been a little bit, talked down on him. That's been the one knock on him, has been his coverage ability. And I think through 3 weeks, a little bit tougher last week, but I think he's been much better in coverage this year. And it's a tough matchup with Edwards-Helaire as far as what he does in the passing game. He's kind of an elusive running back, but with Devin White's speed, I mean, it's hard for him to not like him in this matchup because I don't even know that he might not even just match his speed. He might be faster than Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
You hit the nail on the head, man. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, he may get his, but he's not going to get a lot, right?
Yeah.
So he may get a couple catches, but I think he's going to get stopped in his tracks, man. Devin White's just that type of guy.
I think little by little we're getting a little bit of hints at your score prediction about who you're picking with your pewter predictions.
It's funny. I'm processing as we're talking where I'm going with that.
All right. Let's jump on to the next matchup. Outside linebacker Shaq Barrett, who you guys just talked about. He's ready for this matchup. He talked – I mean, when you put words out there like that where you're saying, I don't really see much of a difference from this, revamped Chiefs offensive line versus the one that was depleted in the Super Bowl, he was saying, we're ready to take, we have the advantage in these matchups. He's going up, you'll see him kind of on both sides, but he's matched up with left tackle Orlando Brown. Orlando Brown's a good tackle, but SR gives the edge to Barrett here. And I think with the way the two guys are playing, I would agree.
Shaq sold me. You know what I mean? With his sound bites this week and his confidence versus what he's seeing on film. I saw a discombobulated offensive line in the Kansas City Chiefs last week. I only went back and broke down one game. He obviously, his sample size was a little bit larger than mine. So for him to come out as confident as he is, I'm going to have to go Shaq Barrett.
I mean, Orlando Brown, he's a solid guy. He's a Pro Bowl caliber player, but he's struggling this year. I mean, pass pro, he's given up 9 pressures, 6 hurries, and 3 quarterback hits in just 3 games.
There's some issues along that offense.
Yeah, something's going on there. And I think, when you leave it up to a guy like Shaq Barrett and, this pass rush as a whole to expose those things going on the offensive line, I think you've got to like what they can bring, and I talked to some of the guys in the locker room last week after the game about the matchup that Mahomes is and how elusive he is, how much he can do with his legs. And they were saying, we just got to get to him. We got to get to him and make him uncomfortable. And that's what they're going to hope to do, against this offensive line. And we'll stay on the offensive line and the defensive line. SR's got defensive tackle Vita Vea matched up with left guard Joe Tooney. And also he's going to see Creed Humphrey a lot. Because, I mean, as Scott kind of mentioned in his Fab Five, we're seeing Vita play a little more 3-tech rather than just nose guard. So he's going to see some of both of those guys. He gives this matchup a push. What are you seeing out of Vea this year? Are you still – I mean, Vea's been – I don't think he's been the guy he was last year so far this year. But it's hard to kind of measure that up.
Bailey, that's a fair statement,
Okay.
buddy. I put on the tape from last week, and I looked at it. I said, man, there were certain plays on there that stood out to me where he was getting caught up on the double team, getting driven off the ball, just wasn't holding the point. Just wasn't the same Vita Vea that we know to be. But then you come back and you see that fumble on the goal line that he forced. Aaron, who is it?
Aaron Jones.
Yeah. Aaron Jones had that completion that he caused a fumble. So, he's going to make his plays, man. He's a force in the middle. But based on everything that I've seen on tape, man, I can't count any of our guys out up front. I'm going with Vita Vea.
And that's the thing is with Vita Vea, it's a relative thing, right? I mean, him not being up to his standard of where he has been, he's still pretty good when he's not up to that standard. So, we'll see a little bit more out of Vea tonight, I think. I mean, this one, it's a tough matchup on the interior, but I would like to give the edge to Vita Vea. And another tough one. This is probably I would say this is probably the key matchup of the game is linebacker Lavonte David and tight end Travis Kelce. Because as you and JC mentioned, this offense runs through Travis Kelce. With Tyreek Hill gone, it's Travis Kelce, it's a little bit of Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and then it's kind of just the scraps. So if you can stop Travis Kelce, you're gonna like your chances.
You got to stop 87 to win this football game, period, end of sentence. And you can't leave Lavonte David out there on the island. If they leave Lavonte David out there on the island versus Travis Kelce, I have to go with Kelce. That's a no-brainer. I just don't see him doing it. If you look back at that tape last week versus the Indianapolis Colts, they played a safety over the top. They played a linebacker inside out. I can't help but to think that the Bucs are going to take a similar approach. But if you're going to leave him one-on-one with Lavonte David, I got to go with Kelce.
Okay, because Scott gives this one a push, and I think, it's tough to pick against Kelce. Lavonte's been, one of the best coverage linebackers, I think, for his entire career, and even still at 32. He's a good coverage linebacker, but when you're facing a guy like Travis Kelce, it's always going to be difficult. Of course, I mean, in that Super Bowl, Travis Kelce, you look at the numbers, and it looks like he had a monster game.
know.
I thought they actually did a pretty good job with him in the Super Bowl, and Lavonte David specifically did a pretty good job with him. And so, I mean, I like David in this matchup. I would probably lean a little toward Kasey, but
One-on-one,
yeah,
you got to go Kasey.
You got to give him some help.
I mean, I'm sure Lavonte is one of Scott's guys in the locker room. You know what I'm saying? But one-on-one, we got to go with Kasey.
Yeah, and we got to jump over to our final matchup. And this is an interesting one. It's Carlton Davis on the outside against Juju Smith-Schuster. This isn't going to be one, I think, that's one-on-one all game. I think you're going to see maybe Carlton moved around. Maybe you're going to see Juju moved around. But when this matchup happens, Scott likes Carlton Davis. I like Carlton Davis. I think everyone likes Carlton Davis.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I don't think you're going to see Carlton Davis stuck on a Juju Smith-Schuster all night. And when they do see that matchup, I like Carlton Davis. He's one of the best in the game. You know, him and Jamel Dean had their moments last week. The week prior, Carlton had a few moments. But, I mean, for the most part, man, when you talk about a coverage man-to-man press corner, he's a dog. You're not going to find too many better in the game. So I'm going to go with Carlton Davis on that matchup.
It's funny to look at Carlton Davis' season. I think he's having a great season, but he's getting a little outshined by some of the other guys just with the interception numbers. I mean, you're seeing Antoine Winfield Jr. in the slot with an interception. You're seeing Mike Edwards with an interception. Jamel Dean with that 2-interception game. And, you know, very quietly, I think there's Carlton Davis in the background like, all right, I mean, I'm playing well. It's time for me to get my pick. It's time for me to get my interception. Kind of wonder if that's coming tonight.
We'll see. I mean, I don't know what the numbers look like, but if they're thrown away from you, that's not a bad problem. Right? You can get paid for that.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of guys, I mean, if you don't hear their name, it's a little bit like the offensive line. If you don't hear their name a ton, you might not be getting targeted a lot, and they're doing their job.
Bad thing.
You got
kind of like these mozzarella logs. You know what I'm saying?
You got to love them. Get you a mozzarella break. I'll jump into my pewter prediction for this Sunday night football game. I've got the Bucs winning this one 27-20, and I've been thinking about this one a little bit more today, and I think it's one that I was thinking of more earlier this week. It was, you know, they're still a little banged up. Kind of curious to see who they're going to get back. Now with the information I've gotten where Chris Godwin's back, Julio Jones is back, Donovan Smith's back, I'm like, man, maybe it's not going to be. And you got to give respect to the Chiefs, but maybe it's – I would not be surprised to see a little bit more than a 7-point margin, and I may regret saying that. But a 27-20 win is what I'm going to stick with this one. But it's going to be an interesting game because you look at the two teams and it's a Super Bowl rematch from 2 years ago, but they're two very different teams. I wrote about that a little bit this weekend on Pewter Report. It's just they're two different teams, you know, a little bit different stylistically and than what they were, but it's still, I mean, two heavyweights coming in. Going to be a good game. It's a Sunday night football game. I like it a lot.
I like your prediction.
And with that, we'll jump over to our presenting sponsor, Age Rejuvenation, one of our fantastic sponsors here that we very, very much appreciate.
At Age Rejuvenation, we have a lot of interest about erectile dysfunction in men.
It's not like my sex life was dormant, but you can always improve.
I was having an adverse effect on my marriage and was very happy with the results.
We have various treatment programs available to enhance their physical abilities that can improve blood flow and sensitivity.
The pulse wave has made it so much better.
It's been a significant improvement. The good news was that I heard it from my wife.
Stop waiting. Start doing Age Rejuvenation.
Yeah, we just want to thank Age Rejuvenation for being such a great sponsor here for the Pewter Report Tailgate Show, for the Pewter Report Game Day Show, and just an overall great sponsor that we have, for the show, as mentioned. John, you're a customer. I'm about to be a customer for it as well. So they do a lot of great stuff. And I'm excited to talk to them and see what's going on there. But, it's our time. It's our time to shine. It's our time for our predictions here. I will let you go first since you have the better record this season. And what's your prediction?
Age before beauty is what they say, right?
Yeah, until I get rejuvenated. Yeah,
that's it. Age Rejuvenation. Nice little plug there. I like it. Look, this is going to be an interesting one. We're getting our guys back, at the wide receiver position, which I think obviously has hampered us over the past couple of weeks in our production. We got to make these guys more one-dimensional. I think we'll take the runaway. We'll force Patrick Mahomes to beat us in the air. I really like what I'm seeing out of our guys up front. I think this bodes well for them to apply the pressure versus this offensive line we've been talking about all show. Right. I think Patrick Mahomes is going to feel that pressure. I think he's going to get his, but I'm going to have to go with 23-17 Bucs.
Okay, that's right around the neighborhood that I'm going to. I think for all the reasons we listed throughout the show, the reasons you listed there, I think that the Bucs defense right now is a better matchup against the Chiefs offense.
Agreed.
And I think if the pieces are there for the Bucs and they're healthy and they can contribute and be what we're accustomed to in the Donovan Smith, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, and I mean Julio Jones is just like the little icing. It's like the little mint on your pillow at the hotel.
Right on.
Like that's just a little extra. If he can be, some factor of what we saw in that first game.
The mint on the pillow.
The mint on the
I
pillow,
like that.
I think they can put them to sleep fairly early.
Well played.
Yeah, I think they can. And I don't think I forget what my prediction was in Pewter Report predictions, but I'm completely going off of that because with this news, and this was news that we didn't have privy to us when we did it, I think the Bucs can go in there and they can score 3, maybe 4 touchdowns.
Okay.
And I think this defense has the capability, we've seen it, 27 points over 3 games to shut down even a high-flying offense like the Chiefs. So that being said, I'm going to go with a score prediction of 27-16. I got to the 16, young kicker, elevated off the practice squad. I think he misses an extra point. And at 27-16, Bucs get 3 touchdowns. They get 2 field goals, and they get a nice bounce-back win after an emotional week dealing with everything with Hurricane Ian, with their family, after a bonding week. Leonard Fournette said it best, I've never seen these guys with their families. I've never seen how they interact. I got to see that. I think it brought us all closer as a team. I think this week brought not only the Bucs closer as a team, brought Tampa closer as a community, and brought Florida closer as a state.
Wow.
And there's a lot to play for. There's a lot to represent. You're on Sunday Night Football, nationally broadcast. So that's my score prediction. 27-16, Bucs win. They do it early. They get out to an early lead. They start early on offense. They start early on defense. Flip the script. And that's what I've got going on. But, guys, I want to thank you all for joining us here at Walk-Ons in Midtown. We had quite a few people come by, a couple of fans of the show, a couple of new fans Bailey was just talking to, getting them all geared up with the Pewter Report TV, the podcast, the website, everything. We had one of our longstanding fans, Jeremy, come by, who's headed to the game now. So we'll be back at Walk-Ons right here at Midtown next week as well at 11 o'clock, right? It's a 1 o'clock game. So, yeah, against the Falcons. So we'll be here at 11 o'clock. Midtown location. Guys, like I said, it's awesome. There's a lot going on down here. The bar opens up pretty early. There's a coffee spot right here, so you can get a coffee, come down, hang out with the crew. But that being said, we're going to continue the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show presented by Age Rejuvenation with Pewter Report's Matt Matera and Josh Queipo as they bring you all the way up to Pewter GameDay. That being said, for Bailey, for John, for myself, we're out. See you on the other side.
Let's go Bucs.
Welcome, Pewter Report readers, viewers, and listeners to a continuation of the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show. It was live at Walk-Ons, and of course, it is presented by Age Rejuvenation. I'm your host, Matt Matera. Joined with me is my fellow colleague from PewterReport.com. We've been watching football all day. We'll get into a little bit of everything. Josh Queipo, how you doing, sir? How pumped are you for this Sunday night matchup?
Well, I'll put it the way I always put it with you, Matt. Matt. Guess what day it is?
It's game day, baby. Huge matchup coming up, obviously, between the Bucs and Chiefs. I see a lot of Bucs fans angry right now as the 4 o'clock games finish up. Obviously, the Packers and Patriots went into overtime.
Yep.
And it's looking like the Packers are going to win unless they, miss the field goal, and then it'll be a tie. But people are getting very angry, being like, how could the Bucs not beat this Packers team? The Patriots are playing with a third string quarterback, and they're in it. That's why it's any given Sunday, man. You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of it is when you look at the Patriots. I mean, they got 7 points off of a defensive score, and you don't game plan for the rookie third string quarterback who plays a lot differently than Brian Hoyer, who last time I checked is 138 years old. So the two of them, their game styles are a lot different. So the play calling is going to be a lot different. And the Pack wasn't necessarily ready for that. So you see that a lot. I think the Bucs have fallen prey to that a lot over the years. Just a new quarterback that's coming into the league, and they're just not really prepared for him.
Yeah, it definitely happens from time to time. I mean, I know we've talked about in the past how, when they lost to Washington last year, and even when they beat Washington on the Super Bowl run, what was it? Tyler Huntley? What was his last name?
Taylor Heineke.
Taylor Heineke. Yeah. I don't know why Huntley came into mind. But Taylor
Heineke
Heineke
within like a 40-mile radius, so that makes sense.
Yeah, and Heineke played well. The Bucs obviously beat them in the playoffs, but then Washington beat them last season, so it happens. We saw the infamous Trevor Siemian game last year with the with the Bucs and Saints, where Siemian led the way for New Orleans after Jameis got hurt. So yeah, it happens. It happens from time to time with every team. So I wouldn't freak out, Bucs fans, and you're kind of hoping that the Patriots somehow come back into this game. I mean, they're not going to win. At best, they can get a tie right now. But if you're looking long-term standings, everything like that, the Packers losing would obviously help the Bucs with getting the number 1 seed. Obviously, the Packers hold the tiebreaker against them, but I guess we'll see what happens with this kick. I mean, they're winding down the clock to about 3 seconds, and Aaron Rodgers called a timeout, so should be interesting.
Yeah, I think the entire NFL slate was kind of interesting.
Yeah, it was. I do want to get into some of the other games that went on today, but obviously this is all about the Bucs and the Chiefs. So for you, Josh, getting ready to watch this game, maybe just name a couple of things that you're really looking forward to seeing or pointing out that this could be a huge factor in tonight's game.
Yeah, I think the obvious ones are the players that have returned from injury, right? You got Donovan Smith now, hopefully locking down the Tom Brady's blind side. He's active tonight, so you'll see him instead of Brandon Walton. And then, of course, the return of 3 integral pieces to the Bucs passing game. Mike Evans from suspension, and then Julio Jones and Chris Godwin from lower body injuries, right? And what are we going to see out of Godwin? What are we going to see out of Jones? I mean, Godwin, everybody was pleasantly surprised that he was active and playing week 1 against Dallas. Maybe he came back a little early from that injury, put a little bit too much on the hamstring, and he was knocked out by, I think it was, the drive right before halftime, right?
Yep.
And then Jones was able to make it through the game, but then he's been gone for a couple weeks. And obviously neither one of those injuries is fully healed. So it's great that they're back. I know Bucs fans are rejoicing that Scotty Miller is inactive today, but what are we getting? Are we getting 80% of them? Are we getting 60% of them? I think that's going to be a huge storyline on offense. And then on defense, I'm extremely fascinated with the Tampa Bay Bucs defense, which has been running a lot more 2 high safeties against the Kansas City Chiefs offense, which, the Bucs kind of set the blueprint with 2 high safeties for kind of, you never really, I don't want to say you can neutralize Pat Mahomes, but certainly contain him a little bit. And then last year, the NFL ran that a bunch. And then from what I was, the research I dug into this week, through the first 3 weeks, the NFL went back to single high safeties against him about 75% of the time. I don't expect the Bucs to do the same thing. And I think it'll be interesting to see if they're able to limit Kansas City's offense, because while the points have been down for KC, their EPA per play is still one of the best in the league.
Yeah, points have been down across the NFL. It's almost like we've gone old school again, where defenses actually play a part in winning games and stuff like that. And
unless you're in a game that involves the Detroit Lions.
Yeah. Oh, they had
count me over every time the Lions.
Yeah, I did have the over in that game. Was I think that was for the Lions and the Seahawks game. It was 48-45.
Yep.
They've never had that that type of score before. So
was that really a scoregami?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah. I feel like that'd be right up your alley with your interest in numbers and analytics and all that stuff. But yeah, it was very exciting. And for me, and you already mentioned it, just like the players returning from injury, I think is going to be absolutely huge for the Bucs. Like, we haven't seen them fully healthy since week 1, as you talked about. And again, this is different team, different defense and all that stuff. But the Bucs had no issues moving the ball from the 20 to the 20. It was once they got inside the red zone that, it really became a huge issue. So I think I don't want to call it old school, but I think we're going to see, a 2021 version of the Bucs offense from last year that we haven't seen just yet this season. Now, hopefully they can stay away from, playing really crappy on national television, which unfortunately the Bucs have done that for quite a while now, besides
They're
again,
busting
the
narratives this year.
Yeah. And they busted that narrative by winning the Super Bowl 2 seasons ago. So yeah, for me, I just think it's so important. You're going to have Mike back. You're going to have Chris Godwin, Julio Jones. Just for me, it's just getting Chris Godwin back, I think, is more important than anything else. I like Julio Jones. He obviously played very well in that first game. As long as you have Mike and Chris, you're good to go. And obviously Donovan Smith returning is going to pay huge dividends for so many reasons. I mean, whether it's getting the game on track, which has struggled the last 2 games, pass blocking. Walton got beat last week, on a play. And obviously the Packers have 2 very talented edge rushers. And that's not to say that the Chiefs can't get to Tom Brady, but if you're saying, would I rather deal with the Chiefs front 7 or the Packers front 7, I think everyone would take, going up against the Chiefs. But, obviously still a pretty talented group there. So, yeah, for me, it's just the injuries. Getting everyone back, I think, is so crucial. And you're going to see a way, way better offensive performance from the Bucs than we've seen this season.
Yeah, I agree. I think a couple things, just kind of picking up where you left off there. The Bucs had all 4 of their top wide receivers available for the first 32 plays of this year. That's it. Just 32 plays. And over the course of those 32 plays, which accounted for, I want to say, their first 5 drives of the year, they drove into scoring position every single drive. Now, It resulted in 4 field goals. As you had mentioned, they had some issues down in the red zone, but it was 4 field goals and a missed Ryan Suckup field goal, the only miss he's had all year. But you look at that's efficiency. And you trust that Brady and the offense is going to figure out the red zone stuff if they have the pieces in place to effectively enable their game plan. So it's very exciting. I think the other thing that you mentioned with the pass rush, Kansas City's pass rush, and one thing that I'll be looking for, they have a situational rusher named Mike Dana, who is going to be inactive today.
Yep,
he's
calf injury.
Yeah, and Dana has been one of their best pass rushers. Again, situational guy. He's like 6'2", 260. They kick him inside on 3rd and long, and he rushes with Chris Jones up the middle. And I think that is going to be a huge hit for their pass rush and a huge help for the Bucs offensive line and Bucs offense and in general. So what is a fairly talented, and I would agree with you, Green Bay's I think is more talented across the board. But the Chiefs have a pretty solid pass rush, but I think that's a bigger hit than most people are maybe letting on.
Another really big headline, and that's why I just put this picture of Shaq Barrett up there. And we talked about it a little bit during the Tailgate show live at Walk-Ons, which again, shout out to JC and Bailey and John Gilmore. Really did an awesome job. They're going to be back there. They're going to be back there at the Walk-Ons in Midtown next week when the Bucs play against the Falcons. So make sure you check that out. Should be going on at 11 o'clock because it's an earlier game. But anyway, what they were talking about, and I want to discuss a little bit for a couple of reasons. Shaq Barrett obviously had the quote of the week, the press conference of the week, really, where he said that there's really no difference from the offensive line that they played in the Super Bowl and, the offensive line that they're going up against this Sunday. And he laughed when he said it, which I don't know if he's truly that confident that, hey, I'm just going to, smoke these guys out, in public to media where everyone nationally can see it. But the only thing I don't understand is I get that Patrick Mahomes can move around. He's elusive, and he's probably the reason why Kansas City hasn't been sacked as much as they've been. But the Chiefs have only allowed 2 sacks all year. So to say that this is going to be a out for the defense, especially he's talking about the defensive line, that is a bold, with in all capital letters, bold statement.
It very much is. And I'm not quite sure where he's coming from in terms of it's the same offensive line. They literally
changed everyone.
Everyone.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's been a huge difference. So very interesting that he said it that way. I love the confidence that he has in the Bucs defensive line up against the Chiefs offensive line. And I do think that they have a few favorable matchups. I want to say, oh God, what's his name? The second year guard.
Yeah, Trey Smith.
Trey Smith. He's been dealing with an injury. And while he's still been fairly effective, it's affected his power, his ability to anchor. And so I think that there's an opportunity there for the Bucs with Vita, with Logan Hall to potentially get some penetration there. I think Barrett should be confident in himself up against any tackle in the league, and he's proven that he's going to be solid against them, if not better. So I can see the confidence. Strange turn of phrase, I guess, in terms of it's the same offensive line, but it's a lot of games right now are being won and lost in the trenches. And I don't disagree with Shaq that if they can apply that pressure and win some of those matchups, that it will be very favorable for the Bucs defense.
Winning in the trenches, as it should be, which
exactly.
Obviously, a huge part of the game. Also want to say thanks and shout out to everyone in the chat watching and listening to us. Peter has you want to talk about bold. He says Brady is going to throw for 4 touchdowns and 350 yards today. He feels it. So he's feeling pretty good, or as Larry Day would say, pretty good. And if you want to feel pretty good, you should definitely consider using Age Rejuvenation.
At Age Rejuvenation, we have a lot of interest about erectile dysfunction in men.
It's not like my sex life was dormant, but you can always improve.
It was having an adverse effect on my marriage and was very happy with the results.
We have various treatment programs available to enhance their physical abilities that can improve blood flow and sensitivity.
The pulse wave has made it so much better.
It's been a significant improvement. The good news was that I heard it from my wife.
Stop waiting. Start doing Age Rejuvenation.
Look better, feel better, and have better sex with Age Rejuvenation. Obviously, John Gilmore and Scott Reynolds aren't just spokesmen for Age Rejuvenation. They use the product too, and they both have talked very highly about using Age Rejuvenation, how they've really benefited from them, and how they're much healthier and feeling way better than they had before. So make sure you go and check out Age Rejuvenation. Josh, let's talk about the rest of the league right now.
Sure.
A lot of entertaining football today. Obviously, the Lions and the Seahawks was the highest scoring. Over 80 points combined. Pretty awesome. My New York Jets defeated John Ledyard's Pittsburgh Steelers.
You got to be feeling good about that one.
Kenny Pickett. I said it 3 times because he had 3 interceptions. So everyone can shut the hell up about Kenny Pickett. Let's talk more about Zach Wilson making his return. A great fourth quarter. Showed some real grittiness. Obviously, he scored that touchdown earlier in the game.
I think the Jets have found wide receiver 1 in Zach Wilson.
Yeah. And a QB with I forgot who threw the pass. I think it was Garrett Wilson.
I think it might have been, which is funny that the two of them are reversing roles on that.
Yeah, and Wilson to Wilson. Yeah, in a different way. So anyway, I loved watching that game. My big bet of the day was over 44, which I thought was extremely low until I realized it was pouring rain out. And I was like, oh my God, did I just bet on this? And it was Eagles Jaguars, which did hit. They scored 50 points. But I was surprised that the total was that low until I saw the rain. But it didn't really stop them too much. I mean, the Jaguars jumped out to I think a 14-0 lead, and the Eagles came right back, ended up winning the game. I thought that game was very entertaining. Bills Ravens was great. I mean, the Ravens blew a 17-point lead. I don't know what the hell they were doing at the end of the game when, they had it 1st and goal on the 1-yard line, and, they weren't able to punch it in. They go for it on 4th and goal. They don't get it. And not only that, but they threw a pick. So even if you get the stop, you're starting at the 1-yard line. Right. You get the touchback on the interception. So that was a really entertaining game. The afternoon games, the 4 o'clocks, we talked about Packers, Patriots. Outside of that, the other games kind of sucked. I mean, the Panthers are a terrible, terrible football team.
Yes,
and the Cardinals aren't that much better either, but you play who's in front of you. Was there anything that you were really watching in particular that was exciting to you?
Jags Eagles definitely kind of stood out because you have this Jaguars team that nobody really thought was going to be as good as they've been to start the year, right? And I think the narrative on Trevor Lawrence is he's finally ascending, becoming that quarterback prospect, or the quarterback that everybody thought he was as a prospect. And what's interesting is with Lawrence over the first 3 weeks, he had a lot of turnover-worthy plays that just didn't get converted into actual turnovers. And then today he had at least one interception. And then I saw this stat. I thought it was he's the only person in this century to lose 4 fumbles in a single game. So when you talk about the Jags really gave that game away, they absolutely did. I mean, that many turnovers, 5, you can't expect to win, and they were still in it at the end. But now you have an Eagles team that's 4-0, only undefeated team in the NFL. And,
well, Jets are also undefeated when Zach Wilson starts. So there's 2 undefeated teams left in the NFL. It's the Eagles and the Jets when Zach Wilson is the starter. So
fair enough.
Sorry,
all right.
Just wanted to clarify that.
I appreciate the accuracy that you're pushing me on. So the Eagles seem to be legit, and I think the other one that kind of stood out. I mean, it was a terrible game because anytime Carson Wentz takes the field, it seems like he's terrible. But if you'll remember, just kind of going back to the end of week 1, Bucs put a whooping on Dallas, and Dak Prescott's going to be out for a significant amount of time. And I remember personally seeing so many Bucs fans talking about how the Bucs absolutely just destroyed Dallas's season. There's no way they're ever going to make the
I was thinking
playoffs.
about that too. That's so funny.
They are, to kind of use your stat in reverse, they are undefeated when Dak Prescott does not start. So Cooper Rush 3-0, and the Cowboys 3-1, keeping pace with the Eagles. I think that's a pretty good storyline. And I know Skip Bayless is talking about a quarterback controversy. I don't personally see it, but I think Cooper Rush has proven to be a very solid backup in the NFL, somebody who can get you a couple W's while your QB1 is out.
Yeah, he won his only start last year when it was a primetime game against the Vikings. I remember because I bet heavily on the Cowboys to win that game, so I was very happy. And I think also Cooper Rush is undefeated against the spread. So good teams win, great teams cover. Cooper Rush is really doing it in so many different ways. I haven't even bet on the Cowboys today, but
he's Dallas's version of Blaine Gabbert, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. Just not as good hair because no one can compare to the hair of Blaine Gabbert. Yep. Christopher in the chat here says the Buccaneers need to score 31 to 38 points tonight. That's pretty bold.
Yeah, I no faith in the defense.
Yeah, well, I feel like at some point, okay, so like they've been fantastic the whole season, so you can't really knock them too much. I shouldn't say I hate, but I didn't love that the narrative for the defense a little bit has turned into, well, they start off really slow. It's like, all right, well, they do 9 things great. The 10th thing is a little bit of a struggle, and I get it. I'm not blaming anyone or people in the media in particular. It is something that needs to be talked about and discussed, but it is kind of annoying where it's like they played so well that like this is the one thing that we are going to knock on. What I will say though is they only allowed 14 points to the Packers, and again they were tremendous in the second half. But I think we also have to remember they got really, really bailed out when they forced that fumble on Aaron Jones in the first half when Vita hit him. That was about to make it a 21-3 game. So the Packers started, and Aaron Rodgers in particular, really started to figure out the best way to beat this Bucs defense. And Patrick Mahomes, obviously extremely talented. Wouldn't be shocked if he finds a little bit of success too. So I'm curious. A lot of times they've done a little bit of bend but don't break. I'm curious if they can kind of stick to that plan for this week. And I want to see how much Clyde Edwards-Helaire is going to be used. Because running the ball, last week he had 7 rushing attempts for 0 yards. But he's been really effective in the passing game as a receiver. And I really think for the Chiefs offense, like outside of Travis Kelce, I think Hilaire is going to be the next guy that's really going to do something. I think Carlton Davis versus Juju Smith-Schuster all day. Carlton's going to dominate that matchup. I truly, truly do. And then you have a couple other guys, MVS, USF alum. Shout out USF, another tough loss on Saturday. Playing almost as bad as my New York Mets. But yeah, I don't know. I don't see those receivers really doing anything. I think Hilaire is going to be the guy that if the Bucs are going to get beat besides Kelce, I think it is going to be him that does it.
Yeah, it could be. And I don't think we're going to see a Ronald Jones revenge game. That's for sure.
No.
So, I'll go back to kind of the defense real quick. I just want to say one thing, because you had mentioned that third drive that should have probably made it 21-3. I kind of washed that with the first drive, because the first drive the Packers had against the Bucs should have been off the field twice in that drive, right? You had the Robert Tonyan kind of Rodgers scrambles around, evades the pass rush just a little bit, dumps off to Tonyan, and then he scrambles upfield on 3rd and like 10 and gets the first down. And then later on 3rd and forever, they run the smoke screen to Cobb, and Devin White just overruns it. Cobb gets upfield and gets a first down. So, they end up with the touchdown on that drive. It kind of washes with the one where they got the I would say lucky turnover with Vita turning into a bus. And so it kind of evens out in the Bucs. I liken it to kind of like a lot of fighters. They need to get that first hit. Just get hit. And
I'm using a different example of the same idea that someone needs to get hit to like get going. So
exactly,
that's bring it up right now.
So they kind of need to get popped in the mouth real quick, and then say, all right, let's bite down, let's do this. So, but I agree with you. When you look at the playmakers for Kansas City, nobody's really stepped up to take that Tyreek role. Not in terms of what he can do, because nobody in the NFL can do what Tyreek does to the level that he can, but just somebody that Mahomes has developed that rapport, that trust in. So Edwards-Hilaire is the closest thing in terms of the chemistry with Mahomes and just with the offense. Plus, that offensive line is set up to run the ball. All of them, just about across the entire line, are better run blockers than they are pass blockers. They're good pass blockers, don't get me wrong, but they're better in setting up the run. So I agree. I think that's something that the Chiefs could try to exploit, especially early. And if that sets up play action, then it could be a long day for the Bucs secondary.
Yeah, it's definitely something just to be aware of. I'm not saying it's totally going to, play out. One thing I would like to see play out is me winning with my picks on Underdog Fantasy, which of course we absolutely love Underdog and everything that they provide, which is the fact that they are the easiest way to get some action on the NFL. That's with Underdog Fantasy in their pick'em game. They also have the rivals as well, so you can pick like Tom Brady over Patrick Mahomes, et cetera, et cetera. You just pick an over-under on your favorite or least favorite player stats, and you can win up to 20 times your money in a single night. Underdog keeps it super simple with their easy-to-use website and mobile apps. Pick between 2 and 5 players to fill out your pick'em slip. You get every pick right. Take home some cold, hard cash, which I know Josh did recently. I think it was either last week or 2 weeks ago. You won with your pick, so that was pretty awesome. Use the promo code Pewter. Get your first deposit doubled up to $100 by Underdog Fantasy. Even if you learn from Plant City math, you can understand that that's a great deal. Once again, the promo code is Pewter. That's Pewter. Use Underdog Fantasy today. And for everyone in the chat, we want to get you guys involved and interacting with what we're about to do. So I had made my picks for tonight for Underdog Fantasy. I'll get to that in a minute. But Josh, you had not made your picks yet. And that's because we're going to go into the chat. People start giving your comments. Suggest to us who Josh should pick in his Underdog Fantasy pick'em here. Whether you think Mike Evans to score a touchdown, Patrick Mahomes to throw a pick. Start letting us know what you would have us bet on, and we'll go and make those picks. In the meantime, here's what I went with. You heard me allude to Clyde Edwards-Hilaire, so I did pick him. I have him higher than 61.5 rushing and receiving yards total combined. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't get one rushing yard, but I think with what he can do in the passing game, he can hit those numbers. And then these next two picks are Bucs wide receivers. It's a bit of a welcome back type of thing. I went with Mike Evans, higher than 11.25 fantasy points. They use the half-point PPR. So, I don't know. I really like that, especially if Mike scores a touchdown. He's due. He hasn't scored since week 1. Obviously, he wasn't here last week. And then this one, I was very, very surprised. We'll see how much he gets eased back into the offense or if he's a full go. But Chris Godwin, I have him over 8.05 fantasy points.
Yeah,
I'm thinking he's going to get that in the first quarter, let alone the whole game with the way that the Bucs use him. I just think that's kind of a lock right there with Chris Godwin. 8.05.
I like all of those to pay off for you. I think you've got it. So what I thought, I found 3 that I thought I would put out to the chat and let them pick whether I take the over or the under.
Yeah, I like that because it's easier to vote versus, okay, I'm going to go through 15 different players.
So the first one I've got, Tom Brady, 2 passing touchdowns. We're going to open it up to the chat. First couple votes, I guess, because I don't want to take too much time. But we going over or under on Tom Brady, 2 passing touchdowns. What do we got, chat?
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Tell us what you think, over or under. In the meantime, what I'll say is, Brady is due. Brady's totally due. TJ says over. HK just says go Bucs.
All right, I'll take TJ in the over.
Well, George says the under, but Eric will be the tiebreaker. He says
there we
over.
go. All right.
Yeah.
And the
Shaq
second
says
one,
over as well.
Lenny, 64.5 rushing yards. We want the over or the under on Leonard Fournette, 64.5 rushing yards only.
Just rushing yards.
Just
he hasn't really been a factor in the passing game anyway.
Yeah, I didn't like him for 4 receptions at all.
Yeah, 64. I'm sorry, would you say 64.5?
64.5 rushing yards.
Okay. Common Sensei says under. Andrew says under.
Okay. We'll take
Jaggy
that.
says under. John says way over. So John's feeling.
John got outvoted.
Yeah.
All right. And then the last one that I was looking at was Chris Godwin, over or under 41.5 receiving yards, kind of going along the lines of what you were thinking of with his fantasy production.
I just think that's going to be way, way over what I already talked about. One thing real quick with the Fournette situation, it is tougher to decide with the fact that a big storyline is, they need to use Rachaad White more and Keyshawn Vaughn. Chat's starting to come in for the over, Chris Godwin.
All right.
Riley says over. TJ says easy over. Football fan over. It's a pretty general consensus over for Chris Godwin with that one. I think you might have to pick a Chiefs player too.
You're right. I just found that out.
Yeah.
All right. Let's just go with Patty Mahomes. 2.5 total touchdowns. Over
All
under,
right.
chat.
Patrick Mahomes, over under 2.5 touchdowns. I do think it's going to be a little bit more of a higher scoring game than we've seen in the past. Bogu says under, but George says over. So we got a little back and forth right here. Common Sensei says over, but Eric says under. So we're tied at 2-2.
Next vote.
TJ says under.
Under takes it. All right. Let's lock it in.
Football fan also said under. Shaggy said over. But
all right.
Yeah,
we're
outvoted.
So that's a 10 times multiplier. So I hope you all picked well for me because I could always use the money.
Who couldn't? Besides pro athletes and stuff like that.
Exactly. So I think that could be a fun way for us to do games in the future. Well, I'll come in with 4 or 5, from the Bucs game, and we'll let the chat go ahead and hopefully make me some money.
Yeah, I'm absolutely all for that. TJ says he thinks it's going to be 2 on the nose, talking about the Patrick Mahomes touchdowns. I agree with that. I think it's going to be exactly 2. But yeah, that was fun. I like it. I like having the chat involved as much as we possibly can. Obviously, everyone knows on our Monday shows we do roll call where we have everyone tell us where we're watching from. Because we have great fans literally all over the place, and we can do this again next week. Of course, the Pewter Tailgate Show, the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show. presented by Age Rejuvenation. It'll be live at Walk-Ons again in the Midtown one again for this week, or next week, I should say, when the Bucs play the Falcons. It'll be at the Wesley Chapel location in 2 Sundays from now when the Bucs hit the road and head to Pittsburgh and play against the Steelers. So it'll be JC, Bailey, John Gilmore, maybe Scott Reynolds as well, all from Walk-Ons next week. And then Josh and I will do the last half hour before the game. And then, of course, Pewter GameDay will be myself on the live stream. Not exactly sure yet who's going to be with us next week, but in a little bit, in about 10 minutes from now, Kasey Hudson is going to be joining myself for the Celsius Pewter GameDay show. It's our live in-game stream. We're going to watch every single play, every single moment of Bucs versus Chiefs, giving our reactions, analysis, insight, everything that goes on. Obviously, last week was pretty low scoring. We had Paul Atwell on. Awesome guest. He's obviously written some stuff for PewterReport.com. One of the most brilliant minds that the football video community really has. Speaking of videos as well, Josh cuts up a ton of great tape for us. He does it during the week. He's done some videos on YouTube as well. So make sure you go to our YouTube channel and check that stuff out. I really think, Josh, you do a tremendous job with just, it's one thing to cut up the tape and be like, hey, this guy's doing this wrong, this guy's doing that wrong. But I think the way that you put it all together with explaining it, how like Michael Scott goes, explain it to me like I'm 5, something like that. I think you do a tremendous job of making it easy for even like the most casual football fan that might not watch all the time, but they trip upon this article and they see it. And I think you truly do a great job with that. So just want you to get your kudos publicly in front of the world.
Well, I very much appreciate that. I just think I like talking about people's hips a lot. That's really what it is.
Hips don't lie.
Exactly. So I did want to say one thing, just going back to the underdog. I think it's important for me to say, I'm talking about the chat helping me win money. Anything that, if this hits, I want to make sure I'm letting everyone know. I will be donating the winnings to the American Red Cross, helping out for hurricane relief down in Florida. I know a lot of communities who are big Bucs fans and Pewter Report fans have been affected by that. And so I'm truly hopeful that this hits because I hope to be able to pay it back to that community. I was once a part of that community, so it's important for me to help out.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. That's extremely kind of you. And yeah, we send our well wishes to everyone that potentially got affected by Hurricane Ian. Obviously, it came through the Tampa Bay area. Didn't hit as hard as initially expected. Fort Myers, Naples, that area got the worst. So obviously our hearts go out to them, and we're thinking of everyone. And I do think this is going to be an emotional game, Josh, because the game is still being played in Tampa, which is cool. They're doing a lot of celebration of people that have been working in the community that helped out during the hurricane with the cleanup and everything like that. So I think emotions will be pretty high. And, Tom Brady spoke about this week that sports are a great way to, bring communities together, bring people together, and take your mind off of like all the other stressful crap that goes on in our lives. So hopefully the Bucs put on a good show for the fans in the crowd, because I do think it's, like I said, it's going to be an emotional type of game for sure.
Yeah. And it's really, we see it so much in sports, how teams take on the personas of their communities, especially during trying times. You think about, where you're from, Matt, the New York Yankees kind of embodying that New York spirit post 9/11.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah. And then, like what the Saints were able to do in the aftermath of Katrina, I get the feeling that the Bucs are starting to take that on. They've weathered injuries just like Florida has literally weathered weather. And for me, I expect that that's going to come to fruition in a big win tonight against the Chiefs.
Yeah, and it's a huge matchup. And, before the season started, by the way, the Mets had the first game back post 9/11. Mike Piazza hit a huge home run, and the Mets beat the Braves, which they're beating the Braves right now too. So, before the season started, we looked at the calendar and the schedule, and we said if the Bucs started the season 2-2, that's a huge win, considering the teams that they played and or are going to play and have already played. And it's like, just get to October, or I guess the second week of October in this case. Just get to October, and it's going to be a lot easier that schedule. And so right now the Bucs are playing with house money, but 3-1 looks so much better than 2-2, especially when it's like you've dropped 2 in a row. They were games you should have won. I mean, we'll see what happens in this game, but clearly they could have and probably should have won last week. They're playing with house money, but I also don't want the Bucs to fall into. Yeah, I mean, no team wants to get into a losing streak, but I think especially with the struggles that they've had, it's going to be super important to get the offense back on track. Because if you get even 75% of how the offense was last year, and you pair that with how the defense has done through 3 games this season, I mean, this team is going to win the Super Bowl if that's the case. But obviously, it seems like a lot of times it's kind of like a whack-a-mole type of thing. It's like, oh, the defense is great, but the offense is struggling. And then you fix that, and now the defense is struggling again because for whatever reason. So hopefully they don't get into that whack-a-mole type of situation.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that's important is you don't want to fall into what it would amount to a tie in your division. And that's what they're potentially looking at if they lose to the Chiefs. With Atlanta winning, or with Atlanta being 2-2, you fall to 2-2 and you're effectively tied with them. The Bucs would have the tiebreaker in division record at the moment, but you never want to be even with any of your division rivals. And Atlanta's looking a little bit better than I think most thought preseason. And so you just want to keep that distance between the two.
Yeah, I won't lie. I didn't really watch too much of the Falcons-Browns game today. But with that said, the Falcons should have won week 1 as well. They had that game in the bag. And we'd be remiss if we did not talk about the fact that the Saints lost.
I was waiting for it.
And the freaking double doink returned.
Oh, man.
The camera people did a fantastic job of getting everyone's reaction of like, oh, it's in. Oh, it's off the thing. Damn, we lost. It was
Dennis Allen.
Yes, there was one at Dennis Allen, which was great. They had some of the Vikings defensive linemen. Obviously, they showed the kicker and the punter. They showed Jameis as well. They had one of Jameis, which was so funny.
The Vikings defensive line was great because it was like an from the end zone shot of them with the Saints kind of offensive line for the kick, right? So you had the Saints players like this, and then all of a sudden their arms come down and all the Vikings arms went up. It was great. And such a, I tweeted it out. I thought it's just such a London way for a game to end, right? Like a ball hitting a crossbar. Right? That's so soccer. So it's perfect for where they were. And just the agony for Will Lutz, because he had hit from literally 1 yard less at 60 a couple minutes before.
That's the thing. It's a huge ask for him.
At 61.
Yeah. Obviously, good things for the Bucs, of course, when their rival Saints lose. I know the fans will like that. We're going to wrap things up pretty soon because we're about 3 minutes away from kickoff. Before that, though, just give me your prediction for the game.
I said it before. Normally, I look more at matchups. I look more at what units are better, who's going to analytics, things like that. And I try to come to mine. I'm buying into an emotional narrative tonight. I'm taking the Bucs 28-13 and hoping to stay undefeated on my predictions for the season. Yes, I had to plug that. I'm doing well so far.
I was going to ask. You're the only undefeated guy.
Yep.
I'm going to go. I have the Bucs winning 30-20. I think offense gets back on track with the starters returning, and I think it's going to be fun for everyone. A very entertaining game. So Josh, thank you so much for joining. We're about to bring on Kasey Hudson as the game gets started. So with kickoff here, let's get it rolling. Welcome, Pewter Report readers, viewers, and listeners to the Pewter GameDay show. I'm your host, Matt Matera. Joined with me is also from PewterReport.com, Kasey Hudson. Kasey, thank you so much for joining me. And we're already in a world of trouble because Rachaad White returned the opening kickoff and fumbled it, and the Chiefs recovered. Other than that, how you doing?
Oh, my gosh. Well, I'm digesting that, actually. So I wanted to be like, hello, what's going on, everyone? Primetime football, go Bucs. And then that happened. So, all right, first little hot start on the hot take. What's up, Maddie?
Not much. Just watched a ton of football today,
The Jets won a game.
The Jets beat the freaking Steelers. They came back in the fourth quarter. It was unbelievable.
I was waiting to see your face just to say that.
Yeah, I appreciate
just for that.
Where are you at on the TV right now in terms of what play?
I
have it. Go ahead.
Patrick. It's showing Patrick getting ready to direct the guys on the play.
Are you on first down, second down?
First and 10.
Okay, I'm a little ahead of you.
Just snap the ball and 25's running.
Okay. I am a little ahead of you, so I don't want to give too much away. I have paused, though. Let me know when the clock gets to 14:14. They're going to show, without giving anything away, they're going to show a close-up of Mike Edwards on the field.
Okay.
You're like 2 plays behind me.
Ah.
Yeah.
This darn Hulu. Anyhow, but 14 what?
14:14 on the clock.
18, 17, 16, 15, play. Travis Kelce in the end zone. So that's something.
Yeah. Let me know when they show Edwards on the close-up.
All right. Not a fan of this already, but that poor rookie.
Yeah, that's a extremely tough way to start. Like immediately a fumble, and then 2 plays later you're down 7-0. Long lost Glazer said it best: primetime Bucs. They, for whatever reason, they just stink on primetime television. Kelce beat Lavonte David on the play as they're showing the replay, and then he hurdled Logan Ryan. So can't ask for a worse start. You really cannot.
No, you cannot. And, look, they definitely need to be careful when it comes to Travis Kelce because he's coming off of a pretty low performance. I think of 5 receptions and barely 67 yards, if you will. So, you know what? They got him out of the way.
50. Yeah, exactly. They, low-key doesn't like that Rachaad White was returning. He says, why is a running back returning the punt? Well, you got to get Rachaad White on the field one way or another. But damn. Yeah, that's a tough way.
And one of Rachaad White's punt returns or kick returns was more yards than 3 of Darden's attempts.
Yeah. And also,
looking at.
Rachaad White also fumbled in the he fumbled in the preseason too. It was on a running play. It wasn't on a kickoff, but so he has shown early on that he hasn't held on to the football as much as he has, as much as he has with
what's frustrating about this is he was very confident heading into training camp during training camp, and now during games he just looks a little shaky. Something disrupted what little confidence he was having.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is, but
and it's tough to build that confidence too when Fournette plays 90% of the time. You don't get to go on the field. Here's the following kickoff for Rachaad White. He's going to return it again. Gets out to about the 20, up to the 25. Yeah, a little past the 25. So
tell me when you see Brady in the huddle.
Okay, he's walking now. Oh, did I pause it for too long? Are you ahead of me?
Yeah. I paused it though.
Okay, Brady's in the huddle.
Are they showing Robert Hainsey?
They just showed Hainsey.
Okay. There we go.
There we go. Cool. All right. We're pretty much timed up.
We're on point.
Caden is back in the lineup. Obviously, he missed last week with the unfortunate news of the passing of his mother. He's back in the lineup and starting. And obviously, a lot of other players returning with Donovan Smith back, Mike Evans returning from suspension. Chris Godwin and Julio Jones. So Bucs start their first offensive play with a run to the right side by Leonard Fournette. Chief Keef, Keef is in there as well. So
hey,
yeah,
our boy Keef. No, big fan of the kid.
Of course.
I'm anxious to see how the play calling goes about because I'm sure Godwin and Julio Jones are going to be on some sort of snap count.
They run a little screen here with Fournette. Nice. He takes it up the field. It's a first down. He's still going past midfield. Truck stick Lenny on display.
Wow.
Lenny, a fantastic job moving up the field. I guess maybe he steamrolled Snead because they immediately cut the camera to him. Nice job by Luke Gedeke as well. He got out in space. Got a hat on a hat, as Byron Leftwich likes to say. Donovan Smith was out there too.
But let's be serious. It's the lowering of the shoulder. Boom. Right there.
Yeah.
Keep going. Roll it out. Lower. Boom. Keep going. Like, come on.
It's the best. No one loves...
I need to see Lenny's weight routine.
No one loves doing anything more than Leonard Fournette likes steamrolling defensive backs.
Yep. Cameron Brate.
Yeah. Play action for the Bucs. Cam Brate makes the first reception by a non-running back or another first down. Well, I mean, it's only the second passing attempt of the game.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great way to put it, though. Like,
yeah. No, very aggressive play calling by Byron Leftwich so far. Tom Brady, of course, at quarterback. So,
and we would all assume. I think it's safe to assume that Byron knows that he has to step up the play calling. Like the questions this week. Conversations this week.
Yeah, he knows. Especially some comments that Todd Bowles said as well.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of knew that he was under some fire for the way everything went.
Yeah. Oh man, that would have been something if we were chatting that game together. I almost lost my whole head.
Yeah, let's keep the faith, Bucs fans. When Casey and I are on the live stream, the Bucs are undefeated. So
so true. True.
Brady and shotgun here in 2nd and 14. He throws over the middle, and it's caught by Chris Godwin. Welcome back.
Hello.
CG14.
Praise be.
Praise be. Praise be to Godwin. Yeah. a 3rd and short. Yeah, one of the bets on Underdog Fantasy was Chris Godwin to have over 8 points. Fantasy football points. Like that, he's definitely going to get that.
Yeah.
As long as he's not on a pitch count, which he very much could be on a pitch count for all we know.
Yeah, as long as everybody does keep their hamstrings, I'm good.
Brady and shotgun dumps it off to Fournette. There's a defender there. He's going to try to run over the Chiefs defender. Unfortunately, did not have as much success. So it'll be 4th down for the Bucs. We'll see what they want to do. Brady is coming off the field. I believe they're in field goal range for Ryan Suckup. Definitely longer.
Yeah.
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 I'm curious. I'd want to read again, but I don't know. It's odd to me that he just dumped it off like right away.
I know. And I mean, that's kind of a questionable play to do when you know teams are coming in looking for Leonard Fournette. Big dominant. Help
I
for
understand
Leonard
blitz was coming.
Yeah. But a big benefit to using Leonard Fournette in certain plays and certain play calling is the fact that, he's strong enough to kind of bulldoze. But these little pass catches and stuff, I would not want to use that too much.
The 45-yard kick by Ryan Suckup is good. So that cuts into the lead. Bucs now trail 7-3. And you know what? Obviously, they didn't score a touchdown, and that's kind of been a little bit of the narrative with not getting it done in the red zone and things like that. But I think it was a good response, the way that you're just so shell shocked by the fumble and the quick touchdown.
Yeah.
4 Girls says, man, we need some offensive touchdowns. Stat. Whifflehead said, Jesus, first down run again. Or nothing. They a lot on first down, so
yeah.
Yeah.
I do agree with you though, Matt. I think that a lot of it was just that start. We know that this team feeds off of one another, and that's every play, that's every mistake, that's every benefit, that's every whatever. So starting off with a fumble and letting them get on the board first obviously is going to kind of creep in their brains a little bit. But I think depending on what the defense can set a tone here, and I think they will. You know, Chiefs don't have the biggest run game. I think that
they've struggled. They struggled in the run game.
Yeah. And so you're talking about a secondary, a revived, grave-digging secondary. May I predict, hope, add, manifest. And so I think that the Bucs defense can set a tone right now that the offense will build off the next. Yeah, and interception coming soon.
All right.
A good time.
You called it. You heard it here first from K. Huddy. A couple more comments here. Trust me, that's the game. Kicking field goals isn't going to cut it. Tom says special teams fumble is the issue. More hate or more displeasure with Byron Leftwich. Great play calling per usual. He's the same play twice on the first drive. Bravo, Byron. A couple people calling for Leftwich's job, which I don't think that's fair.
I'm harsh on that.
The lefty offense is up the middle punt. That was pretty funny. I'll give you that one. Up the
middle. No, close enough. I wouldn't fire Leftwich just yet, but
no, it's
have a little self-eval moment. He hasn't had it yet.
Four Girls also says, does Underdog Fantasy have an over-under for the number of surfaces smashed? They don't yet, but that would be a good one to have. It's already at 1. Definitely going to be at least 2. Here's Jay Camarda with the kickoff. 10-12 to go in the first quarter. Bucs trail 7-3. Chiefs take it out of the end zone. And right in the mix, a nice group effort by the Bucs special teams. You had Young, you had Keanu Neal in there. Keith was involved. So nicely done on the coverage.
A pack of Bucs.
Marquez Valdez-Scantling returning to Raymond James Stadium. Obviously played at USF. He was here a couple years ago when the Packers came to Tampa. I think he scored a touchdown in that game, if I'm not mistaken.
Scantling.
Chiefs line up in all shotgun, but then Mahomes calls for Hilaire.
Oh!
And he's scrambling, throws it sidearm, connects with Kasey, who will then head up the field for a first down. Solid pressure. Close. Yeah, solid pressure by the Bucs, but Mahomes just did what Mahomes does, which is use that elusiveness and avoids the sack, buys more time. And Bucs were in zone there. Devin White was right on him, but then White decided to go after Mahomes. I don't really blame him for that, but that opened up the opportunity for Mahomes to dump it off to Kasey. They got a first down.
If White would have got his hand out there a little bit more, there could have been something.
Now, screen to Mecole Hardman. Devin White and JTS make the tackle. It was about a 4 or 5 yard game. And there's some words said to each other after. As they show the Bucs players on defense. I'm always curious, like, who's going to be the one that says, like, their high school, their elementary school, or just, like, something outlandish. So if there's any good ones, obviously I don't have the volume on. If there's any good ones, let us know in the chat. Screen to Kasey now, tackled by Lavonte. We'll see if they give him a first down. It was very, very close. Mahomes is pointing like it is.
He kind of slid into it. I think he'll take it.
Yeah, I think he got it. Oh, Brady's got a tablet. What's he gonna do?
All eyes on Brady.
Yeah.
It's funny how upset how entertaining that is for everyone. But I mean, you're also smashing $1,000 hardware.
Yeah, listen, breaking stuff is fun. You ever smash a bottle?
The thing, we have axe throwing, we have plate smashing, it's art.
Yeah, exactly.
It's art, guys.
It is art. Anything can be art.
Now they just need to take the remains of that and put it somewhere.
Chiefs call timeout.
Andy Reid, friends. Andy Reid. You just
Love
gotta
Andy Reid.
respect the guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the most lovable people in the NFL and in the history. I always like when they show the old picture of when he the pass and kick competition as like a 15-year-old or whatever. It's so funny. I don't know if you've ever seen the video.
It sounds terrific. Because he's one of those coaches that just has maybe one facial expression. Those are my favorite coaches.
Exactly.
Cannot help but just love those guys.
King Cook says, "Get live stables, LSU." LOL, I love it. Oh, maybe he's referring to maybe Devin White said that during the thing.
Live stables. He needs to get back today.
He does. He does lead the team with 3 sacks. If he gets multiple sacks, when the Bucs beat the Saints in the playoffs 2 years ago, I used Devin White's song as like the intro for the podcast. If he does something like really spectacular in tonight's game, I will use it for the podcast.
The song will come back.
Yeah.
Right.
But the Bucs also have to win because it's a very upbeat, fun song. You can't really play it, if they lose. So,
sitting here reporting on that unfortunate L with a hype song.
Yeah,
that would be a good one. And then, how about predictions for first sack? Because
you can go first, unless you want to think about it. I'll go.
As I pause, I'm putting a lot on Shaq Barrett, because in training camp when we got to chat with him, he said that he likes mobile quarterbacks and he likes the whatchamacallit, not competition, but he likes the challenge. There we go.
Yeah.
Different C word, Kasey. He likes the challenge of these running quarterbacks. So with that said, I would think that he was like more mentally prepared, ready, eager to get a sack on Patrick Mahomes.
And he obviously had the big comment this week about how there's not that much of a difference with the Saints offensive line and all that stuff. So definitely a good pick there. I probably would have said to him.
That's why I went first.
I'm going to go with Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. I think he just hasn't – he only has a half sack. Definitely needs to turn it up a little bit. Devin, I think, is another good choice. I want to pick Lavonte David, but I think Lavonte is mostly going to be, have their – Carlton Davis has Mahomes, and he somehow gets the freaking pass off. You have to be kidding me. Carlton Davis had Patrick Mahomes dead to rights, and they blitzed him on the play. They don't blitz Carlton a ton. Oh,
that
my
was
goodness.
Interesting. Wow.
He had him wrapped up, too. Just, oh, man.
Mahomes plays backyard ball. He's always going to try to release the ball no matter what his body's doing. That's what's scary about him.
But, yeah, what I was going to say is, like, Lavonte, I think, is going to be covering Travis Kelce a lot. So it's going to have to be a D lineman. Nice job by the Bucs in coverage here. The Chiefs rolled out to the left, but nobody was home, so Mahomes just threw it into the ground for an incompletion. It'll be 2nd and 10 with 7:34 to go in the first quarter. Let's remember the Chiefs are up 7-3 over the Bucs at the moment.
Dang, that was so close.
Yes, it was. 2nd and 10 now. Chiefs aren't even like bothering to run the ball. I respect it.
Yeah.
They've been shotgun multiple times. Oh, the ball's loose. Devin White forcing the fumble. Lavonte David picks it up. It looks like the ref is calling it an incompletion.
You're kidding.
That was very close. It was very bang bang.
Okay.
Let's see.
Defense bringing some pressure.
Yeah, that's an incompletion. But a nice play by Devin White. Get live stables.
Okay. Get live stables.
That's a step in the right direction.
We need a sign for that one. That sling.
Man.
I'm telling you, it's going to be a big day for Travis Kelce after that disgusting statistical game he had last week. How do you stop the flick of the wrist?
Man, that's tough. I mean, Devin White had pretty solid coverage. It looked like they were playing zone there, and Mahomes just fit it in the perfect spot.
Dang. Oh, the one little run.
They actually run it, and it's a little bit of a success for Pacheco and the Chiefs. Yeah.
Huh. Lavonte looks like he's gasping for a lot of air there.
I was going to say, Devin White looks like really fired up. But Lavonte, he's always a little more subdued anyway.
Yeah. There's only certain moments where you see him come. Well, not even really that animated, like we talked about on one of the last in-game streams. But sometimes you still see a bit of a high energy to him.
Mahomes drops back to pass again. Throws it sidearm. It's caught by Schuster. Devin White. Devin White is Johnny on the spot.
And that was for a loss, right?
No. This is a small gain. You got to think Mahomes dropped back like 5 yards.
Oh, yeah. His strides really throw me sometimes.
Well, you know what? He did like run backwards a little bit. But
yeah,
Devin White is.
He pulled and then White. Well, yeah, I guess that looked a little more slingy than I thought.
3rd and 1. They run it with Hilaire. He goes right up the middle. Jamel Dean makes a touchdown saving tackle. But Clyde Edwards-Hilaire rips it through the gap and gets right about around to the 10-yard line. So Chiefs finding early success against the Bucs defense. Bucs can't get off the field on 3rd down again.
This would just be one of those great moments of an interception. Or where's Logan Ryan with the punch out?
Yeah, so that's a good point, Casey. The Bucs, I mean, they've created a lot of turnovers this year. Now Mahomes is going to run it with himself. He slides a yard short of the marker. Very interesting play setup, but clearly it worked well. The Bucs, a lot of times when they are getting those turnovers, it is coming in very timely moments, you know, whether it was the Logan Ryan forced fumble against the Saints when they had just tied the game up, or again, Logan Ryan last week with that interception. Right. So
the loanception.
Chiefs using a Wildcat here. They just handed off to Hilaire, who was trying to get in the end zone. It looks like he did. Devin White was holding on for dear life, and the Chiefs are making a statement right now against the Bucs. You know, obviously they had the good field position, but they score in Wildcat here. McKinnon was the quarterback. He handed it off to Edwards-Hilaire. Devin White almost had him. Will Golson in there too. Mike Edwards and Shaq Barrett and Clyde Edwards-Hilaire, who was also getting a face mask on the play.
Yeah.
Drives through 3 Bucs and gets into the end zone.
Which for his frame and size, like, that's just a little ridiculous. I just complimented this defense thinking they were waking up, and then they do that.
Yeah, well, again, they almost got off the field, but wasn't the case.
Not with Pat. So, 14-3.
Yeah, not the best start for the Bucs, and you know they haven't played great when playing from behind this year. Obviously, they came back against the Saints, but didn't have that same type of success.
Right. And the scariest part about it is seeing what this offense can do. Because if they can't get points on the board and they heavily rely on the defense to contend the game, then
Bucs are gonna have to step it up and play better, play faster. Just improve their quality of football. And if you want to improve the quality of your workouts or just the quality of your day, you should be drinking a Celsius energy drink. Of course, the presenting sponsor of the Pewter GameDay show and, of course, the Pewter Report podcast. It's one of the healthier energy drinks that you will find. 7 essential vitamins, and, gives you that energy to get you through your day, your workout, whatever it may be. And, of course, we love the flavors. The vibes are very high. Arctic vibe, tropical peach vibe. Of course, you can go with the sparkling orange, strawberry lemonade, kiwi guava. So many different flavors. I'll bring that on the screen now. The watermelon as well. You got sparkling wild berry in there. And that's why Celsius is great, because the variety of flavors that they have. So make sure you go and check them out, whether you're going to your local bodega or store near you. Go to the store locator, and you could see where there's a Celsius in your area. Or I would also recommend buying them in bulk on Amazon. Save some money that way. I recommend getting the variety pack, because variety is the spice of life. Just make sure you're drinking Celsius energy drinks. Hashtag Celsius Live Fit. Let's get to some comments here, Kasey, because the chat is blowing up right now.
Not happy about.
Yeah, people. Obviously, there's one troll in here saying overrated. Mike says need to score with them. JM says they're not going to go down like this, so hopefully they'll pick it up here in this next possession. Rux thinks a pick is going to be here.
Bye.
Hopster is angry that they haven't done anything to stop Travis Kelce. He says, yeah, don't take away the best weapon. Terrible D. Double team Kelce. Defense is embarrassing. Again, the defense has won the Bucs their 2 games this season. So let's,
and kept them well into the Packers game this past Sunday. And if they would have shown up for 4 quarters, it probably would have been a different score, to be honest.
I guess the Bucs are about to run it up the middle. Outback Cat is not happy with that.
Yikes. See, I'm waiting for them to line up still.
We got 4:01 to go in the first quarter. A lot of points already, which I'm happy about because I bet the over. And Fournette is stopped in the backfield for a 3 to 4 yard loss. It's been kind of an enigma, Kasey. They ran it so well in that first game against Dallas, but they've struggled heavily, very heavily the last 2 weeks. They just can't get the ground game going, as Robert Hainsey gets beat pretty bad there. Cade Otton was pushed into the backfield as well.
And while I'm a fan of Cade Otton, and I think he's going to do great things with this team, I'm a little bothered by the fact that Kyle Rudolph is getting 0 opportunities. I mean, if anything, he's at least more of a veteran blocker.
Yeah, he got to play last week. Cam Brate drops a pass here. Rudolph got to play last week. He made a reception earlier in the game, but I don't know at this point if he's a better blocker than Cade Otton.
Maybe not by much, but he's got a bigger frame on him.
Yeah, that's true. I hear you there. I just think with Rudolph, he's a veteran. He's clearly closer to the end of his career than the beginning of his career. Brady drops back, throws short. It's caught by Russell Gage. He's going to have to break some tackles. And he gets tackled about 2 yards short of the marker. So Bucs go 3 and out. That's not how you want to respond with a team that has already scored 14 points against you. And Kasey, this is getting eerily similar to the blowout game against the Chiefs 2 seasons ago, regular season.
Mm-hmm. Another disappointing set of drives to add to the list here.
Yeah.
It's the worst part about it is to have such an electrifying roster, if you will, and such an incapable offense. This offense is hard to watch, and they should be so exciting.
Yeah, hit the nail on the head. With the talent that they have, and it's only 2 drives. I'm not gonna go buck wild over it just yet.
Mm-hmm.
this team should be moving the ball down the field a lot easier than they have. And Kasey, it just feels like any time that they have to deal with anything like a holding penalty, anytime it's anything more than 10 yards, first and 15, second and 15, whatever it is, they just don't know how to overcome, the little bit of whatchamacallit? Like
setback.
any type of setback. They're like not able to overcome it for whatever reason. So I think that's what's really frustrating. I understand, okay, if you have a first and 15, a first and 20, yeah, it's going to be tougher. But the Bucs have the talent. They have the horses in the stable to to overcome that. And they just haven't shown in these 3 games in 1 quarter that they've been able to rally through.
No,
Can it
not
change?
at all.
Probably, but we'll see.
And what I'm surprised about too is how much they are still running the ball against this Chiefs defense. I think the Chiefs defense is about a bit more stronger up front than they are on the backfield. And that's kind of what I was banking on. We haven't seen Julio Jones yet. We've seen one situation out of Chris Godwin. We finally see Russell Gage. Mike Evans, I'm not really piecing together what the thought process is on the sidelines here.
Right. I also think, again, they've only had 2 drives, and this one was just a 3 and out. So, they haven't had a ton of snaps. Mike Evans, I would probably bet will have, he'll have his imprint on this game at one point or another. I think without question.
I was banking on the revenge tour.
Yeah. Kyle brings up a good point. 2nd and 10 plus every series. It's unbelievable. Yeah, it seems like they're always playing downhill, or behind the 8 ball, if you want to say that.
It's all downhill from
here. It's me down, me down. I saw Newfound Glory live in concert. I saw Newfound Glory, Kasey, with A Day to Remember.
Did you really?
Yeah. Well, I saw them a couple times at the Warped Tour, but them, just their own show. Yeah, it was. Newfound Glory was the headliner, but the 2 bands I played before were A Day to Remember, and I don't know if you know the band 4 Years Strong.
Yeah.
It was a great freaking show.
Wow.
Yeah, that was.
I discovered A Day to Remember because they were passing out their CDs in front of a Blink-182 concert. Yes, guys,
no kidding.
CDs.
They always wear like orchestrated jerseys and clothes and stuff. They all wear matching is what I should say. Chiefs run their first play. They ran it, but there's a penalty as Bill Vinovich, the head referee, says I think either a false start and a legal shift, something like that. But anyway, shout out Newfound Glory. Great band.
Shout out. Bring them back.
Yeah. I'm sure they're still touring. They do great. All right, last bit on Newfound Glory. Obviously, they have awesome original songs. Everyone knows My Friends Over You. But they do great with covers as well. They make albums where they just cover others.
Top deals.
We just got some information that Logan Ryan is questionable to return to this game with a foot injury as Patrick Mahomes connects on a pass to Juju Smith-Schuster and gets tackled by Logan Ryan's replacement, Keanu O'Neal.
All right, it's time for Keanu O'Neal to have some big hits.
Yeah.
He's gonna expand upon his special team talents to here.
Shout out Richard. He says, took my niece to watch Newfound Glory at House of Blues and caught the guitar pick. That's really cool. That's awesome.
Congratulations.
2nd and 2, Mahomes rolls out to his left and finds Travis Kelce. No surprise.
I can't watch another pass between Mahomes and Kelce.
I mean, we've all said that it's obviously Travis Kelce is like the number one guy you have to stop. And he's literally been doing it from the jump. Looked like he got hurt on that last play, though, because he put his hand up like calling for the sideline. So
if you look at the way his left knee went down, well, they're not replaying it, but from the right angle. Let's see.
Anthony Nelson is in the game at outside linebacker. And a nice pass breakup for Lavonte David. Finally, some good things to come from just the Bucs in general. You know, like they haven't really done much on offense. The defense has allowed 2 scores. Yeah.
Highlight of the day so far. Lavonte David with a bat down.
Yeah.
Should be a little bit more entertaining than that, but you're right. We need to be a little more patient.
Yeah, now they're showing the replay. Will Golson had the tackle on Kasey. 2nd and 10. They run a pitch with Pacheco. I don't know how you pronounce his last name. Gets about 8 yards. Tackled by Neal and company.
And I'm only confident about that because I know I grew up with 2 Pachecos, and it was spelled just like that. But we know I don't like pronouncing anybody's name correct. So
Pacheco.
Pacheco.
Kelsey's back on the field. The Chiefs are going to let this just, let the clock run out for the first quarter.
Travis Kelce's mustache looks interesting.
Yeah. I wonder who Brady's talking to. All right, that'll do it for the end of the first quarter. Bucs are down 14-3. They're down bad right now. It's not really going too well. So, they need to pick it up.
So, well, they need a new little plan here for the second quarter.
Yeah, they do. And what I was going to say is, they obviously they need to pick it up. You got to lift the spirits as well. And one way you can do that is by, winning money. Winning money is always a lot of fun. And you could do that by gambling. And if you're going to bet on these games, you should be doing it with MyBookie. That's mybookie.ag. And, football and you pick winners all the time. So why not get paid for them at MyBookie? Bet single game spreads, money lines, or parlay multiple together to increase your payouts. There's low contest entry fees and over $500,000 to be won. So make it so you don't have to be a pro gambler just to have fun. Getting started is easy. Just visit mybookie.ag and use the promo code Pewter, that's PEWTER, on your first deposit to secure a double deposit bonus. That's promo code Pewter, PEWTER, so you get your first deposit matched dollar for dollar all the way up to $1,000. Even if you learn from Plant City Math, that's a great deal. MyBookie is a proven sports book that makes it simple to bet and win. So make this your winning season. That's right, I'm talking to you. Make it your winning season exclusively at MyBookie. That's mybookie.ag. I'm happy to say that I have the over in this game. And that was at 47. And with 17 points in the first quarter, that's a great start.
No, I would say so. I feel like a lot of Plant City people have benefited from MyBookie, but aside from our lovely neighbors in Plant City, I think I was nervous to take the over on it only because everyone was like low scoring. But I thought it would come down to hopefully some sort of shootout between the offenses, which is probably a lot to ask for. We need some no risk it, no biscuit right now.
Yeah, so that was my thinking was the fact that Jones and Godwin and Donovan were back. I think you were going to see a much better offense, and Mike Evans being back too. That you're going to see a little bit more of the last year's offense that was averaging 30 points a game. And I still think the Chiefs we're going to get points because they're the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. As Mahomes scrambles here on 3rd and 2, he's going to get the first down and dives pretty close to midfield. So not the ideal start in the second quarter. The Buccaneers.
Nope. Not that the guys aren't there's
outside of Kelce, being all over the field, they're doing solid in coverage and getting very close to taking down Patrick Mahomes. They just haven't They're like so close, so close, so close. Ugh, don't get it.
Yeah.
Mahomes drops back here. He's going deep over the middle. It's caught by Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Lavonte David is waving his arms like it was an incompletion, but that doesn't look to be the case. Nice catch by MVS in his former home stadium of Tampa. And things are going from bad to worse for the Buccaneers.
Burned. I mean, you can't help it, but
great catch. Nice play. At least this is going to force the Bucs to pass the ball, because you can't get behind too much.
They have to score on their next possession.
Mahomes to Pacheco on the run play. Once again, the Chiefs running backs are carrying 3 to 4 Bucs defenders at a time and moving it up the field.
And the frame of these running backs, they shouldn't be running with 4 Bucs on their backs.
No, especially when one of them is Devin White.
Right. Like, saddle up, guy.
Yeah.
Neil, like, you've got some of your top tacklers right there not taking down Pacheco.
2nd and 2, 13 minutes to go in the second quarter. Mahomes, goes over the middle, but it's dropped by Valdez-Scantling. Would have been another tutty.
Don't make a scene, should make a scene right about now.
I mean, that's what sparked the Bucs last week. Let's remember that, they were about to be down 21-3, but then Vita forced that fumble, and that really got the Bucs going, at least offensively. Bucs have still yet to score a touchdown in the opening, in the first half of any game this season. 3rd down, Mahomes looks to his left, throws over the middle. It's caught by Kelce. He'll get tackled before the end zone, but it is enough for a first down. Mahomes is just slicing up the Bucs defense. Kelce is open all over the place.
Squish knees over here.
Yeah, it's been ugly, to say the least.
That's ridiculous.
RX with a good comment. This defense is historic with the every other letter capitalized.
Oh man.
Mahomes looking, overthrows. Who was it there? Hardman? No.
Yeah. Escape.
McKinnon, Jerick McKinnon. There is a penalty on the play. And it's a holding on Jamel Dean. So, as if things weren't easy enough for the Chiefs, they will now have 1st and goal at the goal line.
What's not fascinating, but unfortunate is that I think a lot of people are really starting to see the difference that having Akeem Hickson really makes, especially with this interior and how much that helped that much more pressure. Because you just feel a bit of a drop off with him not being in there.
I agree.
Following up in the middle, Vita Vea has just been kind of, where are you at, guy?
I'm surprised too, Casey, is as the Bucs make a stop here on 1st and goal, is Vita only had 3 more snaps than like the rest of the interior defensive linemen. And if Vita's going to be your number 1 guy, you just gave him that big contract. I just feel like that he should be playing a little bit more. I understand the defensive line, you especially have to, rotate guys in and out. But I like to see Vita on the field more.
Absolutely.
Play action here. Was that friend of the program, Pat O'Connor, nearly gets to Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes spins, then tosses it, and it's scored. Caught by Clyde Edwards-Helaire. That was a wild, wild play. And, you talk Mahomes magic. That was a Mahomes magic play right there.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you signed up for recess ball, that's what we're watching.
Yeah. Yeah, almost got him, Pat O'Connor.
Can't catch the flag.
No. And then he spins, whoop, right by Devin White. And
wow.
That's an incredible. I mean, Devin White has to make that stop there, but that was an incredible play by Patrick Mahomes. Word to that, says White whiffs again. Another comment here. Yeah, it's over. As the Bucs are now down 21-3.
Well,
Bird says still not going to get any blame for the defense. Mike is changing the channel.
no, Mike, just wait till after halftime.
Yeah, it's not over yet. What if they score in this drive?
Right.
Chris says this is a talentless defense. That's not true.
Yeah, let's not be dramatic, Chris.
Frank Cheese says, so that whoop again.
You do it right on.
Thank you. Shout out to Chris Berman. And part of my take. Well. Sunny Day says, this is gross. Sorry, guys. Enjoy your last Super Bowl. Ramon, with the offensive language, says flipping soft. Just kidding, Ramon.
Easy, Ramon. Easy.
Yeah, thanks for the comment, Ramon. We appreciate it. We appreciate
Sunday.
everyone in the chat. Yeah, it's the Lord's Day. Matthew says that the Falcons are winning the South. Matthew, I'll bet you $100 right now that doesn't happen.
You could screen record this for proof. Bring it back.
Yeah, exactly.
I will say that I did have the Falcons for the upset today.
Nice. Yeah. Did you have any picks? Obviously, you host your own gambling show as well. Well, you have guests on it too, but you know,
I co-host.
Yeah.
With two lovely gentlemen, aside from you, lovely gentlemen. But yeah, I've been on top of the upsets hardcore. I had Dolphins beating Bills last week. That worked out in my favor. Falcons, I had Jets. I actually physically, mentally chose the Jets.
Let's go.
Out for me, so I might be good luck for you guys. What was the other one that I had? I had another one today too. And then I came up big having QB Josh Allen for over 41.5 rushing yards because he had 47 on the Dolphins. And I was like, oh, when he's back against the wall, dude, 70 rushing yards versus the Ravens.
Nice. I didn't even realize that. I was watching a lot of that game.
In the middle of the game.
Yeah. I mean, the Bills are obviously an extremely talented team. The one thing, though, is that they rely so much on Josh Allen. It's like if Josh Allen doesn't have a good game, the Bills are going to lose.
Yeah.
Normally he does. Normally he plays very well. So more often than not, they're going to win. But
and their defense is suffering from major injuries because even after that new signing, Xavier Rhodes, road closed out of Minnesota, he wasn't even able to play. He's dealing with some sort of injury.
Right.
The plague of injuries.
Yeah, so make sure you follow Casey's picks. I mean, if you keep picking all these underdogs, I'm gonna make sure that I get in on that next week.
I have done well over the last 2 weeks. I can confidently say that.
There you go. Very cool. Very cool. All right, Bucs offense is out for the third time. And does this say must score, can't punt?
No. Week 2. This little movie highlight is nice. Cole Beasley in for Scotty Miller. I did see somebody's comment were saying Scotty Miller is the S word for them, and I understand. I respect.
Bucs go play action. Hey, look at that. Rachaad White's on the field, and he makes the catch and heads up the field for a first down. Get out of here. Rachaad White gets a snap on offense.
There we go. This is what they brought him in for, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's a first down,
Okay. All right. Positive. Everybody stay focused.
Yeah, it's not over yet. You have Tom Brady. I think he's made a couple of comebacks in his career. Shotgun here. Brady looking. Throws over the middle. It's caught by Mike Evans down the field. Takes a hit, but the Bucs are right back in business. A very important catch made by team captain Mike Evans. And for third yards, that actually just broke a record for Mike Evans. He surpasses James Wilder for the most yards from scrimmage in team history. Wilder had the record at 9,449 yards. Now Mike Evans, who's broken so many records here with the Bucs, is number one in that category as well. One and counting. So congrats to Mike Evans.
Welcome back.
A huge moment. And welcome back. Yeah, great to see him. Brady in shotgun, throws to Cam Brate. Takes a couple hits, and he gets a first down. The Bucs are moving the ball. They're moving it forward, and they're staying out of third down situations. This is an excellent drive for the Bucs. And Kasey, we might, if we're lucky, we might see the first touchdown of the first half for the Bucs this entire season.
This is getting historic for this season. Yeah. So stay tuned.
But this is historic in a bad way, unfortunately. Rachaad White on the field again. Yeah. Brady in shotgun.
Oh, my God.
Brady avoids the sack and then throws it onto the ground for an incompletion. Nice job avoiding the sack. I think that was just a case of, they brought more people than they had blockers. Tristan Wirfs looks a little shaken up on the play. That is the last thing the Bucs can afford.
And that statement that you just made, 100%, because I wouldn't trust, A, him being a rookie, B, him not being very consistent, but you don't want Rachaad White being your pass blocker right there.
Well, I thought he got the defender pretty well, but the other defender that blitzed, he's the one that got to Brady. It wasn't the one that White was blocking
the left
against.
Side?
But Leonard Fournette is such a good – they sent 2 on the left side. Brady looking to his right, completes it to Rachaad White.
Okay.
Gets tackled right at the yard marker. We'll see where they put it. And based on where the ref just put the ball down, that is a clear first down. Rachaad White making an impact on this offense.
We appreciate you, kid. An attempted stiff arm.
Appreciate that. Yeah.
And just look at these matchups. Like look at who's on Mike Evans in these routes and stuff. They need to continue flipping it. You got Tom Brady as your quarterback. Stop handing it off unless he's dying in there.
Brady in shotgun, looking to his left. Throws over the middle. It's caught. Touchdown, Mike Evans. Welcome back. He returns to the team after a 1-game suspension. Gets a touchdown and immediately launches it into the crowd. Bucs are so happy that Mike Evans has returned to this team. It's now 21-9 with the extra point coming up. Great job by Mike Evans. Showing the replay here. Yeah, Brady just read it well. Evans found a spot in the zone and, made the catch before the defender can get there. So that is the first touchdown of the first half for the Bucs this season.
All right, guys, they're in it. In it. If offense can do that every time they have the ball, I mean, maybe not every time, but
simple as that.
Yeah.
The extra point, the extra point by Suckup is good. That makes it 21-10. Bucs are right back in it, Kasey.
There we go.
Don't call it a comeback.
Don't call that might be the song you would have to use depending on the closeout of this. Because
and we're at 31 points with still a lot of the second quarter to go. I'm very happy.
You know what? In this, per your favorite Pewter fans, former PR guy John Ledyard tweets, "Don't recognize this Vita Vea. Bizarre and troubling regression all season." That's exactly what we were just talking about. We got to see. I don't see much aggression. I don't see much explosiveness. Nada.
Richard says, "Holy crap! I just caught a glimpse of an offense." I think he's trying to say, but
I believe
actually using the King Cook says, "Mama said knock you out." I believe that's the "Don't call it a comeback" is from that song.
Yep.
Justin said Vita got paid and now he's done. A separate Justin says he got his bag. Ed says Brate looks like one of those 70 porn stars. King Cook, Vita got paid and he takes plays off too frequently. So not a lot of love for Vita Vea. But he can still chug Gatorades really well. So
you're like, well, to sum that up in one lump sum, Vita Vea needs to wake up. Maybe he needs a Celsius or 3.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea at all whatsoever. Another thing that could really, make yourself better is by taking some age rejuvenation.
As we age, our hormones decrease, both for men and women.
I was tired all the time, had no sex drive.
I was groggy.
I felt like I was 80 years old because everything hurt.
I came to Age Rejuvenation because I was tired all the time.
Bioidentical hormones has really made such an impact in people's lives.
I actually enjoy shopping now.
Got all my energy back.
Mind is sharp.
I feel like I'm 18 again.
It was perfect for me.
Get with Age Rejuvenation. Do it now. Don't wait.
Call Age Rejuvenation today.
Look better, feel better, and have better sex by using Age Rejuvenation. John Gilmore has talked about it a ton. Scott Reynolds has talked about it too. They're not just spokesmen. They are clients. They thoroughly enjoy this product. And of course, it has helped improve their lives. Obviously, John, being a former NFL player, took a lot of hits, but now has seen a lot of success with Age Rejuvenation. So check it out today. Get a free consultation. They've been at the Pewter Report tailgate shows as well at Walk-On. So you can go and get a free consultation. Check out Age Rejuvenation. Bucs just kicked off with Jake Camarda as the defense hits the field again. There's 8:44 to go in the second quarter. Bucs trail by 11, but did cut into that lead.
Yeah.
I feel like they almost should have let the Chiefs score again, so it'd be 28-3, and then they could start the comeback, and there could be that running joke.
That would have made for great TV. But
yes, it would have.
I think Bucs fans' heart rates have taken a beating in the last week.
Yeah, Edwards-Helaire. Once again, the Bucs cannot tackle these running backs. I don't know why. I don't know what the issue is.
I guess the smaller the better.
Low man wins.
The little man. I was waiting and hoping that you'd say that. Little man wins.
Second and 3, Mahomes in shotgun. Looking to his left, then throws over the middle. It is incomplete. That was a little bit behind Juju Smith-Schuster.
Somebody's got to get their hands on one of these balls.
Yeah, turnover would be pretty perfect right now, actually. But, a big third down here. We'll see if the Bucs can get the stop.
Now, granted, through the first 2 weeks in the second half of week 3, their third down management was so good.
Especially the second half of last week's game.
Yeah, 100%. They need to find that.
Mahomes in shotgun, throws it to Kelce. He's caught. Bounces off a couple tacklers and gets a first down. No good. No bueno. I mean, Travis Kelce's going to have like 15 catches by the end of the game.
Yeah, which is just ridiculous. He had 5 receptions versus the Colts. The Colts.
Yeah. Little pitch to the outside with Helaire. Nobody home for the Bucs. Oh, Lavonte David took down Helaire.
Are they going to call that?
That had to be a face mask. Carl Nassib is yelling at someone, too. Yeah, that looked nasty.
Mm-hmm.
That has to be on Lavonte. Or they're saying horse collar. I guess that was that.
Oh.
Very uncharacteristic.
Oh,
no,
it's on Nassib.
It was Carl Nassib. Wow. I really thought it was Lavonte when I first saw it.
Me too. Because his hand got in or at least it looks like it.
That is kind of crazy similar to when Devin White tackled Jameis that way, and that's how Jameis got injured.
Yeah.
That looks like really similar. Just the one hand grab, like, kind of swung him around, but, that's 15 yards for the Chiefs. They run it with Pacheco, who rips off 9 yards. The Bucs defensively have not stopped the run at all whatsoever. And not that the Chiefs are running it a ton, but
they're sneaking in there at a very opportune moment.
We haven't seen one tackle for loss or anything of that nature.
Just funny because, everybody really missing Vita right now.
Yeah.
How about Logan Hall follows up with his second NFL career sack?
That would be nice. Yeah, you got Nacho on. You got Shaq and Carl Nassib. They run it with Pacheco. Nice play by Shaq Barrett.
Yeah.
There's that tackle for loss we were looking for. That got to the line of scrimmage, but same.
Finally. Now, did they switch up how they lined up the outside linebackers? Because typically, Shaq lines up opposite of JTS.
Yeah, I just think they're giving JTS a rest right now.
The motor shouldn't be putting right now.
I mean, you'll see, Anthony Nelson and Carl will get they'll get like 15 snaps a game.
Yeah.
Maybe even less, so.
I just got used to typically seeing the long guys playing outside.
Nice play by Keanu Neal. He rips it right up the middle, gets the tackle for loss on 3rd down. Bucs finally got to stop down. I didn't see too much of that. Andy Reid obviously likes to, he likes to risk it at times, kind of like Bruce Arians. So we'll see whether Kansas City decides to go for it or not. Great job by Keanu Neal, though.
A lot of faith in Patrick Mahomes, so I wouldn't be surprised. But nice little stuffer there.
Yeah, it's 4th and 1. It's a long one. I'd be shocked if they run it here, just with the great things Mahomes has done. They do snap it. Mahomes looking, dumps it off to a wide open Hilaire, and he drops it. He just dropped it. He was wide open. Casey, there was not a puck within 10 yards of him.
And he alley-ooped it around his own neck.
Oh, my God.
There he goes.
That
was beneficial.
A
break.
Huge break there. But
break them off a piece of that Kit Kat bar. Wow.
These are the breaks, as they say. So, wow. That was friggin' a gigantic swing for the Bucs.
Massive. Did anybody catch the weird little WWE tackle that happened between Goldstein and number 77 for the Chiefs?
After the run play on 3rd down, I saw it briefly.
Okay, that one tickled me a little bit, so just thought I would mention it. Throw it out there for everybody else.
Long Lost Glazer had a very funny comment where he said he's donating a certain jelly to Clyde Edwards-Hilaire's charity.
That's nice. Not nice. Let's go.
He says, let's go. Gary says, watching replay, Mahomes shook White so bad on that touchdown. Yeah, that was pretty bad. Matthew says, that's the break that we needed.
Yep.
Peter, again, if I see a 1st down run, I will flip. JM says, I'll give Mahomes some credit. He's been a magician out there. Yeah, he has avoided a lot of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, look, Patrick Mahomes is great. Nobody can deny that. He's just got a real special touch on the ball.
Yeah. TJ said just enough pressure to make that throw a little off. I mean, it was right in front of the eyes of Clyde Edwards-Hilaire. I don't think it was off that much.
Mm-hmm.
Aqua something. Aqua Megalodon says Rachaad White going to give the Bucs some energy. He did last time.
Yeah. We'll take it. All right. What's the timestamp in the second quarter here?
I think there's 4 minutes to go.
All right. Nice. They're on pace to level this out.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, you score a touchdown here. Hopefully this takes a little bit of time so the Chiefs don't get a chance to answer. The Chiefs do get the ball in the second half, but you cut it to 21-17. I mean, 1 possession game.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Brady and shotgun here. Cole Beasley on the field. Look at that. Brady gets smoked, loses the ball, and it's recovered by the Chiefs. So never mind. The Chiefs get the ball right back. That came on the blind side, too. Brady didn't even see it coming.
Yikes.
And so right as the Bucs catch a break, they immediately turn the ball over. L'Jarius Sneed blitzed off the edge. Again, Brady was looking to his left, didn't even see it coming. Loses the ball, and it's recovered by Kansas City. Yeah, he had no chance.
Dang.
Brady looks a little iffy, too. Oh, there's Vita. He's coming back.
He's coming back.
5 minutes to go here. I was wrong with the clock. Hilaire gets a short gain. Bucs haven't really had too many of those as far as defending the run.
It was wide open, too, and looks like Brady sank.
I guess Brady's okay enough. He's going to keep playing, but he is holding that arm. And, he'll be asked about it. He'll say it's football. We all take hits.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He'll give away nothing. You might see a little tape.
If the Bucs hold the Chiefs to a field goal here, that's without a doubt a win.
Mm-hmm.
Shaq Barrett coming off the edge. Can't get to Mahomes in time, but in what looked like how it was in the Super Bowl, he did force an errant throw of Mahomes. Nice job by Shaq Barrett there.
It's really funny to see how these guys have to manipulate their bodies to try to get a guy like Mahomes.
Yeah. Because you gotta be fast enough to because you have to be fast enough to get there, but then you have to stop and either change direction or change angles just to get to him once he starts moving. So
yeah,
it's really tough. 3rd and 7 here. Huge down for the Bucs.
I would never have Patrick Mahomes on my tag team.
Yeah. Mahomes rolls out to his left. He's still running. He's going to get that first down. He dives for the marker. Shaq was in pursuit. Lavonte was in pursuit, as was Devin White at the end of the play. But Mahomes just gets enough for the first down. Honestly, I'm still not freaking out yet. Even if the Chiefs score here, if the Bucs can score a touchdown on this next drive,
there's hope.
You're only down 2 touchdowns after that.
Yeah. We're talking about a team that we've seen rally in some pretty big games.
Yeah, exactly.
Ugh.
Queipo brings it down to about the 2-yard line. Bucs again just getting beat up in the run game. It's been ugly.
Which is surprising.
Very surprising.
Brady still seems pretty calm.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. Maybe he's taking a different approach because obviously he was screaming his head off 2 weeks ago against the Saints.
Right. But it looks like the screaming works. Somebody's there. They need to wake up a bit.
Yeah.
Prime time's always been an issue.
Yeah, it has. I was hoping that they would end that trend, but it's not looking that way so far. Chiefs call timeout here. Let's get more comments. Feeling Pewter people. Ariel said Bucs O-line is sick. Tom says Byron Leftwich calling poop. Outback Cat says that the Bucs going to lose 45-17.
Okay.
Brian says these turnovers at own 25 are killing them. That's true. Both of their turnovers have already happened when the Chiefs were in scoring position.
Yeah. Just kind of really handing them the game there.
Richard, with a good point, says this offense is not a come-from-behind offense this season. I think that's kind of true. I mean, they weren't able to do it last week, and, the Saints game, they're only down a score.
I think they can be a come-from-behind. It's strategy.
Yeah.
And you weren't able to pull it off last week because you had Scotty Miller drops, you had Rachaad Perriman's inconsistencies, you had Cole Beasley breaking into the system. Yeah. Turnovers at a very costly time.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Once again, that's honestly the most frustrating thing. I thought he scored there. But just having 3 defenders and not being able to get the tackle.
Right.
Very, very frustrating.
And Logan Hall mentioned last week in the post-game in the locker room that wrap-ups was an issue for the defense in the first half, and that was a big discussion at halftime. And then they came out and had a pretty stellar second half performance, even though it didn't give them the win. But
yeah,
if anything, that's the biggest thing you can hope for at this point, is that there's going to be big conversations that take place at halftime that turn this game around.
Yeah, it's going to have to start with the defense too. Oh, yeah. Chiefs move their offensive player who takes the snap under center, and they score.
Yep.
So, yeah, not ideal. I don't even know who that is. Something Gray? He's got to be like fourth receiver at most. Because they do have Justin Watson,
whom we haven't seen yet, have we?
He's lined up on the left on the replay. He's number 84. He has a different number than when he was with the Bucs.
Yeah.
He's on the field, but yeah, hasn't made a catch or anything. Tough look for the Bucs. Michael has changed his score now. It's going to be 56-10.
No mercy.
Yeah. I'm curious, though. I mean, we won't find out until after the game, but I'm curious how much Shaq Barrett's comments, really played a role in, them just stepping it up.
Yeah. I mean, while he's more of a silent leader, I'm sure he'll have some words and guidance in the locker room. Oh, memory lane of Brady and Mahomes.
Yeah, some good times. Mostly for Brady.
Yeah. All right. 2:11, plenty of time. And like you said, Matt, I think it comes down to how they drive towards the end zone and if they can find the end zone.
And the Bucs, so like last week when they struggled a ton, their two best drives were with 2 minutes to go in the second quarter, which unfortunately that drive ended after one of the fumbles by the receiver. That was Perryman. And then the last drive of the game when they tried to tie it up. So the Bucs have done pretty well in 2-minute drill type of situations, which is exactly what this situation is.
Yeah, and having a better core makes all the difference.
Yes. Yeah, because now we're talking about Mike Evans and, Chris Godwin, Chris Godwin's been kind of quiet today. He had the one catch earlier, but that's been about it.
And still no sight of Julio Jones.
Yeah, he's only had a couple of snaps.
They're saying that he was massaging his right upper shoulder.
Yeah.
Better hit that
Brady
TV
and
12.
shotgun here. Brady looks right, fires, connects to Chris Godwin.
There we go.
We were just talking about. And that'll take it to the 2-minute warning. So Bucs are down 28-10. They do obviously have the ball right now and have a chance to move it down the field. And they can stay in this game. If they get points on this drive, obviously preferably a touchdown, but even a field goal here makes it a 2-possession game.
Right.
So,
and this is where they have to have a best practices conversation. So what I'm seeing here is some similarities to what was going on in parts of the Saints game. The run game wasn't having as much success, and then they just started properly passing out and pitching out the ball to move down the way. And that was without Mike Evans, because if you think about it, Mike Evans didn't play much at all. He had 3 receptions with the Saints. So you see that Leonard Fournette is a target. You use Lenny at the right moments where they're not expecting it. Allow him to bulldoze his way down the field. But primarily, they need to be using Mike Evans, depending on the snap count, Chris Godwin, Julio Jones. And I think Cole Beasley can still be beneficial in a couple rotations here. Somebody but Julio broke a fingernail. That's not funny, guys.
Jeez. While we wait for the game to come back on, let's hear a quick message from Immuni Financial.
At Immuni Financial, we help you live in the now.
Congratulations. We're so happy for you.
Thank you.
And even though the now may feel very different, you still need to plan for the future.
How's retirement treating you?
Oh, just fantastic.
I know I say it all the time, but you really got to come up to Colorado.
Let's do it.
All right.
We can help you develop that plan to keep you on track, so you can still prepare for tomorrow, today. Muni Financial. Plan ahead, stay ahead.
You know where we got to get to, and that is Colorado. When you're managing your family's wealth, go to Muni Financial because it's simply more than allocating your assets. Pewter Report trusts Muni Financial with our investments and retirement funds, and you should trust them too. Call 1-800-868-6864. Talk to David or Mark. They're awesome people over there because they'll tell you all about the different kinds of services that they have. There's legacy planning, brokerage and advisory services, retirement accounts, college savings accounts, and more. Once again, that number is 1-800-868-6864. And get started with the Muni Financial today.
Oh, I'm still not nervous. I thought like I would get nervous if the touchdown happened, and I'm still not nervous. I think that they can actually.
Yeah, I'm calm, cool, and collected right now.
Yeah. Here we go.
To Brady on Lombardi lining on the field.
Praise be lined up.
Yep. Kate Otten at tight end, or maybe that was Brady. I couldn't really
get rid of it.
Oh, Godwin got drilled there, but he's okay, thankfully.
Hanging tough.
It'll be 3rd and 2.
I'm trying to see where the struggle is with these guys getting open for Brady.
Yeah, there shouldn't be this much, struggles with, with this team that is mostly played together. I understand the offensive line is fairly new, just new players working together, obviously. But, Evans and Godwin have been here for years. Brady looking to his right, throws to Cam Brate, just stretches the ball. I think he made it. That was very, very close. The ref is not putting it at the best spot, but that was extremely close. Shout out to Cam Brate.
Way to stretch it, Stash.
And they're going quick. Brady throws over the middle. Nobody home. That was well short of Chris Godwin.
And you're talking about Chris Godwin.
You have to speculate. Maybe it was a miscommunication. You have to speculate Brady was holding his arm before.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so 1:35 to go. Okay, Huddy. 28-10. Bucs are down. You have Godwin in the slot, looking that way. Oh my God! Cam Brate got taken out by Chris Godwin, and he is injured on the play.
There has to be miscommunication issues right here. How did that route end up linking Godwin?
That was a tough one. Thank goodness Cam Brate was able to get up because he got smashed.
Yeah.
Also, it looked like they run it here with Leonard Fournette. He gets the first down. But one, it looked like Frank Clark jumped off sides. And two, it kind of seemed like that the Bucs snapped the ball before Cam Brate got off the field. I'm very curious. Yeah. They definitely snapped it before Brate got off the field.
Oh, crap.
That's a terrible mistake. Now, I do think Clark was offsides too, but they're calling it on the Bucs. That's a stupid, boneheaded mistake.
That's ridiculous.
That's how teams try to find an advantage against the defense when they're running a player off the field.
How does that happen? That's so embarrassing.
Yeah, they're showing the replay of Brate. Again, I'm surprised he popped up so quickly.
Maybe his mustache took the brunt of the impact.
Yeah, could be. Yeah.
Cushiony.
Andy Reid is talking with the refs here. Not exactly sure as to what.
Oh, I don't want to give anything away, but it looks like there's a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel here, folks.
No spoilers.
No spoilers.
I mean, everyone else already knows because we're a player or two behind.
just some teasers.
Yeah. By the way, we appreciate everyone watching and listening with us. Really appreciate you guys watching. Make sure you like and subscribe to Pewter Report TV. We always have a ton of stuff out, whether it's these live streams, whether it's, video content of press conferences and things of that nature. A lot of stuff on Pewter Report TV, so make sure you check it out. Crucial 3rd and 5 for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with 1:10 to go in the first half. Brady directing traffic, looks, throws to Julio Jones, who makes the catch, spins, heads up the field, and gets a very clutch first down. Tackled by edge rusher George Karlaftis on the play. Bucs moving it now. They have all 3 timeouts, so they don't have to rush. Brady looking, throws over the middle. It's caught by Chris Godwin as he gets close to the 40-yard line. He was about to do the first down signal, but he was like, oh, crap, you got to get moving.
We'll save that for later.
Yeah.
We love a smart guy.
Yeah. Looks like the Bucs called a timeout here. So 46 seconds to go. Bucs just used their first timeout, so they have 2 more.
Nice clock management going on.
Yes, Brady and Leftwich dialing things up.
All right, stick to what works.
Kim says, yeah, K. Huddy, we need you to panic. Like, that may help, right?
You never know, Kim. I have been known to have lucky panics.
King Cook says, look at our faces on the sidelines. We look so enthused. It's tough when you're losing the whole time.
Yeah.
Many people happy about Julio as well.
There he is.
Shaggy says this game has been embarrassing. It's been ugly. I wouldn't say embarrassing, not yet. Outback Cat says the team knows they have no chance with Bowles and Lefty in charge. Again, I disagree. Aqua Megalodon says, oh my God, he made a catch. Let's go.
I did.
Long lost Glazer. Julio's out 3 to 4 weeks with a catch. JM, Julio's alive, not extinct. Outback Cat showing some love for long lost Glazer.
Primetime hate us.
Yeah, that was Clack 5 White. Yeah, that was funny.
Who's. All right.
Ed doesn't like the State Farm commercials. I think there are some that are okay. I don't think you're going to be right 100% of the time. You know who does it right with their commercials is Geico. If you look at like the trajectory of the Geico commercials, the different characters that they've had, shout out to their marketing team.
Because I think they do a good job of having the real informative, funny commercials and the short, simple, dry humor ones. You know, they balance that out nicely.
Yeah.
It's not always the same old long-winded script.
I just think like you have the caveman, you had the money with the eyes on it. You have the 2 guys playing guitar like, dude, this is as easy as like whatever. You got like Matumbo blocking people. And
that one actually made me laugh pretty hard.
Yeah, that one was great. You had they did the hump day with the camel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like that was Geico. You have the gecko, of course. Can't forget the gecko. And I like the one when it's the little pig with the pinwheel on the roller coaster. It's like, whee! Oh. I love that one.
I forgot about that one.
Yeah. So anyway, shout out Geico. Not a sponsor of the podcast, but maybe they will be. Brady shotgun looking to his right, just overthrows Cam Brate, who is back on the field. So that's good.
All right.
So it'll be 2nd and 10, 42 seconds to go. Bucs right on the cusp of field goal range. As Shaggy says, hump day.
Hump day.
Shout out Pewter Report's Josh Queipo. After this play, Brady looking, dumps it off to Leonard Fournette.
All right.
Who moves up the field. Right. He's about maybe a half a yard short of the first down marker. So Bucs are in hurry up, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, Josh always likes to say, Matt, what day is it? Or what, the whole thing.
I see him tweeted often. Ooh,
yeah.
Reed.
Yeah. Justin Reed down for the Chiefs. So that actually helps you're never rooting for injury, but that kind of helps the Bucs because it stops the play and it forces the Chiefs to actually use the timeout because of a player injury. And so the Bucs get to keep their last 2 timeouts.
And breathe.
Yeah.
Just breathe.
Just breathe. Who is that?
Oh man.
Sheryl Crow.
Yes.
Like that.
Yep.
Is it? Yeah.
Yes, that's who it is.
Look at us. We go from Newfound Glory to Sheryl Crow. We cover it all.
Versatility.
Yeah.
We are versatile.
We're like all the flavors of Celsius.
Way to put it. That needs to be used for every ad from here on out. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Keep your Celsius choices as versatile as Casey and Matt. K Huddy and Matt.
Yeah, with our music choice. All right, 3rd and inches for the Bucs. They are in field goal range. They are going shotgun, though. Godwin was in motion. Fournette in the backfield.
Evans, all-star Evans.
8 seconds on the play clock. Obviously, the play clock was a big issue last week. Chiefs send a blitz. Bucs pick it up pretty well. Thrown. It's caught by Mike Evans, who smartly gets out of bounds over the 20-yard line. So they move the ball down the field. They stop the clock. And they get to keep both of their timeouts in 22 seconds. So the Bucs still have a couple of shots at the end zone here.
All right.
Brady looking. Throws.
Oh.
Incomplete, but Cam Brate draws a pass interference penalty.
This is the 3rd time in a row that Brady has drawn a penalty.
Yeah. Yeah, Cam Brate's having a pretty good game outside of banging into his own player. But
right, which I still can't wait to figure out what that was.
Yeah,
about.
We don't even know whose fault it was. But yeah, that's a pretty clear-cut case of pass interference. They call Thornhill. Is it Justin? No, it's Juan Thornhill.
All right, that was big for the Bucs.
Yeah, 18 seconds, 1st and goal from the 1, I would imagine. Interesting here. I know Bucs fans hate when the Bucs run the ball, but you have 2 timeouts.
Back to Mike.
Everything's open. Play action. Looking for Cam Brate.
Oh!
It's incomplete. He can't hold on to the ball. Good play call, though. I wonder if Cam Brate's still a little messed up from that hit. Because
it just didn't look right. It did not look right.
Throw was a little bit high.
And the reel end got tapped out.
Yeah.
This would be a lovely, hey, Chris Godwin moment, you know?
Yeah.
Why not?
Praise be.
Praise
we'll
be.
Put the hands up if he scores.
Back shoulder, corner of the end zone. Brady to Godwin.
15 seconds ago, Brady in shotgun. Looking for Mike Evans to throw. Caught in the corner of the end zone. Mike Evans scores his 2nd touchdown of the game. What a play. What a catch. The Bucs are right back in this game. Shout out to Mike Evans. His 3rd touchdown of the season, a fade into the end zone. And Bucs fans get to celebrate another score for the greatest offensive player in Tampa Bay Buccaneers history.
Literally.
Man, what a catch. A little bit of a high snap. He just goes to the corner of the end zone, and, there's no better combo than Brady and Evans at the goal line.
Oh, yeah. And Evans
got the knee down.
Places it so perfectly. It looks so impossible sometimes, and Evans paces it so perfectly.
Suck up going for the extra point. It is good. So it's 28-17. The Bucs are very much right back in this game.
Halftime pep talk, rally.
Exactly. Get a stop on that first drive. It ain't over yet, people.
It ain't over till it's over. Which song came to mind for that?
For me, it's this song. It goes, and when you think it's not over, it's not over. It's not over. And when
that's a good one.
It's not over. You know what movie I think that's in? Do you remember Fever Pitch with Jimmy Fallon and Drew Barrymore?
Barrymore. Mm-hmm.
I think it's when Drew Barrymore runs onto the field to show Jimmy Fallon that she's at the game, and she's looking for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's that moment.
Dang, solid memory.
Thank you. I remember the weirdest, dumbest stuff. I couldn't tell you what I had for lunch yesterday, but I'd be like, oh, yeah, this movie over 20 years ago about the Red Sox. And I'm not even a fan of the Red Sox.
Oh,
yeah, I could tell you that.
You share a brain with a goldfish and an elephant. That's what I should say.
I like that. I'm gonna definitely steal that at some point.
I got 2 animals in my head. $10.
Oh boy.
Well, why not, guys?
Great return for the Chiefs. Only 4 seconds though. So I mean, Mahomes, he's got one of the strongest arms in the league.
It's gross.
But it just seems like the Bucs, they get stuff going and they immediately screw it up. Like, for example, getting the stop on 4th down when Edwards-Helaire dropped the wide open pass, and then they immediately fumble it on like the next occasion. So we'll see. I guess the Chiefs will probably throw a Hail Mary here.
Because it's Pat.
War in G says Kamar to save 7. Probably true. Ed with a good point. Without the opening fumble, it's 21-17. Carl Nassib in pursuit.
Ooh!
He gets the Patrick Mahomes. Nice job by Carl Nassib.
There you go. Make it for that horse collar.
Yeah, his the first sack of the season and the first sack of the game for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as that goes to halftime. But before we go to halftime, got to remind everyone that sack is brought to you by Pirate Republic, a sack for Carl Nassib. And, of course, Pirate Republic is the let me try that again. Pirate Republic is the official beer of PewterReport.com. They're based out of Nassau in the Bahamas, and they're now invading Florida just in time for football season. Beer brings people together to celebrate life. That means celebrating life in the spirit of the original pirate code, a sense of belonging. Pirate Republic is a community of people living life on their terms. You got the Long John Pilsner, which is perfect for tailgating or having fun at the beach in the Florida sun. It's the Take No Quarter IPA, the best IPA that you'll drink. You drop an orange slice in the golden haze of Piracy Belgian wit beer and enjoy the pirate's life. You can find Pirate Republic. It's available at Total Wine and More, Lucan's Liquors, Party's Liquors, and select ABC Liquors in the greater Tampa Bay area, expanding across the state of Florida. Live life on your terms with Pirate Republic. And we'll just show everyone real quick. These are the beers that you see: the Long John Pilsner, the Take No Quarter IPA, and the Golden Haze of Piracy Belgian wit beer. Kasey, we're going to give you a little bit of a break here. Go, have a snack, have some water, whatever you want. In the meantime, we're going to bring on our pal, Josh Queipo. Josh, welcome back to the show. Give us your thoughts, man, on this first half that has been pretty wild, to say the least.
It's self-inflicted.
It is.
It's so much self-inflicted. On offense, Byron's got to be put down 30 points before he decides to call an efficient game. It's maddening. It's absolutely maddening. There were 3 drives where they just said, F it, we're going to pass, right? One of them, unfortunately, Brady gets the blindside blitz and strip sack, and that sucks. The other 2, they waltz down the field. Just cha-cha, the samba.
Doing the damn lambada. Yeah.
The gritty. I guess that's the one that's going on right now. Right on down the field, 14 points, no problem. Every other drive where they decide we're going to get Lenny the ball in the flat where he can't accelerate to save his life, or we're going to hand the ball off and bad things happen. It's a play calling, execution. Cam Brate, can we please hold on to a pass? Please, just a little bit.
Yeah, I wonder how much he's feeling from the unfortunate buck on buck hit there, when Brate ran into Chris Godwin, because I don't know, something didn't seem right. Like the next play to him, it was a little high, but like it was incomplete, and then he dropped the ball in the end zone. So I'm curious if there's anything lingering there.
He dropped before that, though. It was
Which
prior
play?
to the. It was a couple drives prior, but I mean, it's a recurring theme for Cam Brate. If you can't separate, you got to be able to catch the ball, and he doesn't do it consistently. And then, of course, the fumble to start the game. I mean, it's then on defense, just missed tackle after missed tackle after missed tackle. Oh my gosh, the fact that they're only down by 11 it's a testament to the Chiefs beating themselves on a few different plays. This should be 35-38 to nothing. Or not to nothing, but to 17 at least.
Yeah, I think what's most frustrating as they're showing, some of the highlights here, you mentioned the missed tackles. It's not even that. It's the fact that you have 3 players. It would be like Devin White, Lavonte David, and Keanu Neal or Will Golston or whoever. You got 3 players and the running back, and it's been a couple of them. It hasn't just been Edwards-Helaire. The running back is dragging 3 Bucs players into the end zone or for those extra yards. Yeah. That is inexcusable.
Yep.
You have 3 defenders and some of your best when it comes to Devin White. That's unacceptable. That just can't happen. Yep. And how is that happening?
It's not unusual for Devin White. And then Mike Edwards, I think, he's played lights out to start the year, but this is the difference between Mike Edwards and Jordan Whitehead playing in the box. Whitehead brings, some thump to it, and Edwards is just not his game, so he's getting dragged. I mean, Kelce does that to a lot of players, but yeah, that's the big difference between the defense today versus, the first 3 weeks is the Chiefs offense is getting yards after catch by dragging guys and just smoking guys and just moving the ball that way. And that was the Achilles heel of Todd Bowles' defense the last few years is they would allow a lot of yards after catch. And then, in the running game, they're running over guys, but it's not just that. I mean, they're finding lanes that commuters on 275 would kill for. I mean, really.
The Chiefs haven't tried to run it a ton, but when they have, as you said, it's a wide open highway.
Hold on. Did you just say their offense doesn't choose to run, but then when they do, it's really efficient?
Yeah.
Flipping novel. It's a novel idea. Oh my! I'm beside myself.
How much did we talk about when you and I were on the tailgate show earlier? We just talked about obviously it starts with stopping Travis Kelce, but Helaire could be the next guy. And all they've done is throw the ball to Travis Kelce. He's been all over the place. They're getting him involved in different ways. It's mind-numbing, how silly it is, the fact that they haven't been able to stop them at all.
Yeah. I mean, the Chiefs playmakers are doing what we expected them to do. I mean, there's only so much. Patrick Mahomes has made a couple of unreal plays.
Plays. The touchdown to Helaire is,
Oh yeah.
Devin White has to make that tackle, but still, it was it was a cool Mahomes play.
Yeah, among other plays. I mean, he's gonna do that. You can't stop him from doing that. You just hope that he doesn't do it very much when you play him. So everything else has got to be buttoned up, and it just looks like the Bucs didn't have a great game plan for Kelce. They're going to have to adjust in the second half.
Yeah.
The good news is Bowles has shown he's been able to do that against Reed and Mahomes in the past. I mean, there are some things to build on. I think Shaq Barrett has actually had a really strong first half. And he's been getting a lot of he's been getting a lot of pressure. He just hasn't been able to convert it to a sack, which is difficult to do. I think this kind of goes back to something else that you had mentioned pregame, Matt, which is, for all the talk that Shaq had about the Chiefs offensive line, Mahomes has only been sacked 2 times this year, and you kind of see why.
Now 3. Carl Nassib got one at the end.
That's right. Yep. Yeah. So, there are some things to build off of, but you got to figure out what are you going to do about Kelce? How are you going to bracket him, and how are you going to limit his yards after catch? The pass rush is going to have to get home to put them into some third and really longs, and then the Bucs defense is going to have to convert those third and longs. Because there was at least 1, I think 2 3rd and 10s where the Chiefs were able to convert. You got to get off the field there. And then on offense, just forget Lenny, at least in the running game. Just throw the damn ball. I mean, seriously, we need Keyshawn Johnson to call plays.
Yeah. New York Jet great Keyshawn Johnson.
There you go.
Yeah. Would always like to have him. And still no Keyshawn Vaughn. I'm not really going to complain about that. Rachaad White has actually been okay in the passing game when he's been there. Do want to get to some super chats. Thank you, Marquise, for the $5 super chat. He says, we have to protect Brady. We lose him, the season's over. Hopefully shoulder is okay. Yeah, he did look a little nicked up there. I thought for the most part, they protected Brady pretty well. I mean, the one blindside play, good call by the Chiefs. And yeah, he got blown up on that play. Outside of that, though, I feel like they've held up pretty well from a pass blocking standpoint. And then Eric Collison gave us that was Marquise Davis, and now Eric Collison with the super chats. Thank you guys. Eric says, stop going 5 wide in all caps. It has not worked all season and has become laughable in terms of it being a sack, incomplete, or turnover. Won't be positive, though. I mean, I don't think they do it in an extreme amount. I mean, you can't complain that they run the ball too much. And then now when they decide to pass it, because there's not a running back there, it's become a huge issue. Obviously, it turned into the second most unfortunate play with, the Brady strip sack. But I don't know. I don't see it as like a long-term issue of, anytime they're in 5 wide, they can't do anything.
You don't want to do it every play, but there are going to be certain ones where that's probably a good idea. If you're 3rd and 8, I think 5 wide is probably a solid thing to do. You can maybe start 5 wide and kick Rachaad White or Lenny back in motion. Hey, let's use some motion. So I think that could be helpful. To the super chat in terms of protecting Brady, Matt, I know you keep the game on mute because you're literally calling it. The in-game reporter had talked about Brady. There was some pain in his shoulder. He was trying to warm up on the sidelines. They even had Gabbert warming up on the sidelines.
Wow.
Yeah. So I guess there was some worry whether he could go back in, but then he went back in and threw a touchdown to Mike Evans. So apparently he's at least okay to a certain extent. So, yeah, I mean, I think you can help the offensive line a little bit in the second half if you go under center a little bit more, which would mean not 5 wide. And I would hope that they get some play action put in there, and that'll help slow down the Chiefs' pass rush and hopefully give Brady some open looks.
Yeah, I'm with you, though. It's just time to abandon the run game. It's just it hasn't been working. I understand Brady's got an injured shoulder, but if you're able to play, then play. And if you're not, don't completely limit the offense because there's obviously a lot that needs to get cleaned up. I mean, the game could not have started in a worse way than, fumbling on the opening drive. And, we talked about, Josh, the emotions of the hurricane and the people being there and them celebrating people that work for the hurricane. I mean, you immediately fumble on the opening play. That it sucks the air out of the room or the stadium in this case, almost instantly. How can you get as hyped up after just something so egregious like that? And then the Chiefs score 2 plays later?
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate, and it's kind of been a recurring theme for the Bucs special teams. In years past, they've just been pretty terrible all around outside of maybe Ryan Suckup. But this year, it's an area of the game that I've really kind of paid extra attention to. Each week, the special teams unit overall has done really well outside of 1 or 2 plays where the bonehead plays. And unfortunately, it's kind of been Jake Camarda who's had a lot of it. He'll have a great punting game, and then 1 kickoff that goes out of bounds, or I'll have a great punting game outside of 1 punt that goes 36 yards and sets up the defense at midfield. Now, Camarda and Suckup have been phenomenal for what they've been asked to do. Camarda saves this touchdown on the kickoff there towards the end of the game or end of the half. But Rachaad White with the 1 bonehead play. Keith Armstrong's unit has yet to put a full game together, and you really want to see it because he's so close each week.
And then they almost screwed up on that last kickoff.
Yeah, yeah. Again, Camarda saved the day.
Yeah.
So when your punter is vying for most valuable player, it's not been the game has not gone the way you wanted it to. So
yeah, you bring a great point up though, that it's really all just been, they talk a lot about MEs, the mental errors that the mistakes that the Bucs have been making. I don't think there's a better example of getting penalized on a 3rd and 1 for having too many men on the field because you were just impatient and didn't wait for Cam Brate to get off the field after he ran into Chris Godwin. How do you make that mistake? That is a boneheaded, dumb mistake.
Yep. So I do have one bright spot I'll bring up, and I know the kickoff's coming up here soon. The underdog bet that the chat helped place for me.
Yes.
I'm going to give a quick update on that, and then I'll let you get back to it. Patrick Mahomes, lower than 2.5 total touchdowns. I need the Bucs defense to just shut him out here in the second half. Brady, higher than 2 passing touchdowns. He's right at 2. Lenny, lower on 64.5 rushing yards, -3. And Chris Godwin, higher than 41.5 receiving yards. He's at 30, so it's all in play right now for a pretty decent donation to the American Red Cross.
Nice.
With Hurricane Ian.
Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, I'm on the way there too. Clyde Edwards-Helaire had higher than 61.5 rushing yards. He's at 61.5 yards. He's at 43 right now. Chris Godwin over 8.05 fantasy points. He's at 4.5, so he's halfway there. And Mike Evans over 11.25 fantasy points. He's at 20. So
there you go.
Yeah. So that part has hit. Josh, thank you so much for joining us at halftime. Really appreciate it. And we'll talk to you soon.
See you, bud.
Later. And we bring Kay Huddy back on. Casey, how are we feeling going into the second half?
I am refueled. I like that they got a touchdown heading into the second half. I think they had a conversation about what works and what doesn't work, and hopefully they don't shoot themselves in the foot.
Yeah, we saw it defensively, especially last week against the Packers. You know, they did great making adjustments at halftime and shutting down Aaron Rodgers. Not doing that right away as Mahomes completes a pass to Sky Moore over the middle for a first down. So we'll see if if they can improve in those areas.
Fingers crossed. A lot of it's going to start with better tackling, but it's hard to get a hang of Mahomes. I think this team has a lot more speed than there's been conversation about after Tyreek Hill left. I think no one thought that there was going to be
right. Yeah, it's like they're still fast. They might not be Tyreek Hill fast, but you know, they have speed that they can work with. Chiefs running pretty successfully against the Bucs. They just ripped off about an 8-yard gain right there. Eric Bieniemy, the offensive coordinator for Kansas City. And he's I feel like Chris Collinsworth. He's like, here's a guy. Like Bieniemy for years has been the coach, and everyone's like, why isn't he a head coach yet? And he gets multiple interviews every season, but hasn't left the team yet. Vita makes a tackle on Helaire, but it is enough yards for a first down.
Well, at least you're finally hearing the man's name.
Yeah, exactly. He hasn't really been anywhere with this team in today's game. Ooh, poor Sky Moore got rolled up at the end there. Mahomes in shotgun. He's been shotgun a lot tonight as the Chiefs get to midfield. And Vita was in coverage on that play. That's cool. Obviously, he was last week when he forced the fumble.
There you go.
The football hitting him in the shoulder.
How did that swing through?
How do you feel about the coaching cams that they have in the press box now?
I think it's kind of odd.
It is a little weird. But it made for that great video last week when the Bills offensive coordinator flipped out.
Oh yeah, one of the greatest memes of the week.
Yeah, Devin White on a blitz forces the incomplete pass. Nice job.
Mahomes.
Get alive, 45.
Hey, saddle up, Bronco.
He's got a great sack dance too.
I know, just great branding all around. Devin White, hands off.
Nice job by Devin White.
And at least he didn't get a roughing the passer.
I know. I always get worried about that.
Yeah.
It's like you obviously want to lay a hit on the QB, but sometimes it's always so risky that it's like
you almost don't want to.
Yeah. Bucs do a delayed blitz. Chiefs run a screen. Oh man. That was a great great call by the Chiefs offense. I'm not even mad.
Yeah, and Humphreys picking up speed like that at his size. Humphrey, not Humphreys. That was kind of, I mean.
So they ran a delayed blitz with Devin and
Look at the center go.
Just Devin. Man.
Whew.
Nice play by the Chiefs. A screen to Juju Smith-Schuster. And yeah, so you have an offensive lineman on Carlton Davis. That's any old lineman squared up with a defensive back is a win for the lineman. Mahomes over the middle. It's dropped by Gray, the one that scored the touchdown on the QB sneak.
I will say that pocket is collapsing a bit quicker and getting a lot tighter on Patrick Mahomes. So that's
you're right.
67. Patrick Mahomes is like 17.
I know. It's crazy. Seen a lot more of Sky Moore in this half.
Yeah, they're
He's the one that dropped the punt last week against the Colts.
in case there wasn't a target on his back already.
Yeah.
All right. A little bit of a stuffing there on Pacheco.
Yeah. It's been better stopping that play than half of the plays that the Bucs have done on defense when going up against the run.
I would really appreciate hearing as well as seeing some sort of successful grand gesture from Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. I feel like he was starting to have a bit of a motor on him.
He's been invisible.
Where are you at?
Bucs don't send them. Oh, JTS just misses him. Devin White chasing after Mahomes. He throws it deep, and it's incomplete. So the Bucs got a very important stop on defense.
Nice.
It'll be 4th and 6. Good pursuit by Devin White.
Oh, look at that. Did you see the little tap between Devin White and Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah. And again, I don't know if this was a delayed blitz by White or if he was just kind of like being a spy on Mahomes. I think he was just doing the QB spy. And then obviously when he starts rolling out, that's, when you attack. So Matthew Wright, good first name, attempting a 44-yard kick. They just signed him this week. And it's good. So Bucs bend, but don't break. That makes the game 31-17. So again, a 2-possession game. They score a touchdown here. You just need one stop.
Right. Sitting prettier, not pretty quite yet.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good adjustments from the defense. Better coverage, even though there was still some messy stuff there, which just tells you how bad it was in the first half.
Yeah, and it was
deep, but get live 45.
Get live. I thought he's played pretty well today. He's missed a play here and there, but I think overall, I'm pretty happy with the job Devin White has done.
Yeah, some names I would like to hear a little bit more of. Winfield, even though he was the second leading tackler in last week's game, just tackler, not tacker. Not much from him since week 2, honestly. Mike Edwards is still pretty much all over the place, which is nice.
Yeah.
Dean, enough. Could do a little bit more.
Yeah, Jamel Dean's catchphrase is "Don't make a scene." It's just Dean. But if you went to a casino and was playing slots and you hit the jackpot, I mean, you would have to make a scene.
Some sort of scene.
In that type of situation. And so this is a friendly reminder to go check out the Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa. It's right here, right in your own backyard.
Just the way you like it. Me and my wife decided we'll have some fun. I was playing a 2-cent machine. 6 bets in, I hit a jackpot. $117,000.
Hi, my name is Tara, and I won over $500,000 playing slots. I do this full time, and I would not change it for the world.
I'm Gloria. I won over $2 million at Seminole Hard Rock Casino. I went and bought a bunch of jewelry.
My name is Mike, and I won over $350,000. I love playing baccarat because it hits different. When you pull in that card and you flip over that 9, beating that 8, can't miss.
I'm Jimmy. I won $500,000 in a slot tournament at Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa.
Even a blind squirrel can get a nut sometimes.
My name is Philip, and I won $215,000 on Blazing Sevens. Put my last $40 on the table. Next thing you know, bam, $215,000 jackpot. I hit that bad boy.
I didn't realize how much it would change my life.
You only live once. Have fun with it, right?
Anybody can win. It's Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa.
You never know when you can win big. So, or hit it big as well. So, check out the Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa. And pretty good timing. The Chiefs just kicked it off. Rachaad White does not attempt to run it out. He just lets it land in the end zone for a touchback. So Tom Brady and the Bucs, their first drive of the second half, will start at the 25-yard line.
And hopefully the Bucs will have some of Gloria's luck here in the second half.
Yeah. They had the little celebration going with the video.
When you see some $2 million plays.
Yeah. All right. No run, no run, no run, no run, no run, no run, no running, no running, no running. They're passing it. Brady and shotgun. Avoids the sack. Still moving. Chucks it deep down the field, and it's incomplete.
Oh, man.
Julio. But whatever. At least he didn't get sacked. Brady's very upset.
Well, yeah, he just put a lot of effort on that 45-year-old body.
Yeah,
That's been what must have cost him an Achilles.
Looked like Leonard Fournette got beat on the blitz from Rashad Fenton. Man. Oh, yeah, he just got smoked.
What an effort.
All right, 2nd and 10. Brady in the shotgun.
Nice.
Throws it to Chris Godwin, who stays up, and I think he just got enough for that first down. He did, based on where the ref is standing. Great effort by, praise be. Great job by Chris Godwin, as is tradition.
Somebody said that Gadecki almost got Brady killed.
Oh, man.
You know? Gadecki. Sorry, guys.
Gadecki. Maybe he meant this play. He probably means this play. Oh, looking for Cade on. We haven't really called his name too much.
Bit of a stacking there between Brady and Jones.
Holy moly. -3 rushing yards for the Bucs in the first half.
And to think how many times they continue to run the ball.
Gadecki got annihilated by Chris Jones.
Oh my gosh, he needs to learn the protect your quarterback conversation. Don't just walk away.
Yeah. Bucs and shotgun again. Brady looking right.
Kind of a crunchy snap there, too.
Yeah, that was odd, but it looks like the pass went incomplete. So it'll be 3rd and 10. He was looking for Russell Gage on that one. Quiet night for Russell Gage.
Yeah.
I think he only has 1 catch. I think that was only his 2nd target, too.
Yeah. All right, so the $1 million question, back to Mike Evans. Julio Jones for 2nd reception of the game. Or
I think you got to go Mike. Mike is Mr. Reliable.
Mm-hmm.
Cade Ogden on this play again. Chiefs bring the blitz. Picked up pretty well. Godwin does not make the catch. Probably would have been tackled pretty short. And that's a tough one for the Bucs.
Especially coming off of what they did before halftime. How do you come back and deliver like that?
Yeah, I mean, Byron's going to run it every single time after.
Right.
Yeah, it would have been, even if Godwin catches it, the defender's right there, Thornhill.
A huge part of this, what's going on here, too, is the fact that defense is just, their Chiefs have them on their heels.
That was not a great punt by Jake Camarda, who's done very well this season, but not a good job as the ref's still running forward. Yeah, they're going to have the ball at the 35-yard line.
All right. Well, 31.
Good shots of Tampa, the Riverwalk. I actually lived like right up close to that, so.
I lived right there for a moment in time.
Nice.
we'll be heading back that way. St. Pete was fun. Not. All right. Guys gotta look alive. Though there's nothing worse than getting that primetime slot though and playing like you know this.
Long lost Glazer calls Camarda's punt the shank. Outback Cat defense cannot stop anything. Clack 5 white, bad punt, damn, and then parentheses need a stop defense. Why'd you put that in parentheses? I'm just curious.
Could have been one. We could have rolled with all of it.
It's like Green Day, good riddance, parentheses, time of your life.
Options. They are just delivering options.
Yeah. Do appreciate the comment, though, by everyone. Brian says, defense needs plays, turnovers. I agree. It's time for the defense to do something.
I mean,
William Butler says, horrible. Again, I always appreciate him for the Haspula picture. He says, horrible. Ramon says, the team just feels off. I think that kind of has to do with the fact that White fumbled the initial kickoff. It immediately just puts you in a mindset like in a weird way.
Yeah, it already mentally set them back before they were playing from behind. So that should be
Outback Cat says that Kelsey's going to score again soon.
If they have not figured out how to mark Kelsey by now and the freaking Colts held him to 5 receptions, then yeah, they should be ashamed of themselves.
I agree with long lost Glazer. I hope Mike Edwards scores next. That would be cool.
There we go.
Ramon calling for it as well.
This is interesting.
Oh, Jordan versus Kobe. Tiger and Jack. Very cool.
They had Wayne Gretzky versus Gordy.
Oh, yeah? Nice. Federer and Sampras. Huh. And then they could do Federer and Nadal. And then Federer Djokovic.
A lot of Federer.
Djokovic, yeah.
All that to say, Brady v. Mahomes.
Yeah. Chiefs run it with Edwards-Helaire on first down. Again, Bucs have multiple players on the runner, but cannot take them down until the last moment.
A little bit more of a better read on the play, though. It's funny because, like, I obviously don't want to hear the TV, but just like the minor parts that.
Yeah, the Melissa Stark reporting thing. It's like, well, what is she saying?
The whispers.
Yeah.
There we go. Winfield, Edwards.
Yeah, first down for the Chiefs, though. Bucs desperately need a stop here. It's pretty much like if they don't get a stop on this play, or on this drive, then the game's probably over.
Yeah.
Especially if it's a touchdown. Because at this point, it's still a 2-possession game.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't afford to go any more than that.
Yeah,
I mean, the Bucs haven't even forced a punt tonight, I don't think.
No. And I will say some of that is in partial to the fact that Andy Reid is kind of a risky. He'll take the risk, and you have the quarterback worth taking the risk. Because they've had
the only they got on third down really was when they stopped the run and then they went for it on fourth down, and obviously Edwards-Helaire dropped it. So,
yeah,
they haven't stopped them, before midfield, and they're at midfield right now. So unless they get a sack here, that streak's going to end. Oh, man, Carlton got cooked. He bit on the fake.
Dang.
They faked a screen pass to, I think, Edward there, and then went deep to Marquez Valdes-Scantling. Not Edwards-Helaire. The Chiefs just have, like, beautiful play designs.
Yeah. Yes, they do. I mean, you can see Shaq Barrett eager to get in there. He's kind of switching up some of his movement and getting closer, but It's the secondary that's got to pick up a bit.
Yeah, Davis bit on the fake. Mahomes going deep for the end zone.
Is that going to be a pass interference?
That was Justin Watson.
Heyo, welcome back, kid.
Yeah. A little surprised that there wasn't a call for
pass interference.
Too. Dean's kind of like, holy crap, I just got away with one.
Don't make eye contact with the ref. Don't make eye contact with the ref.
Oh, no. Cam Brate is out for the rest of the game with a concussion injury. So that's why we've seen a lot more of K-Dot.
Wow. Which, I mean, not surprising after, we all saw what that weird little situation looked like.
Hmm. 7:30 to go. This is a crucial third down for the Bucs, even though the Chiefs are in field goal range. At least the Bucs offense, they're going to be, no huddle, up tempo the rest of the game.
Yeah.
You have to at this point. You don't have another choice.
They need a big shutdown here.
Mahomes rolling out to his right, caught by Sky Moore for a first down, and they're inside the 5.
All the yards.
And again, Bucs playing zone. They just find a sweet spot. Wasn't really that tough. Neal stays with the other receiver a little bit too long. Mahomes looking to his left and shotgun. Anthony Nelson in pursuit. He gets the sack. Nice job by A. Nelly. The 2 outside linebackers for the Bucs that have gotten sacks have been the backups with Carl Nassib and A. Nelly, Anthony Nelson. Of course, that sack is brought to you by Pirate Republic. Find out where you can get a Pirate Republic beer near you. There's Lucan's Liquors, Total Wine, ABC Liquors as well. Coming to the Tampa Bay area. 3 great flavors and types of beer. So make sure you check that out. Pirate Republic. 2nd and goal here. Mahomes throwing to his right. Caught, and it's a touchdown for Kansas City. Well, crap rolls downhill. And to make things even worse, Carlton Davis looks like he's injured on the play. The over has hit, though, so we at least have that.
Brightside. Mr. Brightside.
Yeah. Coming out of my cage. Yeah, Davis is beat on the play to the inside.
What got him so shaken up there, the way his head hit the back of his back?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
We can't do any flopping. We gotta just own what's happening here.
Yeah, no, this hasn't been good.
All right, well, things are looking a little bit more grim. And it'll be interesting to see how offense responds to this.
Yeah, because you need to score. It needs to be up tempo. That's like there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You're down. 3 touchdowns right now?
Yeah. And as you mentioned with the up tempo, it's just they lost the wind beneath their sails from the beginning of this game.
Yeah.
There's been no
things have definitely been off. But if you want to get things right, and we talked about up tempo, if you drink a Celsius energy drink, you will be up tempo. 7 essential vitamins, great different flavors. I love the Arctic Vibe. Kasey was actually the one that told me about the Arctic Vibe, and I've been a big fan ever since. Go to the Celsius store locator, find out where there's a Celsius near you, So many different flavors, 7 essential vitamins, gives you that essential energy to get you through your day. And there's going to be a Celsius near you because they're going all over the place. Or buy them online at Amazon. Save some money that way. Get the variety pack. Variety is the spice of life. Have it sent to your house or apartment every 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever it may be. Just make sure you're drinking Celsius energy drinks. Go to your local bodega, as I like to say, and get one there. Celsius, #live fit.
Could use a Celsius for this last leg.
I would really like a Celsius right now. I do not have one on me because I am not at my usual place where I'm watching the game.
I knew the background looked different.
Yeah, I'm actually over in Fort Pierce. If anyone is familiar with that area, I'm over here for the weekend. So a little bit of a different setup. But I am in the same location that I was at for the Bucs Jets game last year with Antonio Brown, who's been in the news again for terrible reasons. I was right here in this spot when the whole Antonio Brown leaving the game early situation happened. So definitely some history on this.
Some memories made in this spot.
Yeah.
Hopefully everybody keeps their shirts on in this game. Finishes the game, win or lose.
Yeah. Or what if the Bucs get like a walk-off touchdown and then someone takes off their shoulder pads and flings it like in celebration of a victory?
That's a better. We'll take that.
Yeah.
Flinging versus stripping. I am anxious to figure out what this play was really about, how this was supposed to go.
Yeah, you're talking about with Brady?
Mm-hmm.
I think it was just, and you don't know if it was Brady or Godwin, but one of them probably just didn't exactly run the correct route or didn't get far enough in their route. Brady throws a screen to Mike Evans. It's caught by Evans. He heads up the field and a solid 6-7 yard gain on first down. Evans isn't always known as as a yak guy, yard after the catch, but he does a nice job there.
He has his moments.
Yeah.
He throws in a little step overs here and there, depending on the size of his coverage. Mike Evans can quickly look like a baseball player in like 10 seconds.
You think so?
Hmm.
Oh, because the eye black and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Run with Rachaad White goes good for a first down. Still in the third quarter here, but the clock is ticking. The Bucs need to score at least 3 touchdowns.
Which is
It's not even that, Kasey. It's the fact that they have to score and they have to stop the Chiefs, which just has to happen.
right. Because if they get 3 touchdowns and the Chiefs continue to load them up and does nothing.
Yeah, you might have to do like a surprise onside kick.
Yeah.
Brady throwing towards the right. It's caught by Evans. Was he inbounds? I think so. A flag is thrown as well. I hope to God it isn't an offensive pass interference because they do get Mike for that sometimes.
Yeah. Should be.
Okay, it's a pass interference penalty on the defense. I don't know if Mike caught. I guess he did because they declined the penalty. But nice play by Mike Evans. Obviously, one of the always side stories with Mike is his record of most seasons with 1,000 yards to begin a career.
Mm-hmm.
We have to remember because Mike missed last week. He's got to make up for the yards that he missed out on last.
2/3 of a game almost.
Yeah.
If you really think about it.
That's true. Yeah, I think he got ejected early in the fourth quarter. Cade Otton makes the catch.
There we go. Welcome back, Otten.
Yeah, welcome back. His first catch of the game.
Why do I want to call him Otter?
It makes sense. Russell Gage comes up limp, so.
And he's been limited in practice since training camp, so.
Yeah, he has.
That's not grand. I don't know what it is about these hamstring muscles.
Brady under center. Screen to Chris Godwin. Wrapped up right away. Drags the defender for about 2 or 3 yards. So,
which typically a very healthy Chris Godwin is pretty good with those yards after catch.
Brady's not happy with something. It looked like Godwin got up kind of slowly.
That'd be frustrating.
Officially tell.
Maybe his sock just slipped.
Maybe. Hopefully. I mean, everyone's banged up. Cam Wright's out. Brady got hurt. You know.
Logan Ryan.
Yeah, Logan Ryan's questionable. I haven't seen him, so I think he's out. Quick throw to Rachaad White. He's got plenty of room, so he's going to get that first down. White moving up the field. Listen, he obviously messed up that first play of the game with the fumble, but he's been good as a receiver. I will say that with Rachaad White.
Yeah.
2:53 to go. Bucs are driving, trying to cut it to a 14-point game.
I will say it's probably good that they're using Rachaad White still, though. They have to build his confidence.
Dad, you got to give Lenny a little break.
Yeah.
I feel like we haven't seen Lenny at all the second half.
Not yet.
Play action. Brady back to White. Moves up the field. And a solid 8-yard game.
All right.
Play action. Mostly out of desperation, not because Byron Leftwich wants to call it. But,
Right.
Yeah.
It would be cool to see a little maneuver out of Keith. I'm sorry. I would appreciate if Kyle Rudolph was suiting up. I know a lot of people don't agree with that, but I think it could be more helpful.
Well, we'll see the severity of Brate's concussion, and obviously they're all serious, but if he can't go next week, Brady looking to the right. Cole Keith makes the catch. Oh, my goodness. Showing off those hands.
That boy.
The tight end fullback hybrid makes a really important catch for the Bucs to set them up first and goal.
Feed him.
Wow.
Feed him more. Feed him more.
Feed Keith. Wow. Nice. Back shoulder. Turn.
Yeah.
Makes the catch.
Come on.
Great job by Cole Keith.
Who doesn't want to see more Cole Keith?
Outside of the Mike Evans touchdowns, this has been the that was the play of the game.
Could they line him up at fullback, halfback, fullback?
Brady looking to his right. No one really open. Throws over the middle. Oh, my God. Mike got drilled. Mike's okay, and they throw the flag. I don't know if I 100% listen, I'm glad that Mike's okay. I'm thankful about that. But I think that was just like a hit. I mean, they're going to say you hit on a defenseless receiver.
It's Todd
I just thought it was a hard hit.
Personal foul. Wow.
Yeah, so that's a first down for the Bucs. Mike took a shot, but thankfully okay.
At least he didn't look all dazed and confused when he got up.
Yeah. All right. You keep tossing me these softballs. I'll give the responses.
Legit the best person in the world to do it, though.
Yeah. Rachaad White up the middle, looking for his first career touchdown. Looks like he's going to be a yard short. Second and goal coming up. Oh, no. Someone's down for the Bucs. I couldn't see who it was. It's Chris Godwin.
Jeez.
And he looks like he's in a lot of pain. Oh, my goodness. The Bucs just can't catch a break with these injuries, Kasey.
This is the last thing you want to see today.
No. I mean, you're pretty much back to square one. You're down to Mike Evans, and that's about it. Like, Julio is clearly not 100%. He's got that partially torn PCL. He hasn't found his. Okay.
What are we hearing?
Someone from the Pewter Report account, so either Scott or JC, tweeting from the press box said, Chris Godwin was down on the field but gets up and walks off on his own. So
okay. Oof.
But I mean, he was like writhing in pain.
Yeah, that you didn't even see him respond that way to the hamstring injury that he got in game 1. So that was nerve-wracking. Oof. None of these Bucs teams have any sort of drama.
Yeah, I know. King Cook says, damn it, we have worked Godwin back. I feel like we could possibly be mismanaging his injury comeback. I mean, he missed the last 2 weeks. I don't know.
And it was a week-by-week basis with the hamstring injury. It's not in any correlation with the knee, but yeah, I mean, people are forcing themselves to get back.
Complete Chaos says, I hate injuries, but when Gage went out, we actually aren't missing anything. That's mean. The guy got hurt. Outcast Cat says, this team, in all caps, is so bad.
Misguided. Not bad.
Frank G says, Godwin out for the season. We'll see. I don't know. Let's not get there yet.
Guys, relax. And honestly, while people might not be a big fan of Gage, you have to remember he was a big component in the almost comeback that the Bucs were gaining on the Packers.
No, I'm with you.
I'm sorry, but that stupid trick play was detrimental in so many ways.
You talking about last week with the reverse?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a tough one.
Yeah, I wanted to throw myself off the balcony. It wouldn't have been my go-to after people were already dropping passes.
Right.
The reversal trick play. Okay, so maybe groin hamstring. Hip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He slipped like before he even got hit.
Yeah. Okay, so that's not really a ligament situation. He looks okay.
Yeah.
And they're also checking his head on the sideline.
All right. Second and goal for TB12 and the TB Bucs.
TB Bucs. Back to
shot in the backfield. They throw a screen, a fade to Mike Evans. It is incomplete.
All right.
Don't hate the move. I mean, they've done it all game long. It's worked the other times.
And it's a catch that Evans can typically play out. It looks like it went over past him.
Yeah. All right, crucial third and goal. Rachaad White again in the backfield. Evans lined up to the right. He goes in motion. They hand it off to White. He jumps, and he's in the end zone. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Rachaad White gets his first career touchdown in the NFL. So congratulations to him. He celebrates with fellow rookie Cade Otton as the rest of the offensive line comes out. Congrats, Rachaad White. Just saw history. His first career touchdown. That makes it 38-23 with under a minute to go in the third quarter. He leaped into the air, looked like Superman. Nicely done. All right. It ain't over.
All right. It ain't over till it's over.
The kick by suck up is good. So it's 38-24 with 44 seconds to go.
All right. Could it be a big fourth quarter sway? Well, when we get there.
We got to do that. We'll do it in 44 seconds.
We got to be timely about it. I got ahead of myself. Sorry, guys.
I think I said that on the stream last week. I was like, all right, put up your fourth.
I'm trying to remember the little tune that typically goes with the sway. Or it might be different for every team. I know UCF.
Yeah.
I'm
not sure. I think of the kickoff when everyone does all the way turned up, all the way turned. Either that or swag surf. It's one of those two.
Yeah, we would do swag surf.
Yeah.
And then it would be you. Like, take it off. Oh, college football.
Yeah, you know what my team did? Nothing, because we didn't have a football team. At least when I went.
I'm like, what? You got my attention now.
We did have a number one overall pick though, so that was cool.
That works. UCF's not worth talking about at the moment, so.
All right, Jake Camardo with the kickoff here. Oh, my God. He kicked it out of bounds.
What's going on with
have to be freaking kidding me. They finally get some momentum, and they immediately give it away. Immediately.
Special teams just can't get it together.
I don't understand it. I don't get it. It's a free kick, all right? No one's getting in your face. And you have a huge mother effing sideline to sideline field. How do you not kick it in bounds?
Did he blink for an extended period of time?
It makes no sense to me. Chiefs running with Edwards there, who again, there's $5 on him, and he's still moving up the field.
I wonder what this guy's
Vita,
deadlift.
Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, Mike Edwards, Keanu Neal, and I think there was like one more.
This defense is making it look like this man deadlifts like 700.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And they can't stop the run. You know the Chiefs want to just keep running it. Oh, good shot of Michael Panic. Yeah.
What up, Mike?
He's also probably unhappy because the Mets are, I don't know, lost, but they could lose.
Are they losing?
They were down 5-3 in the ninth.
Mm.
Yep, they freaking lost. They got swept by the Braves.
Well, you can't.
They're going to the playoffs.
Matt. Jets can't win, and the Mets.
I know.
Can't win in the same day.
I can't. Yeah.
That's a
It'd
very
be
large
impossible.
tall order.
Brian brings up a really good point. Complementary football. That's that's the name of it. They've made mistakes in every single area, without question. So complementary football is definitely the right word. And one thing that we've been really complimentary about is Age Rejuvenation and how much Scott and John really enjoy it. So we're gonna hear from Age Rejuvenation right now.
When I got over 40, all of a sudden I didn't have the same kind of energy that I used to have, and I was sluggish all the time, and I wasn't sleeping right, and I started to have some sweats when I was sleeping and different things that, as I looked into it, I found out could be a lack of testosterone or low testosterone. So I reached out. I've known Brett and everybody here at Age Rejuvenation for a long time, so I knew that they were the right people to help me. They did look at all of my testosterone levels and all of my hormone levels and found that my testosterone was very low. So they put me on the pellets, which I love because there's something about not having to take a shot every week and doing 6 months at a time that really is convenient. My wife certainly noticed the difference, just my energy day to day, how motivated I was when I got up in the morning to just get up and start doing things as opposed to laying around the house and being unmotivated. All of a sudden I was like looking for projects, looking for things to do around. Don't tell her I said that, but looking for things to do around the house.
Look better, feel better, have better sex with Age Rejuvenation by using that. And shout out Pat Donovan from WDAE, obviously another user of the product, Age Rejuvenation. It's the fourth quarter though, so we're gonna put those floors up.
All right, here we go. Swing into the fourth. Hoping that this sway creates a breeze of momentum.
Yeah. Or maybe just like an errant throw a little bit by Patrick Mahomes,
Just a little bit of something. Little. What is this? Co-owner?
Believe they're celebrating women in football, which is a very good thing.
Lovely.
What's not cool is the Bucs being unable to stop Travis Kelce.
Ugh. They put him on pause for a second, and now they're just going to shove Travis.
They're like, oh yeah, we have him.
Mm-hmm. We'll just go back to that. Wiley.
Like the Coyote.
Look at Shaq. Just that battle on the edge is exhausting. Just watching the replay.
Let's remember, Shaq Barrett said that this could be a coming out party for the Bucs defense. Mike Edwards on the blitz. He gets to Mahomes. A sack there, which is good. I thought he's going to be able to knock the ball loose, but nonetheless, a nice job by Mike Edwards on that play at a much-needed moment.
Very much so.
And just our friendly reminder, that's the third sack of the game for the Bucs, a hat trick. But that sack is brought to you by Pirate Republic. Whether you're drinking the Long John Pilsner, the Take No Quarter IPA, or the Belgian wit beer, check out Pirate Republic. They're really awesome and great tasting beer. If you go to the New York pizza place in Ybor City, they have Pirate Republic there. So check it out. 2nd and 15, Mahomes scrambling to the right. He's going to keep running, and he almost gets that first down. So a lot of good that they did on the Edwards sack, a lot of bad on the next one. Joe Tryon-Shanka in pursuit.
He looks gassed a bit today.
Yeah.
Not typically something you want to see out of a young, up-and-coming guy. I'm just very surprised that the defense has not been able to dial it up whatsoever.
As Bart Scott would say, they can't stop a nosebleed.
No. Another good quote.
All right, they rush 3 here. Shaq just runs by. Oh, my God. A fantastic catch by Travis Kelce, but Shaq Barrett was right there. I don't know what he did. Kansas City's 10 of 13 on 3rd down.
Wow.
Everything that can go wrong has gone
He's
wrong.
threading the needle. Patrick Mahomes just threads the freaking needle.
Great catch. I mean, it was low. Carlton, this is questionable for the rest of the game. He has a stinger. So that means Sean Murphy Bunting's in the game. What could go wrong?
Welcome back, SMB. Welcome back. You never know. This could be his moment.
That is true.
Maybe he uses this to get some respect put back on his name. Travis Kelce's just Travis Kelce. They do have a really funny podcast, though, him and his brother. Great to listen to.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of clips that look pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, 3rd down. Bucs. Jesus. 5 drives in the red zone for the Chiefs. 5 touchdowns.
Make it look easy. You almost wish that the Bucs were having a bye week next week.
I know.
Just to, I don't know.
The schedule gets easier after this, though. They play the Falcons. They play the Steelers. False start? Timeout? Timeout by Kansas City.
They do have to be careful, though. I mean, Falcons kind of hung in there with the Rams team, even though, you know, the Rams are kind of going through a bit of their own thing. They're still pretty sharp.
That's true. I mean, I think the Falcons have won 2 weeks in a row, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. And had that upset today. And imagine the run game that they had to stop there. So they could sneak up if the Bucs are not sharp.
Yeah.
There's just too much going on.
No, it's been tough sledding. And, you know, even if they get the stop here, it's a chip shot field goal. So you're talking they're going to be down 17.
Right.
So it's a 3-possession game. And, again, we don't know if Chris Godwin's available. Cam Braid is out. So it's going to be Mike Evans, Rachaad White, Lenny.
Still, like, what, 2 receptions to Julio Jones?
Yeah, Julio's hardly been on the field. He's been a non-factor. Gage
out, probably.
Mahomes has plenty of time. Throws over the middle. It's incomplete.
How do you not intercept
Scantling.
It's plays like that are just kind of upsetting. When Patrick Mahomes has an extra 2 seconds to make a decision, you need to line yourself up for an interception.
Yeah.
3 jerseys on one Chiefs guy and nobody can get their hand on a ball?
I think they were probably in zone, if I had to guess. They do get the stop, though. So that's a positive. They double team Travis Kelce, as they should have been doing a long time ago. And honestly, Scantling just dropped it. It wasn't even that good.
Yeah, kind of bounced.
Kick is good by Kansas City. They extend their lead to 41-24.
All right.
If the Chiefs score another touchdown, they will have covered the over on their own.
Yeah. That's literally what I was about to say. Anybody who's betting for the over is having a better time than the Bucs fans and players. That's why betting is fun. All right. Okay, so the team can at least find the end zone. The problem is that it's come down to 1.5 men to get the job done. Down 17 points, guys. Yeah, we're aware.
Yeah, let's see what the people are saying.
Special teams is skunked.
Offense started slow again. Brian brings up a good point. Shaq talked blank before the game, then gets totally destroyed in the game. Shaq talked a big game, and he's had a couple of moments, but
coming out party
so much for this D carrying the offense. Not tonight.
Right. Was kind of banking on it, not gonna lie.
This is horrendous. This is a catastrophe, as Jersey Jerry would say. Yeah, this is tough. This is tough.
At least it's not to a terrible team.
Right. I mean, the Chiefs are the class of the AFC for a majority of it. Plus, it hurts that they lost last week. See?
Mm-hmm.
It's like if they beat Indy, I'm not saying they take this game any lightly, but
Yeah, but it would have also been a little bit of a different story. I would agree.
Craven, something scary, says 2-2 is still not terrible with this 4-game start. I agree. A lot of us said if they started the season 2-2, that would be a win. That's exactly what they're doing. It just came in a very different way. Spunky Boy says still not over. So he's staying optimistic.
Like your positivity.
Outback Cat says Falcons win easy next week. Again, no. King Cook, no more Sunday night games, please. Yeah, anytime they go primetime, they've really, really struggled.
I don't understand what the bad juju is with that either.
Yeah.
Just waiting around. I mean, I don't like waiting around all day to do something.
Waiting all day for Sunday night.
Right. Friday again and Sunday.
Sunday. Yeah. Love that song. I haven't listened to that in a while.
Just a good hype song.
It is.
The Bucs could use it.
All right, Chris Godwin's back.
Okay, good sign, ladies and gentlemen. Is Gage back in there too?
And a screen to Chris Godwin. I did not see Gage. Oh, nope, he's in there. Yeah, they're all back. Slowly but surely.
All right. Domino's trickling back in.
Let me see how I'm doing with my fantasy football. My underdog fantasy. I am one more fantasy point from Chris Godwin away from hitting my 3-team pick'em for underdog fantasy. K-Dot makes the catch.
Okay.
Heads up the field. Otter. Oh, and there's the flag. Oh, this is horrible. That's all right. It's on the Chiefs.
Oh. I just feel like he deserves a nickname. And Kate Otter just rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, I like it. I'm sure he's gotten the nickname Otter before.
Yeah, especially if he starts doing like real real nice, like muscly blocks and stuff. And then you think of the Otter box. There's just you can go.
Yeah, I was thinking Otter box. Yeah,
you can take it.
And
a
how
lot
otters are just so cute. And I don't know about cuddly because they're an aquatic animal, but they're just so cute.
Aquatic animal.
All right, 9:43 to go. It's bleak, ladies and gentlemen. We'll throw to Lenny. He gets tackled immediately. I mean, Bucs are in a tough spot because the Chiefs know what Tampa has to do. Mm-hmm. So they're obviously they're going to play back. They're not going to allow a deep shot. So Brady's going to have to go underneath.
Yeah, because at this point, they just have to go with the guaranteed yardage.
Russell Gage makes the catch. Trips on nothing.
His feet.
Yeah.
And Brady
penalty on the play. Todd Bowles is yelling at something. Are they going to call offensive pass interference?
Yeah. Wow.
You have the right to run a route, right? I mean, and he broke to the out. That's interference. Offense number 14.
Yeah, PI on Chris Godwin.
I mean, there was definitely a collision. It's going to come out here. You'll see it.
Let's see. Oh, come on.
Oh.
He's trying to avoid him. What else is he going to do?
He put his hands on him.
That's a horrible call. Bad zebra.
Wow.
3rd and 16. Brady running for his life. Chucks it over the middle. And Godwin makes the catch. Of course, there's a flag on the play.
To praise be. What could it be now?
It's going to be holding on the Bucs. Yep. Ah! I don't know what else to say.
Brady looks like he wants to do that too. Yeah. Just let it out.
Call it on Gedeke. Yeah.
Come on.
So you know what they're going to do now? They're going to call some stupid, crappy run play. Or not run play, like a screen play. It's going to go for a half a yard. Yep, this one's over, folks.
Yeah.
At this point, I wouldn't even have Chris Godwin in the game.
No.
Like, it's just very injury prone right now.
It's not worth it. And anybody that's hurt, just take him out.
Yeah. 3rd and 26. Here's the screen to Cole Beasley. He trips on nothing.
What's going on?
And, I mean, what do you do here? You're essentially... Like, it's not even a manageable 4th down.
Just send in all the backup units.
Yeah. Not the ideal game. Do you run a fake here with Jake Camarda? Probably not. They're probably expecting it.
And unfortunately, even for the takes that have the Chiefs winning this one, it was a very, very small margin for this colossal.
Yeah. Damn, if they actually would have ran a fake, no one was by Rachaad White.
Okie dokie.
Small return there. Not Bradley Pinion. He used to play for the Bucs.
He's
now on the Falcons. They'll see Bradley Pinion next week. Jake Camarda, obviously, is the punter now for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Obviously tried to, pin the Chiefs back on that one. And, when I hear pin, I just can't help but think of our favorite bowling lane, pin chasers, with multiple different locations, as you could see. So many awesome deals. I know they got brunch on the weekends. They got all you can bowl, or you could eat pizza, $1 beers. So check out pinchasers.net. Find out where there is a store or an event, or just the building itself. Find out where there's one near you. The food is extremely underrated. From the pizza to the chicken tendies to the nachos. It's all fantastic, delicious food. You could book a party as well for your kids. They obviously have the bowling lanes, but they got the video game area as well, which is, always a big hit. So go to pinchasers.net, find out where there's a deal near you. And I know we're in Halloween season, but the holidays coming up in December. Start booking your office holiday party at Pinchasers because they line up pretty quickly. So get it done sooner rather than later. Pinchasers.net. Find out where there is a deal for you.
Ayo. We're guaranteed win if you go.
Yep.
Win in experience, that is.
No, it's really a great place. A lot of cool events there too. We've done fun stuff with Martin Gramatica and Mike Allstott. Lavonte David has his big event there as well for the Boys and Girls Club. So yeah, a lot of awesome stuff. TB12 Goat Man says, I think we might need Sue back. It depends on how quickly Hicks can return.
Right. I will say, I think Hicks is going to catch a little bit of a break on some of the commentary people had on him before he got hurt.
Yeah. Pat Williams
Very
said
obvious
the Falcons and Panthers. Ramon says, sloppy play in all three phases. Special teams muffed. Shaggy with a good point. So regular season beatdown by the Chiefs means Super Bowl bound, right?
Heyo. See, positive reinforcement.
Edward Soler, solid run. Yeah, this game's done.
I'm just waiting for all of the tweets in the lowercase, uppercase, lowercase. Nobody can run the ball in the Bucs.
Yeah. Ed says, get ready for we got a lot of ball left, and we need to play better, and we can play better after the game.
At least you know what to expect. A little
Ryan's laughing. Ha, 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 ha. They know they are running the ball and can't even stop it. That's true. Their run defense, I mean, the whole defense has been terrible.
Yeah.
41 rushing yards, 41 points. Missed tackles again on this one, Edward Soler.
Pitiful. Most points allowed, 41 with Todd Bowles as defensive coordinator or head coach since 2019. That's a gross stat.
Yeah, it's embarrassing. No tackling either, whiff or hang on.
Bruce looks sick.
Yeah. He's like, thank goodness they canceled my Ring of Honor ceremony.
Not for this game. Yep.
Where the heck is
Winding
Vita?
down almost under 6, and what Tampa Bay might get one more offensive possession. Maybe 2. I mean, at this point, when do you call in consultant Bruce Arians and figure out some plays that may work better?
Well, I mean, it's the same group, it's still Leftwich, it's still Brady and, the offense. I don't know how much like Bruce has always been a guy that is like he puts things in the hands of the coordinators. He always talks about like delegating and stuff. So sure, there would definitely be adjustments if Arians is the head coach, but at the end of the day, he would always let Byron do his own thing anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
3rd and 5 here.
Watch.
Mahomes and shotgun. He's looking plenty of time. Throws it over the middle, and it's intercepted by Sean Murphy Bunting. SMB. Getting some extra time with Carlton Davis injured. Returns and heading up the field. A very nice return for Sean. Taken bounds.
What in the world?
Patrick Mahomes. I don't know who was yelling at, but
Yeah.
A nice job by Sean Murphy Bunting.
Well, we
Look at
said
that.
that he should do something.
That's one way to make a play.
Yeah, all right. There you go, Sean. But none of the piping on the sidelines. Come on. You got 5 minutes left in the game.
Exactly.
Unless you're about to line up next to Brady and try to get in the end zone a couple of times. Relax.
That was the first pick of the game for the Bucs, which, of course, make sure you check out Pirate Republic. I've told you once, but I'll tell you again. The Long John Pilsner, the Take No Quarters IPA, and the Belgian wit beer. All fantastic. I thoroughly enjoy having them. And I wish I had one right now sitting through this Bucs game. So check out Pirate Republic. There's going to be one near you. Their logo is awesome, too. Look at that. You got the skull and set of crossbones. It's the beers as the crossbones. Very cool logo. Pirate Republic. Check it out.
Beers only pirates can drink.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. That yellow one's good, though.
Senile Senior says, finally, SMB is motivation. Yeah, go Bucs.
A little too late.
Justin asks if Julio is injured. I just don't think he's played that much.
Yeah. I think they just tried to preserve him.
Ed says, I'm going night-night as well.
Night, Ed.
Hot Coldman says, Julio is perpetually injured like Godwin. Greg wants the Bucs to get Julian Edelman. Well, I think he would have to actually want to play.
Yeah, he's partying with Gronk.
Ramon in all caps says SMB nearly broke the table in half. I was thinking like Jim Ross. He's like, by God, he killed him.
Okay.
Long lost Glazer, SMB equals snatching Mahomes balls. Thought that was funny.
I mean, he was a starter on this defense the last time they played the Chiefs.
He was. That's true.
I
just want to say one more time, thanks to everyone that's been watching us. Obviously, it's tougher when the team's not playing well, but we appreciate you guys. You could have been anywhere else in the world, but you're here with us. We appreciate that.
Just love hanging with you guys. I think we're getting the primetime drought. We're trying to find the best ways to communicate what's going on.
Yeah.
It's a whole lot of nothing for the Bucs.
King Cook says Lenny doing it for the fantasy owners now. That's true. You know, someone could be in a very close fantasy football game as they throw a screen to Lenny and he gets up the field for a first down. I need in my underdog fantasy pick, I need one more point from Chris Godwin. So
I think you'll get it.
A little screen, maybe a touchdown. Brady looking towards the right.
Oh.
Short for Russell Gage. Let me ask you this, Kasey. If the Bucs do score a touchdown here, do you do inside? You have 3 timeouts, but you haven't stopped the Chiefs at all.
Mm-hmm.
I almost think you have to do the onside kick down 17.
I would almost say, why not?
Brady to Evans. He's a yard short. It'll be 3rd and 1.
I don't know what's harder to watch. The fact that they were undefeated at Raymond James for such a long time, and now they get these back-to-back. Oh, there you go.
Godwin makes the catch. Looks like I'm going to hit my underdog fantasy bet.
Praise be.
Woohoo! Praise be. Tick, 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 tick. Brady looking to his left, looks over the middle. Caught, and it's a touchdown. Leonard Fournette, as King Cook said, doing it for the fantasy owners. Nice job by Lenny. A fresh Lenny, because Rachaad White has been getting some snaps.
There we go. A fresh Lenny.
Yeah.
I like seeing these lineups.
Yeah, Brady was looking, found a spot in the zone. Here's Suck Up with the extra point. It's good. That makes it a 10-point game with 3:30 to go.
Not enough time. How much time do you think the Bucs would need in order to catch up? What would be prime time on the clock to make this more of a game?
I think they would need what the heck? Probably double the amount of time. I think probably like 6 minutes.
Yeah. A little too late.
Because even if you get the onside kick here, like you still have to score twice. And their defense has shown that they can't get a 3-and-out. They can't even get a run that's less than 4 yards.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the Chiefs just need to get in field goal range, and I'm sure they would take that almost 50 yards out, if not 50. Because why not? You might get it.
Yeah.
Might work out.
Just want to remind everyone as well that next week we will be back for another Pewter GameDay show, and of course the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate show presented by Age Rejuvenation, live at Walk-Ons. It'll be live at the Midtown location once again, so keep that in mind for everyone. It's a 1:00 game against the Atlanta Falcons, so we'll be going live at 11, and yeah, awesome time with JC, Bailey, John Gilmore, Scott Reynolds has been on the show. And then me and Josh will go live for the last half hour before the Pewter GameDay show. And then we'll have the Pewter GameDay show again, like we've had each week. And of course, the Pewter Postgame show, which we'll get one tonight. And of course, next week as well. So we're not done just yet, but just a reminder to everyone, Pewter Report Tailgate show. Back at it again next week at 11.
For hopefully a non-drowsy 1:00 game.
Yeah.
And by non-drowsy, I mean like hopefully the Bucs can be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, ready for.
I think they will be.
Yeah. I mean, them contending and hanging in there with the Chiefs. It's not pretty, but if you really look at what they're doing in the score, I mean, they haven't broke 20-something points in 3 weeks. Now
right. Yeah, this is their highest scoring game.
Yeah. So it ain't cute, but there's stuff they can build off of for the Falcons at 1:00.
Yeah. And plus the division's on the line.
Mm-hmm.
The Bucs kick it deep. I don't know why.
Your utter dismay for that was so odd.
Of course, now Camarda drills it down the middle of the end zone.
Is it odd that the Bucs beat the Chiefs 31-9, but now it looks like they'll lose to the Chiefs 31? Mm-hmm. Like they'll still have that 31 points.
Yeah, there's some type of meaning.
Something there, maybe. Now I'm fishing.
Look at that. That is pathetic.
Disturbing.
That's absolutely pathetic. You know that they have to run the ball. That's god awful. That's awful.
They are disturbing the peace.
Now I'm unhappy.
Laptop's doing funny things.
Yeah, it sounded like you got an email.
No, it's plugged in and it's trying to tell me that it's low.
Oh no.
Yeah. I get my laptop back on
minutes.
Tuesday.
Oh, so this is a different laptop.
Yeah, I've still been without.
Oh no. Sorry to hear that.
That's what happens when you drop your laptop with the charger and it breaks in.
Oh.
This is a very calm Brady for what's going on.
I think he knows the drill. Yeah.
Maybe at this point it's just not worth it. Another quarter.
He's probably just thinking like, all right, I got all the cameras on me. They want me to make a reaction. I'm not going to give it to him. Speaking of Tom Brady, he has surpassed Brad Johnson, Big Bad Brad on TikTok, for 6th most passing yards in team history.
All right. Still making history.
And my TV just went out.
The technical issues.
Oh, you know what it did? What the heck? You know when like you've had the TV on for so long and it's like, are you still watching? Like it's gonna shut off. It essentially did that.
That's so rude. I wish whoever came up with that feature would retract it.
Yeah, you know what? I hate it for the most part, but there's a couple times like if you're on like the NBC app, Peacock, if I'm like, in bed at night and I just want to like throw something on as I like try to go to sleep or whatever. It doesn't have that like, oh, are you still watching? So I'll wake up and it'll be like 30 episodes ahead of like whatever I was watching and it's just still playing. In those moments.
Yeah, but you have a ballpark of where you left off.
Yeah, I'm just saying like in those moments, I wish it would kind of just shut off and I wouldn't have to deal with it. But
yeah, that too.
First world problems. I'm not really going to
amongst this 41-31 catastrophe.
Yeah.
Fastest too, yeah. Dang, I don't even want to see Mahomes stats after this game.
A run with Hilaire to the left side. Bucs know it's coming, and they still can't stop it. Utterly pathetic. And now Mike Edwards is on the ground. He's back up. We're good.
Okay. So this is just...
The one way to beat the Bucs in the run game has been going more side to side versus like, up the middle. So they are doing a good job with that.
That's very true. Keen observation. I don't want to completely like tear down the Bucs defense because of a terrible performance, a terrible and a half performance because the first half of the Packers game. But the way they started out the season, I can't imagine that all of a sudden they're just going to crap the bed.
Right. It's a bad game,
Yeah.
This can't be looked at as this is going to be the narrative for them the entire season.
Yeah. It's week 4 and they got beat on all 3 units. That's really what it came down to.
And they made a nice play there, Nacho. Yeah, next couple games for the Bucs: home against the Falcons, at the Steelers, at the Panthers, then a little tough stretch: Ravens, Rams, and then the Germany game against the Seahawks,
which I will be at.
Yeah, guten Tag, very cool.
Guten Tag, Bietchen, Dachchen. I'll learn some other things. How to order a beer.
I know I love you is Ich lieber dich.
Oh, yeah.
Because my mom is like part German, so she like learned that. And my dad was like, German is the most unromantic language like in the world. He's like, that's how you say I love you? Like, it's so unromantic. He kind of has a point. I know Dunecuff is like idiot or something like that. Like, oh, you Dunecuff.
My parents were
that's a hold. See, the Bucs defense looks like a bunch of Dune cuffs right now. They just allowed a run on 3rd and 5. I thought Jamel Dean was held. He was.
They just, Yeah,
it's a pretty obvious one.
I know everyone keeps talking about Sue, but the team can't afford Sue. That's why he ended up gone in the first place.
Yeah, I'm curious now, though.
I mean, with the way Vita is playing, they got to make some sort of adjustment.
Yeah.
In the interior there.
Handoff with Pacheco. Which in that pile. Bucs will get the stop, though. They're out of timeouts, however, because they stupidly called a timeout on 3rd and 1 or 2nd and 1 when you knew they were going to get the first down, and you still had the 2-minute warning.
The drag out of this under 2 minutes.
I think, and I'm not the best lip reader, but I think what Brady just said to Leftwich, I believe what he said was that they should go for the field goal first and then kick the onside kick.
Really?
Because you're going to need both scores anyway.
Yeah. That would be interesting.
I think what he's trying to get at is that it'll take less time to kick the field goal. I don't know.
Very exciting trying to read lip.
Yeah, it's fun.
Like Brady's got a smooth manner to it.
I think this is the first time that the Chiefs punter has been on the field.
Yeah. Yes, it has.
I remember he screwed that punt up in the Super Bowl. Jalen Darden calls for the fair catch. So the Bucs will have 45 seconds down 10.
Points.
I want to see some trickery, and I want to see like a hook and ladder. I want to see a bunch of laterals, stuff like that. Yeah, entertain us. All right. Yeah.
45 seconds. Have fun.
Yeah.
Go
Stay
all
healthy.
In. Yeah. Don't sacrifice that. As a matter of fact, just pull the guys who are.
I think they're doing the hook and ladder. Nope. Kate Otten, first down. Tick, 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 tick. Brady making out calls. Brady going deep. Looking for Mike Evans. Incomplete. Didn't seem like there was a lot of power under that one.
No. Just a little bit of a wind down.
Yeah. 21 seconds to go. Again, I don't know why they didn't go for the onside kick.
I was with you on
Brady to Evans. He looks the lateral, and he does to Rachaad White. Just get out of bounds. So how does that work for the receiving yards? I guess just Evans gets them.
Yeah. I mean, working towards that 1,000.
Blaine Gabbert and Todd Bowles' ear, like, hey, can I get a snap?
Cabbert's like, if this was this time last year, I would have been in.
Brady and shotgun to White. Ooh, tough hit, but he does get out of bounds.
Oh, we love a little.
Kick the field goal. Kick the field goal, onside kick, Hail Mary. Go for 2.
W.
Hey, look at that. Jalen Darden gets to go on the field. How awesome. I don't even know if Brady has the arm strength to chuck it deep.
I don't think we've seen it that.
Get out of bounds. Kick the field goal. What are you doing? That was the worst friggin' lateral play ever. And that's going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. The Bucs lose 31-30. Point galore as Patrick Mahomes gets the better of Tom Brady in this one. Be able to meet again in the Super Bowl. That would be pretty cool. Unfortunately, the Bucs dropped to 2-2. They've lost 2 in a row, both games at home as well. One more reminder that we're going to be back next week for the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show presented by Age Rejuvenation, live at Walk-Ons from the Walk-Ons in Midtown. Then we'll have the Pewter GameDay Show for Bucs Falcons. So a lot of content coming up. Also, the Pewter Report podcast will be going on live from Raymond James Stadium in a little bit. Keep a lookout for our social media. We will let everyone know when we're going live with that. So, Kasey, thank you so much for joining us again. Really appreciate it and appreciate your time. I'm sorry?
I just had this.
Yeah, you can see it's getting later in the night.
Yes.
Bucs dropped this one 41-31. They're 2-2 on the season, but the season's not over just yet. So, for Kasey Hudson, I'm Matt Matera saying thanks, everybody, for watching. And we'll see you next time for another edition of the Pewter Report podcast, the Pewter Report Tailgate Show, and the Pewter GameDay live stream. Good night. Peace out.